DeyZan, aka mgthefuture. The future is in the future. A seer, a scribe, a giant. From the land before time, though. It's Thursday, January 22nd, 2026, allegedly. Current era, low-speed internet and oil. Thank you for joining my channel. Shout out to you. You heard that message because you're watching a replay. Make sure you leave a comment on that replay, gang. Shout out to all the new subscribers. Who are you? You should leave a comment. Tell me about yourself. What brings you to the channel? Dead ass. What was that, 1,200 people? The 1,200 disciples is hilarious. Will we get to 44,000 by summer? The world may never know. That'd be crazy if they're talking about a subscriber count. I did that last time. I think YouTube froze me at 50,000. Left there at 136,000, so that's 180-something thousand. Course correct for duplicates. You up there, man. I'm up there. Over 100,000 served, bro. Real life. To God be the glory. Hold on real quick. Let me like this up. Y'all, I see y'all coming into the chat. Relax unless your thumb falling off, because them on they got you. Sending E in the building. Jonathan Peace. PT Cruising, yo. Shogun L. Woo! We out here. I think Jonathan was saying the last video. He was checking out the replay of at the end. So I jumped into the matrix real quick and looked at it to remind myself what the fuck I was talking about. Because I don't be remembering the sequence of my lives. But anyway, UFOs and UAPs and angels and unseen things, unengraven things, and why the fuck they following niggas? It's like my favorite subject in non-human history. It's not the fact that any of this stuff is real or, obvious, but, it's the unknown. It's not the part that is unknown. It's like the unknown fucks with niggas. I want to start there and go to somewhere more serious, I'm sure, but I have no idea what the fuck it is for real. I know what box it's in, I know what it's associated with, and I know what words we have to try to describe whatever that is. But whatever that is, it fucks with niggas. And that's the only reason why I don't think it's white people. Jewish people kind of have like this Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing with us because they do want to pay us as long as we work for them. But I don't know. These things seem to be impervious to any racial, social constructs that I have been indoctrinated in during my captivity here in Europa. So, on one level, it fuck with us. But it's like, we still in captivity on Europa, right? But hold on. This thing is intelligent. And then I kind of stopped because it's like, it's not a fucking New Line Cinema movie because it's not them. Seems connected to us. Don't know if it's us, but something like it. Adjacent, because it fucks with niggas. Really does. Because niggas don't be trying to shoot it down and trap it. Some white people, we are. Cut that shit out, man. Everything ain't for your zoo collection. Captivity. So yeah, it fucks with niggas and it's intelligent. It's intelligent enough to fuck with niggas. Alright, cool. And everyone else has seen them too. But I'm just saying, like, if everyone else told me they saw one, I'm like, oh, what else is new? But when niggas, you know what I'm saying? Like, from the hood nigga section, they're like, yeah, this shit been following me for a decade. Or I have been aware of it following me for a decade. That's way before we get to King James and Royals and John Smith and all that shit about Solomon in my family. I don't know what the fuck that means. None of us do. We never lived in that timeline, so it can mean anything, bro. But what I do know, everything they related to, if I'm really am related to, Afro-Asiatic, tall black Jew, if I had imagined if it's none of those things, and I'm with that. Whatever it is, it still fucks with niggas, bro. And then in the Bible, it's fucking with niggas. So like, it actually helps me solve my family story. I don't have too many questions because like, well, if that was my family, then what happened to this? I was like, you know what, the most magical thing my family said was these, and I still see them. The Ark of the Covenant. What I'm telling you is, when you start seeing them, theoretically, now mind you, I'm going out on a limb here. I didn't go through the rabbis and the cardinals of the white people church based on my family yet, but keeping it democratic, I can imagine if, man. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, man. Those things right there, fucking with us, proves that the covenant is with us that see them. And I didn't sign up for that. I don't know what the Christians had me doing on Sundays. I don't know, baptisms or christenings. I don't think I got either one of those. John the Baptist would be like my uncle, so it's not even, you know, I don't think that was what I needed per se. So him and Jesus got the same grandma, but I'm just saying, I'm trying to figure out something. Hold on. The Ark of the Covenant. You know what an Ark is, right? You play video games, you know what Arks are. They always say that Noah built a ship or a boat. Well, waters above, waters below. A flying craft in any of the waters would be a boat or a ship, depending on where you are in technology when you're writing about it. You're still writing about something that you didn't create. You ain't in front of you no more. So Noah's Ark could have been an ark. The Ark of the Covenant. Noah had an ark, sign of the covenant. Yeah. That's day one. That's day one arcs and day one covenants with the Son of Man and friends and giant associates, right? Like it's like a Tribe Called Quest. It's not just one type of thing going on. It's already three: humans, angels, babies. But who God talking to when you start talking to Noah and them, you're talking to Noah and them because that's Enoch people. Let's start there. We got to start there, actually. The book actually starts with Enoch, don't it? Enoch is the first story in the Bible. I don't know what's going on no more, because I thought about it. Enoch has to be the first story. Enoch has to be the first story. Like, you know, I'm saying is like the first story. Like every other story is built off Enoch. His prior. Foundation. Angels don't take vows. So Enochian. I got it. It's not English, it's Enochian. I got it. It's Enochian-ish. Makes sense. People that created it are Enochian kids. Oh my God. No shit, Sherlock Holmes. Oh, cracking mystery. We keep African slavery and like miss the first story. The first story, fuck the slavery in Africans, bitch. Hey, I'm right here in the United States of America. The story starts with Enoch. Bible, the bloodline of the people in the Bible is Enoch. Yep, it is. Enoch is our patriarch. Sure is, ain't he? That's weird. That's really weird, bro. That isn't our book like I'll explain it in terms of time and interval. So you can understand the gravity of whatever fuck timeline this one is if we started in that one. We started in Enoch. I'm talking about we today. We here started with Enoch. We didn't start with Adam. This is a series of how to tackle day one. Shout out to the gang, man. Where we at? It froze when I was cooking on Enoch, man. 3 in the chat if I'm back. Only says 1 person's here. It says 2 persons here, so y'all let me know the last thing y'all heard. Cause I channeled out the fucking I jumped out the fucking gym on that one. What's the last thing I said, Harut? You might be a few seconds behind. Make sure you slide it or 1.5 it to catch up. I went somewhere else. And then the universe, if you will, was like, you ain't giving the AI those instructions. If I'm not sowing enough fucking confusion with all my dear Christians out there, I'm just getting started. I'm gonna unravel this mess. Cause it don't make no fucking sense. Has it been frozen for 15? All right. I want to retell the story of Noah. Yeah, let's talk about Noah. How he's the first prototype of a Messiah. We go from Adam and Eve in the garden, a separate location. They have twins, boys, Cain and Abel. Due to the influence of the serpent, potentially dragon, hybrid, they ended up fumbling the day one bag of that location. They were then expelled from such location. That's how Genesis starts. Genesis, for the genes of Isis, is an Egyptian story since Isis is an Egyptian moon goddess. We're on a moon called Europa. So that's the genesis of the bloodline of the people writing the book. So no one's lost. Genesis is about the genetics of the Israelites. Cool. Most people know that, but they twist their ankle, get into white people, Romans, Jesus, and salvation. I want to stay in the Septuaginta. Day one, first book of the Bible is Enoch. Enoch is where we get English from, Enochian, and angelic script. In our tradition and culture of the book that we're referring to, it says that angels taught us language. All right, so our language comes from angels. Just put a little bookmark there, L. So then the story goes on with Enoch, right? Adam, Eve, Cain, Abel, Seth, outside the garden, sad story. Garden sealed up by flying angels with fire swords, and we're talking about advanced technology. The story picks up eventually in Genesis with Abraham and Sarah. Abraham, that's not my wife, that's my sister. That sounds like some shit Adam would say too, right? But remember, Adam and Eve genetically are the same things. Cain and Abel are the same thing, and Seth is still the same thing. So removing it from its original fallout vault, the garden, that could be a planet, that can be a ship. Noah could be a boat, could be a ship, can be a UFO. Like, we don't know, but both are described as technology though, so please don't miss that. Terraform, new genetic species, get to name everything, blah, 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 blah. So when he let Adam, Eve, and Cain out the garden, he let all the animals out too. Because Cain was concerned, like, yo, if you let me out of this little safe space, Mount Zion, then they will surely kill me. And then God was like, good point. Let me give you the mark of Cain. And they're like, ooh, that's why there's black people. Well, cool story. If Cain, the direct descendant of Adam, is why we have black people, and black people are the oldest people on the planet since he's the first man on it, who the fuck are you? Okay then, and that's a very important question because they're all black people, but Cain specifically is himself consciously aware of having visual gnosis and sentience of another thing. Same story, right? He already knows there's something out there that's not him. because those are not his brothers and sisters. And they want to kill him. That's crazy. He knows there's something out there killing shit, and he the first nigga in the story killing shit. Bad influence. The serpent people ain't shit, are they? But how they get in the garden if it's locked up now? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, were Adam, Eve, and, you know, them in and out the garden, and then when they fucked up, God says, close the garden off. Is that what happened? Because it would be cool to close the garden the whole time so the snake and serpent never got in. And then you realize what type of people we are, and we're using this story because it's a callback to an older story as of the writer, and he's doing the thing that we all do. He's rapping. He's giving you 3 different degrees at least. He's also talking about the issues that's going on with your mind and your third eye. Remember, these are royal high priests that write the Bible, Levites. That's why it's a holy Bible, because only the Levite and above, the royal high priest class should have it or read it. On top of that, right, everyone ain't supposed to open the Bible or be at the altar or reading from the holy scripts at all, let alone quoting Jesus, right? But you see how everyone breaks that rule because we're fucking cute and clamorous and wonder why everyone's miserable. Cool story. We're straightening it out. But that's not even the focus of the point. That's some man and culture shit that we just seem to dishonor every chance we get fucking with these people. But whatever the case may be, we're still in a sci-fi novel. All right, so then point is, the bigger expanse of civilization that was commanded to Adam and his kids to replenish suggests to us that outside of this garden containment, there's another world previously on X-Men created, and there's not that many people there. Replenish is a curious word because it's saying that it was filled before. So if you do your job, it'll be like what it was before, the difference being you, Adam, Eve, Cain, Seth, and whoever else that's implied, but they're doing the father to tell you who the holy bloodline is. Cool? But whatever it is, they interface with something else, 2 things. Adam and Eve in the garden, the same exact thing. In their kids, same exact thing. Outside, other things. And then there's a third thing that lands. The sons of God began. Enoch. Enoch's during the time after the garden. He's after Seth, alleged Cain. You're like, they did the twin thing again, but let them do the Pisces if they want to. However it goes, Enoch is from Adam. Enoch hangs out with angels. Enoch hangs out with angels. So we don't know if we're like, when Cain saw out the garden that they would surely kill him. We don't know if he was talking about angels. Y'all didn't hear anything I said, my nigga. So the angels will surely kill us. I'm just putting that there temporarily so you can explore how much more sense it's going to make to you. When you understand we're not talking about humans. Cain is afraid of something outside, so he got marked so it can't kill him. He knows it'll kill him, though. All right, he's the first killer in the sequence of our succession of genetic story. So he has to deal with killers as a killer. It's almost like it's irony. Well, who's the killers of this timeline? Thank God we wrote Enoch. So Enoch's like, man, there were all the Adamans and our other 5 pointed stars implied. Have a guest here. Who are the guests? Hold on. Man is Adam, Eve, Cain, Seth, their families, whoever, and the outsiders, whoever. For that story in Genesis, we're skimming through the shit, and he was like, God created man and woman, blah, 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 in their image. And I was like, God didn't do that. Elohim did that. Elohim are plural. Man, and they created man in our image, and that's plural. Meaning they created more than one thing. Oh my God, this is so easy to read, right? Let us create man in our image. And you go to the Sumerian tablets before Egypt, and it said the same fucking thing. Then in the person modernly, compared to them, writing Genesis, reminded you of that fact, that there's 7 times 7 on Noah. It's coming right up, Enoch. The same way Minerta and Enki created 7 boys, 7 girls, using the blood and the spirit and the breath of a god on Allah, moon goddess Isis. Boom. That's how we even get the shit popping. And we thought about it with multiplication. Because how many combinations of types of people do you have if you have 7 times 7? All right now, all right now, all right now. And something happened in that world is when you fast forward after that story, in the next couple of paragraphs in our Bible, then it goes, then God created Adam and saw that it was not good for him to be alone. So he closed his ribbon, and then gives it genetics, ribbon. He took his genes and added the female characteristic to have a helpmate, same. But same. Both didn't same. Take accountability. Both same. Goofy as hell. Listening to serpents. It's already 3 or 4 things. You got God, if you're doing the solo leveling. You got the Elohim, which is plural of them. You got their creation, man and woman. You got Adam's creation, sad boy. You got his sister, Eve. Then you got their kids, 3. And then you got outside. And then before we even get started on black and white people, we up to 5 different unique characters, bro. We're up to 5 unique characters, bro. At least in the first fucking book of the story of everyone's Judaical Abrahamic religion. It's my land, I'm the premise, I built the castles. Bitch, y'all didn't read the Bible yet, though. Y'all had 2,000 years to make sense of this shit, and your dumbass talking about the goddamn benefits in the King James English, and I'm King James' grandson. Like, the fuck niggas are stupid out here. Hey, that's a wild for 8 billion stupid motherfuckers talking about King James English and God and Bible and heaven and don't even know what earth is. A book about the moon. Oh my God, again, here we go. All of our rituals are moon-based. What's a moon, you say? Time before the moon is the time before the Greeks. So what the fuck is a moon then when we're writing about it? I could have fucking sworn I'm on Europa, but I started in a damn garden. And when I get out the garden, there's angels there. Because they're fucking on the daughters of man. Well, which one? Were they fucking on the daughters of Adam? Or were they fucking on the daughters of man and woman that was created before Adam was created individually in his garden? Because the other man and woman wasn't in the garden with Adam. It was just a serpent. So right before Adam is created, there's a man and woman created by plural Elohim. This is not a flaw of the Bible or the story itself. This is the writer, when he puts Genesis together, putting all the components in to tell you something. We ain't talking about the same niggas. It's important for a royal demonstration. A lot of people have strange claims based on their religions and their skin color. G-check, where your grandmother stay? My grandfather's from the garden. I think. Enoch. All right, so Enoch comes about. He hanging out with the angels, right? So Enoch like Adam's great-grandson or some shit. Smart, wise, very Solomon-esque. Same DNA if you think about it. And Enoch has his own language, Enochian. You call it English today. Angels don't have vowels. That's the only difference. And you'll call it Greek or Hebrew one day. And we're going to say, same story because it's the same language. All right. Enoch's story is so interesting that the Bible starts like that. Like, the Gnostic stuff in Genesis is a recap to Abraham, to Israel, to everything we're about to do with Jesus eventually. But Enoch is like a story for real. Like, it's a story about a blip in time before the flood. So before the flood, pre-antediluvian flood, Oriental Masonry. Shows you the Vedas are after that. There's an explosion there too. Very interesting. But before that, pre-flood civilization, or they call it the old world. That's why they keep saying this is the new world order. What they ought to be trying to convey to people is that this is the new world order of a life without giants and implied Moors or Jews in charge, right? So they're trying to do the succession thing. But this is technically not the new world, nothing. Nothing has changed from the world we were in the world that they're saying is the new world. This may just be a new world for them. And then you start taking our Bible seriously. So let's go back. In the old world, the real one for us, Egypt and shit, old America, a Mexican, for real. Let's go back to what it was before we got back here again. When we're back here in that story in Enoch, there's Enoch and Adam's kids, other kids, some other shit we don't understand, but then the sons of God come down. That's the Elohim again. So the same Elohim that says, let us create man and woman our image, the Elohim's kids, sons of God, about 200 or more of them. This is your first cameo in the longer Bible, the first book of the linear story that mentions Ezekiel. 3 in the chat if you've read Enoch. Is it not written? that Enoch lists dozens of sons of God who came down here exclusively to mate with the daughters of man that were just created however many generations prior. And it's following Enoch, who lived through the succession outside of the garden, to where he's interfacing with their hybrids. And Cain is already afraid someone's going to kill him. Enoch's after that. And we now have a story because he's conscious and he's writing. He's the first one with a language because he's hanging out with angels, right? So Enoch is special, chosen by God, one of the El, to hang out with them on the snow mountain or whatever it is. But at the same time that's happening, his kids and his kids' kids are on some ghetto shit. They live wherever the fuck Noah lived. Remember, Noah's the first prototype of the Messiah, period. Because he's redeeming Adam and Eve, meaning he's redeeming the bloodline of the people that left the garden in our story of our lineage, right? Noah. He's the first savior. He literally saved Adam and Eve's lineage by preserving them on the ark ship that becomes to where we are next by the time we get to Abraham and Sarah. So Genesis skips Enoch, but Enoch's his own thing. So you got to read up to a certain point, do Enoch, and then pick up with Abraham and Sarah. If you want to do the linearity of events for father to father, kid to kid, God to God, angel to angel. So far, so good? Cool. And this is all in the first book. So then, Noah is born with a beautiful countenance, bright skin, bright eyes, very similar to Jesus. And his father is like, yo, this might not be my kid. So this is the first concept of Maury Povich in DNA testing, since Eve is the ribbon DNA of Adam. So he takes it to his father. Side note, the woman that he married, to question this, very similar to a Joseph and Mary story. What do you mean that God got you pregnant? How come God didn't give your aunt or your cousin Elizabeth pregnant? How come she get the fuck on her husband and have a cool kid, John the Baptist? How come God get the fuck on you and make you pregnant and I'm looking here stupid? I gotta send you away now. So Noah's father, same story, Joseph style. He goes, I'm afraid that this woman has slept with one of the fallen angels. Then he checks in with his dad. Checks in with the same dad who heard that that woman and her tribe had been fucking on the fallen angels, but he ain't gonna let his son worry about it because she's not pregnant. She's pregnant now, the baby's here, and she must have been fucking on that fallen angel within the same month. Pay attention, very close. Adam, garden. Cain, Seth, Abel, garden. Then not garden. Outside the garden, a couple more generations, Enoch. Enoch, his son, and his son's son, Noah. 4 generations in one story, right? Remember, they lived much longer too. So he's stacked. But Enoch, their patriarch, is off land. He's with the angels who can fly. Remember, his son had to walk. They had to walk through the snow to find Enoch when he died, or some shit like that. Right. He's separated by a different environment or condition. He old too, so this is young niggas, right? So Noah's dad, I think it's Lamech, takes him to his dad, and the dad was like, "Nah, you be fine, son." It happens to the best of us. But he took a second opinion on this. He said, let me go to my dad, since he's the one that hangs out with angels, the same type of angels that are fucking all these bitches. So who would know better if this hybrid baby is actually an angel or if something's weird happening with our genetics? Because at the same time, we're in a society that's influenced by hybrids and angels. Maybe it's our diet. So Enoch takes a look at the baby. So he's like the first prophet. And he was like, no, you'll be fine. This baby is going to save your bloodline. Why is he talking like that? Enoch, where the fuck you going? You can save your bloodline too by switching to another bitch and have another kid. So like, get it? So Moses is the Messiah of Adam and Eve's bloodline. Literally, because Noah built a ship and preserves their DNA. That's the same story, just happened again. Elohim, let us create us them. 7 and 7. Sumerian, again. Noah, let's preserve them. 3, 3, 3, 7, 7, 7. Same story again. The story is a Russian egg. And I've seen people go to seminary school and quote Greek and Hebrew and Jesus on Sunday and Sunday church. And it's like, what the fuck have y'all been reading? That's the first fucking book. I'm so pissed off at niggas, bro. That's the first fucking book, bro. The first fucking book suggests to you that we, the descendants of the people in the book, are not Adam's kids. So I'm going to walk you through it again. Noah, ooh, this baby looks like a hybrid angel because his mother comes from the block or the city that the fallen angels are fucking on women because they're the baddest bitches down there. So Lamech's daddy's just like, I'm gonna link this nigga up with a little bad bitch who got some land too. Oh my God, that baby might be shit, my bad. But you know, as long as you taking care of it, we still get that land. You know how niggas is. Take it to my great granddad, Enoch shit. He hangs out with angels already, the same type of angels that's fucking on these women and making these kids. Noah might be one of those kids. So what does that mean? Noah would not be who? Adam's grandson. But that's on a pre-antediluvian flood story. That did not happen in this story. This happened in the story that gives us Abraham and Sarah of our story. So our story in real-time era, Charles the 21st, Otto the 21st, starts with Abraham, Adam the 21st, 400 years ago, or whatever the 21, you know, they live longer because they're taller, they're giants, blah, blah, blah. But 21 gene iterations and cycles backwards. No Adam 22, it's Adam 21. But we're calling Abraham Otto Adam because my father threw out in heaven type shit. Otto 1 is not Adam in the pre-flood. Otto 1 is the Adam after the flood. And he's a giant. Charles I of Hungary, Holy Roman Emperor, my grandfather, he's a giant. He's a giant after the flood that killed off most of the giants. Noah, a giant, built the ship by himself without even trying. Maybe his dad has a trident. So Noah, the son of a god, hybrid, mother for sure, is amongst the bad bitches that the sons of God was not supposed to fuck on. And then the poor descendants of Cain and or Seth or the same redeemed their bloodline fundamentally and theoretically because it no longer exists. The first experiments in the garden in a dish, cheated, lied, narcissism, no accountability, serpent, intervene, Cain, Abel did the serpent, dragon, fuck the bitch, reptilians, Rephaim, everything, boom, 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 boom. And the story starts with how their kids had a kid named Enoch who hangs out with angels, and now his grandson or great-grandson, baby mother or mother, might have been fucking on an angel, which explains why Noah looks different and so big, and he's building whatever technology it is by himself. The same way Jesus, the carpenter's son, had to build shit by himself and eventually had to leave his hometown out of Galilee, one of the 4 European moons. This one's Europa, Callisto Isle, Ganymede, and there's so many more. And that's just in one E-ring of Saturn so far. Since Set, Saturn, Chronos, time, God is the big grandfather patriarch of them all, Mr. Discipline. But we're talking about some other shit because we're talking about the Elohim, which is sons of God, and that's all his little badass kids. Oh my God. First story. So if Noah is not Enoch's grandson, because I'm assuming the girl that's sleeping with angels ain't their damn daughter, because they don't know each other, but you know how families and tribes and cousins work, and it's tight genetic, maybe could possibly be a great grand second cousin daughter, and that's Adam's granddaughter too, right? Hopefully she was one of Adam and Eve's granddaughters, whether it's Cain's or whether it's Seth's. What I'm telling you is, if the Christians and white people today have deduced in their remix of this story, what they have suggested is that it goes from Adam to the retry, Seth to Enoch, Enoch to Noah, and everything's fine. Wrong fucking story, bitch ass nigga. That's not what the fuck the Bible said at all. But you remove the whole book that made that clear and say, I don't know if that makes sense at all. But Jenna skipping around Samaria and Egypt and America, that makes the most sense of them all. Shut your dumb ass up, boy. There's too much fucking math in that story for you to remove it. What the fuck are we talking about? A nigga making a forgery, got fucking quantum physics and divine mathematics and algebra in his back pocket just to throw some niggas off to rebel against white people in captivity? Shut the fuck up. So, at the very least, if it's not Lamech's direct son, poor chap, or himself, then he never had a kid that survived the flood. Unless Noah, you are my brothers and sisters, pulled a Jesus and saved Joseph's kids anyway. So then what are we saying? Well, the story then begins after them. Maybe his brothers and his half-brothers was really there. Maybe his dad kept fucking her. Either way it go, we ain't got enough room for everybody. So then it goes, Noah, Ham, Shem, Japheth. Oh yeah, triplets. Cain, Abel, Seth. Oh, same story. All right. All right. I love this Fibonacci divine mathematic. In, out. Universal law thing that's happening. Compression, expansion. As every 5 or 7 generations is doing the same. And by the 3rd to 5th generation of those who hate me, same story. You know what I'm saying? Genesis, genetics, ribbon, DNA, same story. Different letters of your strands of DNA just going in a spiral staircase. I've seen this side before. Same story. So now, whatever the story is, we know one of the original creations of the sons or daughters of man, whether it's Cain's side, that could be one of Cain's granddaughters, or whether it's Seth's side, poor, I don't know if I'm the father. It leaves you suspended in knowing the answer for sure of what it is. That's so important. But whatever it is, whatever it was, Noah is now number 1. Noah is now the Messiah. He saved whatever the Elohim or his God decided to save, since it was his God. Now think about that. Jesus, a son of God, can interface with God. Noah, who might be a son of God, is interfacing with God. Because why didn't God tell nobody else? How come Noah's the only one that heard it? And how come everyone playing him like he's stupid? You see the giants, you see the hybrids, you see the UFOs. You didn't see water from the sky before. Well, we know he ain't on Europa then, because Europa's covered by ice. So he's saying, I'm getting out of this place. And I'm like, man, we ain't got to go nowhere. We just got here. We got angels and flying ships and shit too, nigga. Yo, granddaddy Enoch is hanging with them. So the fuck you tripping out about? Water, flood, ill, ghetto. It don't even rain from there, bro. The water raises from underground. That divorces the whole greenhouse theory. I mean, it's a fucking Garden of Eden that doesn't rain. Psalms 19:1, there's no don't. It never rained before? Oh, you ain't here then. You ain't here then. Enoch is telling you a specific story of a bloodline. Genesis is giving you a summary. Enoch, anyway, so we don't know what happens. Enoch is taken up in a whirlwind with angels, right? UFO shit. He's abducted. He's taken somewhere else. Because Enoch's little private getaway with the sons of God, I guess the good holy ones, was flooded too. What the fuck? Like, so Enoch died of old age. You know how old them niggas are. And they buried him. Well, the God destroyed the whole world. Like, damn, Enoch. But that's not his story. His story is that he was taken up. Cool story. So Enoch was taken up before the world was destroyed. Interesting story. He's sounding just like Moses. You may not make it to the promised land, but they ain't gonna know where your bones is. And he walked up the mountain transfiguration, got his face burnt by something really hot that seemed like a bunch of lightning and fire and a dragon with a loud roar and a boom. I'm like, nigga, chill. Anyway, how you doing? You may have heard of us before. Sorry, we've been AFK for a little while. I know them Egyptians, the Egyptians that are not your Egyptians, they treating y'all wild. It sound like y'all in captivity again. Oh, they're not even Egyptians. They just call themselves that because they stole your grandfather's shit, just like they're doing now when you're going to read this story in the future of a bunch of prophets telling the future to read this book because it's going to be the same story once you notice it. And I go, all right, that's how my grandfather told me what time it is then, just by reading their fucking story. So you got to go all the way back because, like, by the time you get to Abraham and Sarah, there's a whole bunch of kingdoms on the map and they're pharaohs already. Wait, I thought this shit was just flooded already. How Abraham, Sarah, a continuation of Shem, Japheth, whoever the fuck they are. You know what I'm saying? All right, come on. Day one nigga, Noah, possibly a hybrid, but super intelligent, master builder. He crafted a ship, boat or flying, don't fucking matter. They ain't in the garden and they ain't in the place that got flooded. They somewhere else. They have kids, get off the ship, boom, 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 repopulate the earth. Now, Abraham, a Chaldean from Chaldea in the land of Egypt, bondage, bound to the muscle man, all right, Mohammedans, and then they go, all right, but there's some other niggas out there who have a daughter named Hagar, and that ain't your, if your wife is your genetic sister, but this girl is somebody else, Ishmael,
them, then what the fuck going on? And then when Hagar got pregnant by Abraham, remember they were in the tent with 3 sons of God. God damn, we got out of Enoch, and here these niggas go again. That's their 3rd fucking time. 3 different resets, and here we go again. Oh my God, the same story, bro. Oh my God, it's like Noah and his 3 kids. We got some loose details and ends and all. This is why you have Russia and Asia and Africa. Shut your dumb ass up. Bitch, you think you on a planet. Nigga, this a moon called Europa. You in the wrong story. So like, then, you know what I'm saying? So like, you got, all right now. Not as many giants left. But are these the giants that were flooded? Or are these the giants somewhere else? Because the sons of God are here and we know they be fucking. Sons of God come from the heavens above, meaning these other places could be other places that they be fucking. Same story, same story. For let us make man and woman in our image. Did it say we kept them all in the same place, nigga? Because these are not men they're talking about. That's where everyone get them fucked up at. Our fathers throughout in heaven. They're throughout in heaven, meaning spread across this bitch. My Father throughout in heaven, meaning he's not in a fixed point or location. For heaven's inside, for the kingdom of heaven's inside. Yes, quite literally, metaphysician. If your Father from heaven, then his heaven and his kingdom's inside of you. DNA ribeye steak ass nigga. This shit ain't deep Mason. This shit is literal. You don't want to believe it because the book's about niggas and we got to add fucking 100 years of lore in dumb ass nigga translations because your racism and your faggot ass can't fucking believe that God thought our grandmother was beautiful. Tell me I'm lying. Because I don't know how many times, bro, and that's still in Genesis. We ain't even get to the part where your permissions and your gifts and your teleportations and going to heaven and being visited by spaceships yet. We talking about your grandfather and shit. Everywhere they touch down, there's a son of God nearby. Or 3 of them. Or 200. Or Ezekiel. Or Ramiel. Or Raphael. Or Gabriel. And all of our paintings, they're women. Oh my God. Angels be having kids? But the men are stepping out on the women in heaven and coming down here. And then the woman angel comes down to check on the kid that her brother or her boyfriend done had with a regular goofy earth bitch. And then you have Zeus, Hera, and Hercules, and Jesus all over again. Hebrew is Greek, my nigga. Because it's the same fucking story. Is it not? Is it not? Gabriel would be like Hera. Venus would be like Hera. The Titan, then the planet. Can you fucking imagine? Can you fucking imagine? Saturn, the Titan, would be like Set. Red, angry. It'd be like Mars and shit. Some Canaanite shit. Jupiter, a Titan. The second brother. Can you fucking imagine? Sharing the same bitch on Hera, huh? That's like Mercury and Venus. So if you get Mercury and Venus, those are 2 different things. That's a 3rd creation. Then you take Mars and Venus, and they have a different thing, and that's a 3rd creation. And then you put them together, nigga. Trey Cons, Trey Titans. It's not 1 times 1, nigga. You need something interesting. It's X, Y to connect the 2 in Z. Indian braid, my nigga. Our hair tells you about our DNA, my nigga. Indians have cornrows. Indians are giving you the Bible about genetics and DNA codes since this is ancient Egypt. Culture and traditions, inside and out. Ain't about a fucking belief. Why do we do that? Without a math class or calculus. Our culture is encoded in our language and our math and our culture and shit. We ain't talking about our morality. We got a weird fucking Abdullah Abdullah God in this bitch. Reptilian mind. Can you imagine Seraphim, the snake, you slithering serpent, you fucking pharaoh of the desert of America, you got a serpent in your 3rd eye? So the serpent that told you that the devil is a lie, because if you eat of this fruit and use your 3rd eye, you would be like God's.
Allah and some shit you never heard of. Like, come on, dog. Don't play with me. Don't play with me, bro. They made me an American accelerated reading Negro, bro. And this shit ain't even deep. This is the same. I'm not even in Genesis 3 yet. But we did sidestep to reading Enoch and then continue. You ever play Goosebumps, nigga? It was like choose your own adventure. Same story. That's why I got a Septuagint. Without the New Testament, includes Enoch. Can you fucking imagine? Enoch is throwing something off about Jesus to these white people? Nah, Jesus and Noah is the same story. Moses, same story. Shit, Abraham's son, same story. Israel, come on, Jacob. Different story. His story, like David, same story. Like, there's always two brothers on some bullshit. May the best go to the winner. What the fuck going on? The people voicing the Bible and what's going on don't give a fuck about how a nigga feel in the story. They're doing accounting. They're doing genetic accounting. The Old Testament is accounting. It's a story, it's a book, but it's an account. You write a story in a book about anything. They could have told so much cool stories. Like just one day of being Cain. That'll take a whole Bible, I'm sure. Nigga lived a long time, so that ain't what that book is. That book's accounting. Jesus did this, the Mary, the Ruth, the Jesse did this. This, and Levi, and and Judah, and this. And this land is split, and this is all your kids. And if you don't believe it, go see if their body is buried there, since we're all had mummies. Stop fucking playing with me. All right, so we know that here in this country, at the very least, more mummies and pyramids per capita, nigga, and buried giants. These are giants after the flood that we buried, since we are after the flood, and we buried them. It doesn't intonate that we killed them. For my grandfather is the king of Tartars. He's the king of giants. So when we came to America, we brought giant elephants with us. That's what the giants use. We buried the mammoths too. We buried the giants in their food. 1400s. So we know that part of the dimensions is true. There are people our size. Genghis Khan part 2. And there are others taller than us. And no matter when we both show up at the same time, we end up having to free a whole bunch of man and humans and some of the good hybrids. And the giants help us. About 1 or 2 tribes of them. Welcome to Tartaria. End of Tartaria. Toltec civilization. Mama Inca. North America. Same story again. And we're here now with them. Me. I'm their grandbaby. As a matter of fact, I'm a direct descendant from Tartaria. As a matter of fact, I am. As a matter of fact, we can save all the gory details of what people believe and what they think and what they read about. Whatever you read about, tell me about myself. I don't know shit. I went to school way too. But I do know I come from Tartaria. That's what my name is. The Tartarians, right? The book's about Tartarians. You see them columns? In the King James Bible, you call it Victorian. You call it Arabesque. You call it Moresque. You see the golden ratios. You see the Last Supper, the whitewash version. They're sitting at the golden ratio at the bottom of a pyramid in America. On the back of your dollar, there's a pyramid in America. All-seeing eye on Heru. Ain't that your pineal gland, Mount Pineal Jacob? All that symbolism just ain't one thing. Everything they do is about Israel. So fuck with it. Fuck with me. Fuck with me. Fuck with me heavy. First generation, they walking with Elohim. They didn't listen to shit. Because there's a third party. Next generation, they try and get this shit together in the lobby. It's a way bigger lobby than when they started. Them niggas is wildin'. Wars, famines, gay shit, bestiality, eating humans or babies. Blood libel, Molech. That's the prequel. I ain't beat for that shit. The Inky and little nigga stories. Like, yo, let's say this one, and Marduk my favorite. All right, man, we go to the next location. Shit, fuck this place. We fucking it anyway. Shit, we got the goal we needed. All right, and then the story starts again. This little nigga, Abraham. Big nigga, too. He a big dude. He a big dude with 2 kids. Probably more, but we're following the royal bloodline. So it's like, all right, so which one of these kids are about to be the royals? Isaac? But first he got to sacrifice him, like Jesus did. For God so loved the world, he gave to his only begotten son. Then we had to kill him for 3 days and bring him back to life to show his brothers and sisters, descendants of Elohim, that they're eternal. After the fact that they know that they exist because the sons of God, eternal creatures, fucked on their mothers. And now they're stuck down here, their spirit, because God didn't want the evil spirits back in heaven once they came down and did what they did. So you're reincarnating in this loop, and then you go to Greek and Hebrew and Roman too. And then you have the story of Atlas rebelling against the kingdom of heaven and Kronos, and his punishment was holding up the earth. Newt, Egypt. Same story, ain't it? Come on now. They're making Assassin's Creed and going to Boston and studying all the world religions. And how come they haven't figured out it's one world religion already? Faggot. The one world religion is Judah. I'm just telling you why it is. That is the one world religion. King James Bible. Because the King James Bible talk about the beginning of every religion beginning in the first damn story. What a summary. No ChatGPT either. You gotta put it on for our grandmothers and them. Like, them niggas did it. Like, shit. It's like when you start a ChatGPT and you try to minimize what masonry is, and it keeps looping until it gets small. And then you ask it again and gets a paragraph. And then you ask it again and gets you small. And like, ChatGPT, you drunk right now. You didn't never answer my question. Genesis is like the first time niggas try to answer the question. It's like there's several planets, several Elohim. Ezekiel, one of them. Ezekiel, one of the fallen angels getting bitches, has his own book. Ezekiel. Ezekiel shows up on another prophet, don't he? Was it Daniel? It was one of them. He come down with a ship with some guests on some Egyptian shit, Hebrew. But Ezekiel already got in trouble before the flood. After the flood, in a different designation, whatever these new prophets are, the great grandsons of the first designation, see Ezekiel come back. So I guess Noah must have redeemed them. And now they got to come downstairs and raise a badass great grand hybrid children. Hi, how you doing, bro? I guess Herod didn't let it up. What they mother say, bro? You went down there and made all those badass kids. You gonna have to raise them. Fuck you. Half man, half amazing. Afro-Asiatic. That's all we've been saying. Circle 7s on my Quran, nigga. 7 chakras, 7 lights, 7 cities, the Kimura, 7 circle Quran, nigga. 7 senses. Come on now. That's how you interface with reality. But that's not what the story is talking about. The story is talking about what created you to interface with this reality. Elohim. We were created by the Elohim, and then the Elohim hybridized its creation, and there's a vast assortment of the hybrids. Different daddies and shit, but the daddies ought to be related since they're the same degree of things, Elohims. And then they tell the story of fallen angels. The fallen angel story is not like God versus angels. This ain't a fucking Keanu Reeves story. The fallen angels uniquely came to whatever designation they were on when they started to fuck on bitches and have children. They're fallen angels because they decided to partner with man to have children. That's what makes them fallen. And they're fallen because they're no longer flying, because their feet on the ground fucking bitches. And they had to be trapped here. AKA, once you got off the UFO, you can't get back on. Like contamination. But they didn't like that. And God cursed them into the end of their cycle. If that was a different planet, that already happened. Enter the next place where Noah takes off. And he lands. And there's people out there. Again, new place. Go forth, multiply, replenish the earth. Who said he only flooded one planet at once? For my father is a father of many worlds. It's in the same book, bro. It's in the same book. There is not one world. The garden's one world, where I'm at's one world, and there's an implied world between us. Because you don't see no giants here. And this ain't Venus. No garden and shit. It's a moon. So we left the planet. We're on the moon right now. We don't know if that's the first time we left that planet or there's moon right now. That's my point. That's what I'm trying to help y'all understand about math, time, and all the other Scientologies. They keep trying to tell this story, bro. This ain't our first planet. It's just like this one. All these stories could have happened since it's ours. Galilee. It could have happened in Callisto. It could have happened on Ganymede. It could have happened on Serene-IO. But right now we're in Europa since the Holy Roman Empire are Europeans. And the Holy Roman Empire is the God of the world, right? Amongst humans. So if the God of the world is a European, then his world is Europa. You see how I did that? You see how simple it is? Like just by switching to fucking, you know what I'm saying, MG the Future, my baby can read. Like the Holy Roman Emperor, and you'll know this if you read the Papa Bulls, based on us. But there's a Holy Roman Emperor is a child of God. Not because he's saved or he had a church. No. He's a child of God. So there is no man above him. You know how Pusha T said, I know there's a God above me. I'm just the God of everything else. Dominion. Anno Domini. Dominion. After the dominion of Moors or the children of God, because that's what we are. We're not random people in the story, according to the story. But I can tell you just based on experiences. I ain't like the other girls. But still, quantized to reality, the story starts with every time we try to get these niggas right, the sons of God come back down and f up all over again. Remember the three sons of God that knocked down the Tower of Babel, meaning they're doing good for. This is parallel post-flood, recent, before our recent flood. You understand? It's very confusing because it's the Old Testament, not the new one. Old Testament is before the flood. That happened here on Europa. New Testament is after Tartarian captivity, and we're in a testament currently talking about 3 testaments ago. We don't have a name for the one we're in. So current testament, New Testament, Old Testament. Oh wow! Before the Old Testament, you get Genesis. That's a snapshot of our genetic origin. A garden, guarded by angels. The same angels who are related to other angels, fucking on our kids, making hybrids. But then the angels already make a hybrid if they made. So you see how the Russian egg, it's like, when it spins like that, when anything makes you loop like that, and like I said something different, but I said the same thing again, it's the same thing ChatGPT do. And Chat can't break that loop because it doesn't have information. So that means we need new information to solve why does the story about the same people repeat the same patterns in the same people. And we, in our condition, we're guessing places, locations, and degrees and technologies. But that story is called Genesis. It's about what's going on inside of you. Said, let there be light. Light. I'm back. Make sure you fast forward it. Herman is Hera's moon. Come on now, Europa. They talk about fractals the most, but they never make those fractal videos backwards as they expand. They can't look up, only through a microscope. 3 back. Yeah, they only look down, which is why they're missing this for so many years in front of us. It's like, bro, that's the first 2 books if you think about it. Shout out to Harut. How in the first 3 books you confused? And you've been here the whole time. In control of it. Thank you. Fucking smokers. I'm trying to remember where I was going with that. Europa, European, Holy Roman Emperor, English from Europe, the planet of this language. Probably where Enoch went. Probably the promised land, because the promised land for Enoch's kids. the black Indians that were in America before they got here, they're talking about my family. We're the Inca, we're the Saponi Indians. We're the ones who have always been here. And King James is my grandfather because he mixed in with us. I always try to figure out where I'm from or why I'm here. Like, nigga, I'm Indian. You keep hearing about it. You know the black Indians are here all the time? Yeah. Yeah, some of us are still here, bro. Can you fucking imagine? The people who have 10 to 20 kids are still fucking just 100 years later. We just not fucking as much as we used to. Because women turn us into slaves or something. I don't know what the fuck happened, bro. Reconstruction, a weird fucking story. In New York, when you see the interviews, like in the 60s, the young women who are like early 20s and shit. Oh, she want to talk about it. Watch this shit. What happened? Ah. Okay.
From like Bakersfield, San Francisco area.
How long has your generations of your family been on the land?
I'm from Arkansas and Texas and New York, and my daddy came from how you say Appalachian, Louisiana Appalachians. Then my dad came over on a boat when he was 3 years old. My grandmother went from Arkansas. My grandfather's from Texas.
So the granddaddy that came here on the boat, where'd he come from?
My daddy.
The one that came on the boat.
My daddy.
Where he
came
come from?
Appalachians.
Where's that near?
Mississippi, Appalachians, Mississippi, absolutely. I can't even say the name.
So like Choctaw. Y'all the old Indians too.
And we talking, and then I know I'm trying to find my own history right now too, because my daddy died. My daddy died 3 years ago almost on Halloween.
What are the last names?
My daddy's last name was Matthews, with one T. His mom was Hattie McKnight. That was her last name.
McKnight, all right, Indian.
That was her name.
Europeans, Moors.
And like that was my grandmother. She was an O'Neill, but she became an Edwards and a kid.
Jews.
And my grandfather on my mama's side was Kelly.
Yeah, so the Moors from Europe and Indians.
My grandmother's mother was full-blooded Indian. My great-grandmother, her mother was Angie.
So if your grandmother, so check this out. If a pit bull has a pit bull, what's the baby?
We're all the same.
Oh, okay.
I know.
If a son of God has a baby, what is that?
Oh my God.
All right now. So if an Indian have a baby, what are you?
I'm Indian too.
So what are you talking about?
I know I'm Indian. I want to know my whole background. My grandma said we were Cherokee, and then baby, I'm talking about like when it comes when you start to mixing the families together and blending us together.
They blended us together, yes.
They told me I'm a Geechee.
Yeah.
So I'm a fat Caucasian because my grandmother was.
Those particular tribes.
That part.
Do you know who all those tribes started as?
No, I don't. That's why I was like, when you said that, I want to know more.
It's the 10 tribes. It's the 10 tribes of Israel.
Okay.
We came here again. 10 tribes of us. We were the ones in captivity in Russia. They call it Tartaria. Mm-hmm. We came back here, and my grandfather brought us all back together by 1611 and created New Jerusalem in New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, and Newburgh, and Berg, and Bern, and Bern, Bern. Those are all Jew names, but they're big, tall black Jews like me, because we're from Europe. We're the European Moors. But we're Jews. Jews are just Afro-Asiatics. We're the black Asian descendants, which is why we're in Asia. But we
got tight eyes.
That's why we have the tight eyes.
My grandmother told me we had Chinese, and I was like, that's where we got the tight eyes from,
Your
right?
grandmother told you have Chinese in you. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
No, Chinese got us in them. Do the science.
I know. Go here because they're going to say, have you been coming to people that you're supposed to be in your life for some reason and you keep them?
Yes.
I was like, you have to be in my life for a reason, for some odd reason.
Because you know you're Indian. And all I'm talking about is Indians. That's how it works. That's the vibration. It's like, oh, this crazy guy talking about some crazy shit.
My great-grandfather, I didn't even know. I started looking at my history and knowing that my great-grandfather on my mother's side, he fought in World War II. Mm-hmm. And he was his own person. He was no slavery or none of that.
Same.
And his money was in the Texas bank, and it sank. Where's it at then?
They robbed the bank in 1933.
Hello.
But they robbed Indians. And they tried to talk about it happened because we were slaves. I was like, nah, my granddaddy had land.
My grandpa had it. You know, like, what are y'all talking about?
What are y'all talking about?
Had his own. He was no slave. He was in. I know you know you got to walk past me. Hold up. I've been looking for you. Go there.
Everywhere I go, it's the same story, ain't it?
I was up here. I'm over here down.
You tell them other streamers to try it in real life. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. It's good to see you, though. What is it for?
A soda. I swear to God, I'm going.
No, you were gonna swear to me. I don't even care what it was for. I just wanted to see if you gonna say it. You didn't even have to tell me what it was for anymore. I just wanted you to see if you were gonna say it. It didn't even matter if you needed
I need
it.
a soda. Then if it was for the crib, it was
Let's
for
see if I
the-
even got 20 cents. I do got 20 cents, but
I'm homeless and starving.
we all homeless and starving.
Thank you. I know.
We're starving artists. Every one of us.
I got a nickel in my purse and some,
You good?
and some pennies.
All right, sweetie. I got 2 pennies. Well, it might be something.
No. Keep your 2 cents.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
I get it.
I got it too.
That's funny.
But no, it's like people don't get that. So I hate when people that think they know more and want to talk these big words, and you looking at them like, dude, shut up. Your neighbor for one.
Yep.
You get off my nerves. With the dreads, I'm about to kill him.
Don't do it.
I'm not trying to.
You just gotta imagine other space.
I do. I be like, you stop talking to me now. I say, you're not a turn on, you're a turn off. I mean, I'm not mean. I was because it's annoying.
We're Indians. Indians are known as being mean.
But yeah,
Easily annoyed.
see you kept seeing. I was like, there's something about you. I had to talk to you about something. I say, they say you're drawn to something for a reason, and not just you. Just God don't make no mistakes.
Okay.
So.
But yeah, you just got confirmation that your grandmother wasn't capping. We really Indians and shit.
Here we are.
And they really robbed
And
us
then
and
my
played
other
us.
grandmother was, I didn't know she was in New York, and she was on the front line. She was a head cook out there in New York back in from what's it called? Not New York, but what's the name start with the L? The name start
Long Island?
not Long Island. I got the name right now. I want to go to my birthday's March 6th, right? And I want to go to whatchamacallit? To I never been. I'm trying to think of the
You
name.
ain't talking about Coney Island. You talking about New York?
Yeah, it's New York, but or Chicago, wherever she's from. But it was like start with the L. What's the L-U?
Not Louisiana.
In Louisiana.
Louisiana,
Yeah,
that'd
she
be
was
the other
in
way.
Louisiana, yeah.
Got you. So she was cooking down by the Gulf.
You know, yeah, that's my daddy's mama's mama.
Barbara.
That's the one that came on the track, that came on the boat.
Moors, yeah.
That's Hattie McKnight and my that was her, and I didn't know I even had her. I didn't get to meet my grandmother. Hattie McKnight, she died before I was born.
And they had all y'all land most recently in Texas?
My grandfather and my dad on my mama's side.
Annexation of Texas. Because they ended up in
That was
California.
he was hit by a train. My grandfather, I thought his name was David Lee Kelly, like my dad, my uncle, but it was Lon David Kelly. Found that out,
David and his middle
and
name.
he got hit by a train on the.
Sure.
He fell asleep while he was drunk. He fell asleep on a railroad track, and the train hit him. And that was in the 70s.
Indians drinking.
My sister was born in 79. I was born in 81.
Got
When we
it.
died.
So that's recent.
Yeah.
So they still have land that was recent.
And then everybody died. They keep telling me I'm a beneficiary of something I don't know what it is.
You are.
But I don't know what it is.
The whole thing. You can't sell your birthright. Your birthright's your land, so no one can buy it either. We play games with banks and paperwork because we got occupiers.
But they keep on telling me I have all this money that I don't even know how to get here right there.
All of this is called a trust.
Out.
There's an Indian trust that they're using against us. Yes, and trust me, even if we knew how to get it, they're not going to help us.
I told my husband when we were together, I was like, Social Security said that I got 28 credits. I just started working at 18 to retire.
Yeah.
When I was 20, when I was next year, they gave me. I had 38 credits. I got past 48.
When they send you the
I'm
letter,
45.
yeah.
I'm 45. I already got all my credits. I got past 40. Whatever it was matching. Whatever matching. Somebody would put something into my shit.
Yes.
But I didn't know what it was. Nobody. I still don't know to this day.
I'm not going to tell you. The bank is doing it automatically.
They keep telling me the same thing over and over again. Nobody knows nothing.
You got to go back to where your granddaddy's buried.
In Texas. That's where everybody keep coming. It's Texas and New York. Everything got supposed to. They keep coming back to me. Every time I pick up in New York, it's Texas. New York, Texas. New York, Texas.
Pray on it. You're going to get more leads. You're going to get more people to confirm it. But it's going to be where he's buried at.
My son died.
Sorry to hear
My
that.
baby died. And my dad died. They both died in 23. And they said in 23, they found out that the person that all their inheritance was gone. Everybody was gone from this person. At 23, when my son died, they talk about they had inheritance. They found 5 more that was here still. And I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? So you got blood work. I didn't give you right to get blood work with my son, but you have to get blood work with my son when he died, though. Without my permission, you could do that. I'm my father, right? But they found out before my father died. My father died in October. My son died in January. So they found that in June. They said to me, "Son, what is this? What is this all about?" Go to my aunt house. Ancestors, they kept me going, go to your ancestors. I'm going to my ancestors. I don't know all these people's names. But they're saying that it was a blood match.
Absolutely.
They keep on sending me blood things in the mail to do my blood.
Yep. Annexation of Texas beneficiaries. Absolutely.
I know something in Texas. That's all I'm thinking it is. My mama died. She died 2022. She was the last one. She was the baby. Her older sister died. My non died. My daughter was born in 2013. Everybody on her daddy's side, because her brother and her were the only two my grandmother had by their father in Texas. My uncle died in March, and she died in
It was all COVID related?
Uncle had a leg amputated and he was diabetic. Mama had an overdose and she died. But
it's okay. Soldiers.
I'll be on the computer, I'll be on the phone every day and I'm like trying to figure out everything. Everybody like, what are you doing? Why are you over there? I was like, y'all don't understand. I'm like, I'm looking, this is money. Y'all don't understand. This ain't nothing to me right now. I don't even think like that. My head's not like that. But God's just saying, when my son died, I sat down. They said, do something you ain't never done before. I was like, okay. So I sat down. And I never worked. I always worked all my life. I did that. He said, well, whatever you have ever done, step out of your comfort zone. Start a business. I said, me start a business. I'm a CNA, I'm a caregiver. All I do is work for, I'm a nursing. That's all I love. I love taking care of people. Fuck it. What I do. Open up my own business, pay for my son. I clean the business. I kept going, LLCs. What? Still just doing that. I'll sit at home, I learn more. Sitting at home on a computer, I learn going to school.
Same story. Yeah, because we get to find what we're looking for rather than being told what to think.
Finally gets to sit down and not do nothing.
Yep.
God said, everybody said, get up, Ebony, you got more kids. I said, my kids are grown. Besides my 13-year-old daughter. I said, but nobody told me, when God told me to get up, he said, get up, I got you. That's all I needed to hear. I got you. And none of y'all can tell me,
Well,
got
fair
me.
not.
So then he put me in isolation state. He told me, I said, he pushed everybody away.
Same
Show you who everybody is.
Shows you,
they
he
can't
shows
go up
you,
there where you about to go.
He shows you who everyone is.
He's I'm gonna show you who everybody is because they ain't going with you, even your kids, even your family. He's I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna eliminate everybody from you. Because where you about to go with, then I can't go. So what you mean? He said, I'm gonna show you. So I'm gonna put you in this. I'm like, why everybody keep on telling me to invest in what? What money do I got? What are y'all talking about?
Yeah.
But it keeps coming to me.
Getting
It keeps
the
telling me, so I'm not
signs,
stupid. Why is something gonna keep on hitting me? He said, then they tell me, you pass the test everything because you ask all the questions. You can hit every question on the number. You are the person that we're looking for. But who are you looking for?
Who are you looking for?
But the whole point is they don't come out and just tell you.
Sure.
I know they gotta make sure. But
You gonna figure it out. You sound like it's figuring it out itself for you.
the whole point is just being sitting here like going back and forth like trying to figure out like, okay, y'all call me every day. Take pictures of me every day. Y'all make me verify myself every fucking day.
And then God said, if you tell this mountain to move, it'll jump in the damn ocean.
No.
So it sounds like you got a different prayer you got to do to get. So you have to pray for the resolution to the problem that you have specifically.
I'm the light. I figured that out too. I walk in the room, I wonder why the lights get so bright.
Same story. Might be the
I
power
got like
grid.
candles, they be dim, and I touch your the whole room
Lights
lights
up.
up.
Your aura, right?
I'm like, what the heck is going on? I walk down the street.
Same story.
They're like, I'm like, what the heck? I start tripping out. I have to realize, light protector. I ask light protector, like, tell me what I'm doing, like, what I'm supposed to see. God said, get back to you. You used to be Ebony. I said, what was that? I know what they're talking about. I see everything. I'm a sensitive. I see everything. I feel your aura. I feel everything about everybody around me. So I even talk to you.
Yep.
I can see, but I don't know when it's gonna happen. He showed me, but he don't tell me.
Correct.
People think I'm crazy. And I'm saying, I knew my son was gonna die.
You do.
Nobody believed me. They didn't believe me. My God showed me every part of when my son was gonna die, from the time he was born to the time he died.
Visual. It's a visual.
And nobody listened to me. I had a spirit that told me all my life.
Right.
And I thought it was a bad person. To the point I had to tell the person, it was a God. Like, I'm a kid, I'm telling God, like, it's supposed to be, because evidently, he's gonna win me. It ain't hurt me, but it just makes me cold. I know when it's in my presence.
It's showing you how to protect your energy so you can heal and get out of some of the old elements and repeats and loops. You gotta isolate yourself, not for them, but for you. So you stop going backwards. And then once you get out of that, you start getting clarity, like you said. You start doing what you're doing when you're younger, meaning you're getting connected with your inner self again. And if you feel like you're being passed tests and given visions and stuff, that means you're just at the beginning of whatever it is. It's like God's way of saying, tag, you're it. For whatever that purpose is. Yep.
I just stopped looking.
Because you're Indian.
Now I can see it again. Like I can literally look at the sun and not blink.
Yeah.
The sun opened up. For me not seeing since then. I was outside watering my grass at 6 o'clock in the morning. Not drinking, not nothing.
Sun gazing.
This is like this. Look at the sun. Sun turned bright. It turned brown, like I'm gray. And then it opened up. And I'm on the freeway. And I'm looking at the guy while we on the freeway. What's going on? There's all these cars, like literally.
Describe.
And I'm like, what the heck's going on? And I see one car,
triggered it.
1, 2, 3, 4 cars go down, same color. And then when it closed up, I'm like, what's going on? I'm standing out there watching the cars, the same car, whoop, whoop, same color, came down the street.
It just happened right after you looked at it. I know.
I went there, I was gonna grab my daughter, and I was like, huh? I was like, daughter.
You can't hear me.
I said, okay. I said, I know I'm not tripping. I know what I saw. The guy was showing me that something about to happen. My best friend died on the road. Her boyfriend took the car on the freeway in LA. But I didn't know where it was going. I was gonna drop a friend off. After that showed me that, I went to go drop a friend off a couple days later. I'm tired, so I parked my car and I started driving. I heard my car off and I fell asleep. I swear, I fell for 2 seconds. It was like the car was gonna broke up and I jumped like I was driving still, but I wasn't. I'm like, what the hell? Next day, my friend called me and told me that, hey, you know, Cash died. So he said, don't tell me.
Yeah.
But he was showing me how she died. I knew that.
Yeah, a lot of Indians.
And then she started talking to me. My daughter, I didn't want to tell nobody.
It sucks.
How does that work? Like, that's why we see because we Indians. Right? I can look at
It's
this.
it's not just because we're Indians, because of what Indians are. We're the descendants of Israelites. You know, a whole book full of prophets and seers and visions and bullshit.
Yeah, but my grandma left because she could finish telling me everything.
They always leave before they tell us anything.
She told me a little bit. I don't remember everything.
Which stood out?
She told me how. She read my mama's. I remember my grandma reading my mama see her hand. Told you got 5 kids. One gonna die early. My sister died. My sister died. She came to me and showed me how I loved her in my mind. I woke up in the cold sweats. I seen my sister in the backyard.
So your grandmother had the same gift?
Yeah. One day we laid in the same bed in one room. I laid in the other room. We watched the door go like this. It was hard to close. At the same time, we called each other's name out. At the same exact time.
That was the Indian?
That's my grandmother. Yeah, she's Indian. She laying in the bed and I was laying in the bed. We were in 2 different rooms. And I'm looking at the door. And the door started closing like this. And I said, me and her called each other's name at the same time. And didn't say nothing else. Then I didn't get up. She didn't get up. And we left it at that. What the fuck was that, God? My eyes is not playing tricks on me. The door was closing.
I know. Things be moving. I saw it move. Same story.
People were like, you tripping at me. I say, I told my friend, I said, God told me to tell you this. He said, you doing too much. He said, either he gonna park you, he gonna sit you down, you gonna sit down.
He's gonna
all this going back and forth to jail ain't gonna happen. But one of y'all gonna be hurt. One of y'all gonna get hurt. One of y'all gonna go to jail. And one of y'all gonna be dead. My friend was in jail for 4 hours later. He said, I hate when you I'm not being right. What God told me. A month later, he was dead.
Come on now. They ain't gotta listen.
I said,
but we have to say.
God heard what you said. When you guys know, when you called me and told me I was right, you validated I was right, and you still kept doing what you were doing. He parked you.
Parked you. Every time.
Because you didn't get it then. He gave you an opportunity. He gave you a chance. He said, you heard what she said. You validated what she said, right, bro? And a month later, you gone. God told him. You're going to be there or you're going to be in jail.
You warned him.
Park you. I hate that, though. Because everything I say, I always come to pass. People think I'm playing with you. I put it in the air right now. I say, like, whatever you think about me, gonna come back on you because everything you think about me.
Rubber and glue. Same story. That's why people have to be careful where they put their mind
I
in.
try to tell them that. Nobody listens to me.
Good.
Don't double cross me.
Good.
Don't double cross me or be rude to me or do anything disrespectful to me because it's going to come back on you.
Especially if you don't provoke it, right?
I am God's child and highly favored. Believe me when I say that. But y'all can do whatever you want to. But I'm going to say it. You're going to feel it, not me. But if you stick with me, you're going to go high.
Higher.
You disrespect me, that's what's going to happen.
That's what we choose.
I did tell you the truth. Straight up. I don't lie nothing. I'm going to tell you straight up who I am or whatever. I'm going to say if I say something about it, if I tell you, I already know the truth about it.
From people taking advantage, especially women.
So if I speak it in existence, it's already there. Because I already know, if I ask you the question, I already know the answer. All right? I'm not lying, am I?
Yep, just trust it. It'll get stronger.
It's getting too strong.
It's getting clearer.
It's getting hella clear.
Because of the radiation. It's like melting the ice of our pineal glands, if you will.
I see that a lot. In the last couple of years, I told my couple of friends, I don't see them. I told my friend, I said, you were supposed to come pick me up to go see Jeffrey. I said, what is that blanket on here? What color is that? He said, what the hell, Ebony? I said, who's that person in the gray shirt that was with you? I said, you checked your son with you, huh? He said, how did you know that? I said, because I see you, him, and him right there. But I wanted to say about him too, but I wasn't supposed to say about him like that. I already said about him because he came to me. He was in limbo. When he was in limbo, he came to me. He was with him the whole time. And when I told him, I was like, I'll sit on top of the world like this and look down.
You saw that while you were awake or when you were sleeping?
Awake.
So when he was in limbo, he walked up to you?
He came and he sat by me on the thing, and I said, now I see that you get
So
to see what I
early.
see. I always said, I wish you could see what I could see. And then he could see, he said, this is what you see all the time. I said, yeah, isn't it beautiful? Now you get to look up here. Look at all the stars. Look at how beautiful it is up here. And all the fairies and everybody, all the different people out there. Angels, all of them. So now you get to see what I see. So this is what you see all the time. So this is what I see.
Start out.
He cried because I knew he had cancer. He didn't know at first. He knew, but he wouldn't tell nobody. And he said in shadow, I said, you said that? But you're not supposed to see what I see right now. If you'll see, you
because he's dying. The light is leaking.
You get closer. But I can see it, but you're not supposed to see that. He said, you see that? I said, I saw.
So he can see the shadow people too?
He saw.
My grandfather, S.T. Manley, he was sitting in the room when he was dying. He had a deathbed, so they were waiting. And he said, they're already here.
They're already in the back.
Oh, they're already here.
My grandmother, she said, they're all back there. Look, I was like, there's nobody back there. Look at the car back there. Where they back? Tell them to get in here.
It's almost like a reunion or a prom or some type of business, like a casual event, probably the 1800s before everything happened. They scrambled it.
And I told them all. I said,
same way in my dream.
They're dressed up. Everybody come together. It's Thanksgiving.
They're my ancestors.
Hey, no. Jeffrey gonna be all right. He gonna be all right. Dr. I said, let me tell you something. Y'all all finna get together. He go, that's it. No, everything's not gonna work like that. I said, okay. I said, whatever you do, don't leave him.
Right.
And he pushed out the room because he was done. He was ready to go now.
He was ready to go.
He said goodbye.
Yeah, we saw everything.
So the next morning, I get the phone call. I already knew I was supposed to cry. And he told me I was supposed to cry. But he was with me when I cried. But when he called me, he said, I said, I already knew that. I knew that. But I got the phone and cried. But I cried. He was already in the room. He said, what are you crying for? You supposed to cry? I was like, I'm supposed to cry because I'm sad that you're gone, but I knew you were going to go. He said, but you knew this. I said, I knew. I said, I knew myself was going to die, but I still got to prepare myself. It's still going to hurt.
Still going to hurt. Still got to process it. Yep.
I can process it for everybody else. I can tell everybody else how it's going to happen, but it still hurts.
Absolutely. Because it's real.
Well, I just feel like I'm trying to find myself.
Not trying to find yourself. Like, keep trying.
I'm not trying to find myself. I'm trying to figure out like what happened. I know what happened.
Everyone's trying to figure it out.
That's the problem.
Everyone's trying to figure it out. Same story.
When the doctor gave me my son, I looked at it. And I told his dad, me and looked at it, like, why is his hand so big? When they told me my son had aneurysm through all his fingers, the doctor told me at 7 years old, you don't believe that? And the doctor, from the day he put him in my arms, it was his hand. From the day he put him in my arms to the day he died at 17. And they didn't even know what was going on until he was 7 years old. 7 years old. They gave him a hospital for 7 days.
7 days, 17, so 7. 7.
He was 7 years old. Yeah, my daughter made him a big brother. She just like a spitting image of him.
Yep.
She looked like, she act like a, she's always on my, when I cut from my own body.
And you jump back in.
I was only supposed to have one son. I knew that. My son told me, that my baby boy told him, said, God told him that he was supposed to get the birth certificate because he's the oldest child. Jovan. Not Jeremiah. But God told Jeremiah to tell Jeremiah because Jovan's not strong enough to take what Jeremiah could. So God said he gave it to Jeremiah. He said, how would you supposed to get this? But if I would have delivered that to my son, my older son, he would have been mad at me. But he said, Mom, he's right. Because you know how I am. I'm sick. My throat hurt. Jeremiah got 2 fingers amputated. That boy hit with pain. Ain't nobody ever walked the shoes of my son.
Right.
And the pain he walked in. But to know that he knew.
So.
I'm only supposed to have one son. Not 2.
But he knew already.
When they said about having a boy, I said, y'all lying to me, because I already signed my papers, getting my 2. Because my son already got 2 brothers. I said, but my daughter don't need, I'm having a girl. So when he threw that wrench, I already knew everything was going to go south. But like God said, like I told him, he was mine. only gave it to you for a minute. It's my child. I understand that, though, but it was mine for 17 years. You gave me a blessing. You took it away. And I did everything about it.
This wasn't a punishment. He finished his assignment. Soldier shit. We're not enlisted here forever.
I know.
So you can't hold on to the fact like you did something wrong if God's already telling you, I got it. We're next. What we tripping on? Live the life that he wanted you to live.
By the way, he had to leave. He had to leave. For everything to me, he wasn't. No, he had to leave.
You knew.
I knew.
You knew.
I knew.
So what are we mad about?
I'm sad.
Good. Because it was real.
I tried to tell everybody thought I was crazy.
Yeah. That's why he separated you.
He made me wake up one day, I
So you
couldn't
wouldn't
find
ignore
him.
it.
He made me go to squirt, crying all day. Made me feel the pain. Like, this is what you're going to go through. Get ready. I can't get ready, God. He kept doing it to me. He said, you're going to have to get with it.
One day at a time.
He tried to tell me I could deal with it. I just kept on saying, I keep on being good. I don't do nothing wrong. I keep going to put him first. I pray for God. I don't pay attention to my kids. I don't do this. I'm okay. I did everything right. I did everything right. You're not gonna do that? You're gonna take mine?
You're not hurting because you're punished. But you're treating it like you did something wrong, like you could have stopped it.
I just stopped it.
You can't stop nothing. So why you keep saying you did everything right?
I thought I was supposed to do. Like, he would take my baby.
But you didn't take it randomly. He gave you the heads up, so you value the time that you had. How many touches you had left. And your son accepted it too.
My son is here.
Right.
He's reincarnated.
Right.
It's my grandson.
Right. So, one more time. The light kept on going. Energy is not created or destroyed. And are we crying about broken wineskins again?
I knew he was my grandson. I knew my grandson was my son. It was hard for me to call him. And when I walked into this pharmacy at Hanford, and the lady, she said, oh, she was like, oh my God, I didn't even know I didn't have my ID. I said, but I'm about to get ready to close. She said, oh no, we'll stand up for you. She said, go get your ID, come back. She said, how you doing? I said, I'm good. I'm just going through it. You know, I was losing my mom, my dad, this and that, this and that. She said, you going through it? She said, but you know your grandson. I didn't say nothing. She said, you know your grandson is your son, right? I told her I had a grandson.
Hebrews
She said,
13.
I don't know how spiritual you are. She said, you know your son, your grandson was reincarnated into your grandson, right?
Yes.
I said, you just validated what I
What you were already feeling. It was in your aura already. And she read it. She read your mail.
I held my grandson on 420. Now I'm holding him. I'm in the bathroom. He was born on 4424. Wait a minute, 4424. When the stars were aligning, when everything started changing, my grandson was born. 4424.
12, 14, 5.
April 4th, yeah. I'm in the bathroom. They out there, you know, it's 420. I'm watching the baby. He in the car seat. He was just born. It's 420. My grandson jumped, literally leaps out the freaking car seat on my bed. I jumped. I was supposed to grab it. And I'm holding it in my hand. And I'm looking at him. I'm looking at my son. And he's looking at me like I'm looking at him. I start crying that second. And I really haven't held my grandson since he was born. I said, well, Nene's your mom now. But I know you're my son. My daughter walked in the hallway to hear her coming. She's like, what my son? I did it. She drunk high, whatever. She said, my grandson is in my arm. And he's quiet. He's fine. His eyes look in the back of his head and they switch. And he starts crying. They switched who they were.
Yep. It was just for you. So you can stop crying about
Wait, he's like telling your mom, this is who I am.
Yes.
On Mother's Day, my grandson wouldn't say Happy Mother's Day to nobody. So my daughter and I got on the phone together.
Then he said it to you.
My son called me and said, Mama, I didn't look at Happy Mother's Day. I said, that's Jeremiah telling you to call me.
Mm-hmm.
It's Mother's Day. So when we get on the phone, my grandson gets on the phone with my daughter and he said, Happy Mother's Day. Clear as day, one time. And she, Mom, he never said, he just said nobody. I said, no. Our son said it to us. Your brother and my son said it. They said it together.
It's confusing.
They came one time to tell you this is what was going on. I woke up, I heard Dear Mama, the Mama song from Boys II Men.
Boys, yeah.
My son, I was like,
Soul food.
he's telling you he's here. My grandson would say it to the other grandma. He didn't say it to his mom. But as clear as freaking day, it's me and you standing right here. My grandson said, Happy Mother's Day, and then say it again. With me and my daughter just on the phone.
Yeah.
And that was my son and her son.
Yeah.
That was her sons.
Yep.
They were validating that they were together, and they had to say it one time.
Yeah. Sometimes it takes more than one sign. How you doing?
Do it.
Same story. Same exact story. Almost. Same message. It's gonna work out.
Jeremiah was my baby. That was my giant.
Jeremiah the giant. Very biblical.
This big. He was on 6'17". He was the biggest one, but he was the baby boy. He was a 16 shoe. 300 pounds.
Indian.
You know what he was? He was gentle.
The gentle giant on David.
He was the one that watched everybody. He come, just making sure you're all right. You okay? He's the only one that took care of me.
Yep.
My oldest son did the same thing he does. I can wake up in the morning, my front door is wide open, but he will make sure everything was locked down.
Yep.
He was my gentle giant.
Yep. What a time to be alive. You got this.
I got this. I didn't know what I was gonna happen. I put in the Bible. My daughter picked out Luke, and I was like, I started crying. My heart just said, no, it's Jeremiah for me.
What's his
God
name?
said Jeremiah. God
No, the new one.
Which one? My grandson?
The new name.
I always get his name mixed up. I call him Papa though. My grandson, my nephew. I have two. His brother just named him after him too. So his brother has a name that came out the Bible too, and his brother and his nephew, both his nephews. I cannot remember Jamie's son's first name, but I know he named it something from the Bible with a J, and then it's Jeremiah Lewis, and then I don't remember my grandson's name.
You got it. Just take some time.
No, I can never remember his name. I was like, I was
Because you don't call him that. Yeah.
I don't call him that. Jahari. I mean, if Jahari come together, it means the whole thing about the Bible. Because Jahari is Jahari. He's my grandfather's, my father's name. His daddy's
Morris.
Eric and Lawrence.
Morris.
And his last name is Burton.
Morris.
So Jahari, Eric, Lawrence, Burton. So he has all the other man name in there. And the Lee. And he got Lee in it because Jeremiah. So it's Jahari, Lee, Burton. He has all those names in it. He got all of them. His grandfather, both his grandfathers, and his uncle. Yeah. So he has it all. He stands up. He got a name he has to really stand up to.
Right. Stand
All
the
the
Giants.
strong man. Yeah.
I know. I already know. Yep.
He got 4 sisters. He got 3 sisters and 1 brother, and he's the only brother.
Mm-hmm.
He got Harmony, Journey. I don't even say her name right. Them 2 came last.
Cora, Judah, music.
And Harmony, she still remembers Jeremiah. She cries. She's 7. That's my oldest granddaughter. I got Harmony, and I got Journey. She's 4.5. And I got Jahari. And then I call the baby girl. I can never remember her name until I'm around her. I always want to call my grandkids something else.
Mm-hmm. That's what we do.
And my daughter won't call me. But she got 4.
So many names, same person.
3 of them with the same person, and then the first person was, she was 17, graduated high school, so I just wanted her to be her.
Yep. That's all we can do.
She did that. Doing that, take care of her. I started working. She works, she took care of her kids, and everything.
Good.
She just told me she not like me. She like me, but she not like me. Cause she don't take care of everybody like I do.
She got a different dad.
No, she has the same dad as my 3 kids. As Jeremiah and Jovan.
No. She said she's not like you. I'm saying she has a different dad than you.
My daughter?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's the difference. That's the delta.
Everything else, she's just like me.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard her go. She did. She's very spiritual. I would come. She said, "Mom, you were there. In my dream, I felt you. I held you." I said, "I was there." You always say, "Mom, what you always say? This too shall pass." I said, "This too shall pass."
This too shall pass. Go forth and fear not. Same story.
I was like, "I can tell you everything."
You got it.
It was one of those songs like that really gets it, and I always like, it, all that. Rah, 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 rah.
Mhm.
I don't need nobody to rah, rah. I need to just give it back to me. That's what I see here trying to what I need to do. Well, I'm not sorry, so then you don't tell me. I need you to work on your etiquette. I need you to work on how you speak.
Correct, that matters.
Boy, bye. The way I need you to slow it down. I'm not going to slow it down. I can't slow it down. 45. I'm 45 years old. I ain't slowed it down now. What the fuck you mean I'm going to slow it down now? For you? I can't slow it down for my own self.
Right.
If I could, God would have made me slow it down. It wasn't meant to slow it down. That's why God in my family is only a handful of us that talk like
right.
my niece and my cousin here that I know. Every slow down. Slow down. What? I'm going to slow it down for a minute. I slow it down and it going to go right back up. What do you want me to do? No, don't tell me what the fuck I can't do. I'm telling you I can't.
Right.
It's not a part of me. You're gonna have to turn it to work on that, boy. I'm by my son and shut up. Cause I'm gonna say something, I'm gonna fucking you not listening to me. I've been they tried to do that when I was a kid. Didn't work.
Try to quiet.
They try to tell me something wrong. We gotta speak the way I speak. I'm gonna speak the way I speak. I'm gonna talk the way I talk and I can't stop.
Indians talk real fast. I used to when I was a kid.
And I just found out even with the word geechee, me, let my friend come here and say, that's how you calling me a bitch right now. Said no, everybody says you a fast talking geechee because you're Creole. Y'all French Creole. I was like, well, say something like that then, because right now you just offended me. But now I live up to that, because that's who I am. I do talk fast. I can't help it. Mm-hmm. If you can't keep up, that's not my fault.
Mm-hmm. It's a different language.
My daddy said that his mom would go in the house, and they be talking that fast language. Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay, what? And I said that there's a, what face you do, two face you want to talk me, you want me to pick Latin too with you? You really ain't understand what I'm saying.
Right.
Either you catch it or not. You can understand it.
Too many thoughts have to communicate faster. Pictures worth 1,000 words.
Well, DJ, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And I hope you keep on doing your memoirs. And
thank you.
I appreciate that.
Hey, I appreciate you for speaking.
Let me tell you like this. You got every right for me to say, like, I give you the right to record me. I give you the right. There ain't no copyright. So there won't be no frickery in that. You know how that goes. So
I appreciate you.
DJ. Listen, this ain't gonna lie somebody come past you. I might knock on your door just because. Hopefully you answer.
All right.
I might have something else I can talk to you about.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure I do. Because you might be the one that's going to find out everything that I really honestly going through. Like, how could I see something, that vision, and get on the computer and it comes up?
Well, they say God works in mysterious ways. Another one, Hebrews 13. You should look that one up.
Well, maybe you have to just come out there and you have it ready for me and we can talk about it.
Hebrews 13, every day of my life. To God be the glory. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. And I shall dwell in the house of Elohim's forever and ever. Amen. Same story. We're back. Gary Johnson says you can purchase land if you can find the land patent number. So I want to deal with that, then I want to deal with what just happened. But Gary, you can't. You can't buy land. And what you described, what you can do, proves why you can't buy it. And I know it's going to go against what you think, what you assume, and what people have been doing. But I'm the type of brother to explain to you what they have been doing, so you understand that you're not wrong. You're just wrong about the fact that that was a land buy. If you can find the land patent number, you're inferring that the federal government is involved. Patent Office, federal government, DC, Washington, Virginia, Nuremberg, Holy Roman Empire colony of the Americas, my grandfather's place. They're at my grandfather's place. The land is my grandfather's. How do you buy my grandfather's land if you're not my grandfather and he's not selling it? One. So we're not talking in soliloquy or hyperbole. We're saying literally, like, these lands belong to the Imperial Majestic. You can prove this to yourself by going to George Washington Letter to Sidi Muhammad. It'll come up on the website, the same website where you probably look up land patents. His Imperial Majestic's plantations. As of the story of the timeline, they're talking about the North American colonies, the 13, the original. That's a Jew colony, since my grandfather's a Jew and I'm a Jew, so the land belongs to Jews. So when you find a land patent or a registrar or a surveyor or a postmaster or any of those people who have itemized, hypothecated land and assumed dominion over it from this much space above, I don't know, it's like, it's in a UCC code, it's like this much centimeters above, right? What they're saying is there's this invisible barrier here for you to exist as a citizen, and if you don't want to infer any charges against you based on a federal person enforcement, then you need to get a license, a paper, a confirmation, a stamp, a notary. And when you get that, what do you list yourself as? A tenant, right? Tenant meaning it's not yours. So everything you buy with Federal Reserve notes in a federally regulated map territory belongs to the federal government, which is why you own nothing and be happy. You have never owned anything. You've owned a piece of paper that allows you to be on that lot instead of another citizen. But if an Indian came around and you went missing, they're not gonna look for you. Especially if it's in an Indian territory, which it is. So it's almost like a theocratical government or a theocratical religion. Is that in theory, if we imagined these acres belong to us to ratio out for funds to make you do this tedious labor to help build up the strength of the federal government, when you're done, you unlock the ability to take some land that we don't currently want, nor do we want to defend, and we'll send you out there and give you a phone number if you have any problems with the niggas. We got trains, airplanes, and we'll be there before dinner at worst case scenario. Cannot guarantee that you live, but we can guarantee protection of this piece of paper. So even when they get your ass, we'll resell it to the next person. Hopefully you have a next of kin and a trust. So you're buying the dollar, but you don't have the gold coin. Same thing with land and everything else in this country. You're buying a piece of paper that represents stewardship, tenant, indentured servant. You're indentured to what? What are you serving? The federal government. You're indentured to citizenship. You're an indentured servant to a federal government. The indentured servants and slaves who were in bond, in contract, and treaty to whoever their buyer and seller was, they were emancipated. Emancipare. That is a transfer, not a release. So we separated from the church to the state. So if you came here as an immigrant talking about buying Indian land, we already know you were sent by the church, either as a soldier, a missionary, or a slave. Either way, they trying to get theirs, and we got to check the fucking dates so you don't get confused with our church with theirs. They're new. So if you're new with them and they ask, and you're buying land based on papers from a federal government that did not have the land prior to 1868, you too are a colonizer. But you were emancipated as a slave, so you don't know any goddamn better. So what does a slave want? Land somewhere they don't come from. How does a slave get it? Ask white daddy. What does white daddy do? Here's a piece of paper, take it to gerrymander, and he's gonna do 1, 2, and 3, and we'll get Big Bubba to look after you. And then no one bothers you, because Indians don't give a fuck. So when I was talking to her, and I was talking about me, and I was talking about us, I was talking about Indians. How the fuck we gonna buy our own land, nigga? Who we buying it from and who we selling it to? An Indian? I'm gonna take my grandmother's land, buy it for myself with money to a foreign government, a foreign bank, and a foreign debt note, and none of it's real, UCC codes. And then now I have permission to be exactly where niggas like me, just as tall and maybe a lot taller, have always been for at least the past 800 years. You can't fucking buy land. It's my inheritance. It's my birthright. Meaning the land that's in question, where I'm from, is my homeland. How do I buy my homeland, nigga? How the fuck am I buy my land in my homeland from a nigga not from my homeland? This ain't just a tricky sentence. We're talking about all the high IQs and all the education and all the laws that no one seems to fucking understand down here. ChatGPT barely can keep up with this shit. Understand everything. I can't buy no fucking land. I can buy permission from white federal daddy and secret Jewish banker dudes that says, hey, nigga, cool, Indian, you're back in your land, but you're gonna have to pay us too. Malachi and 3 ain't the who, nigga. They setting up a deadly loop for they have robbed me. They will be cursed with a curse. Come on, dog, you know the rest. Follow me. Now rewind this video to when homegirl was talking. You can't fucking buy land, Indian. It's already yours. Feel me? The people who have these conversations outside of this cipher I'm in just be chatting. They be chatting like they think like a slave. And that's why we're still in slavery. Because we're using slave walkthroughs, checkpoints, slave recollections of history and language, slave, 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 slave. The mind of a captive. Whether you're a local captive, a foreign captive, or a hybrid of both and all of us. Motherfuckers. The United States are some fucking slave catchers, nigga. It's still called the same fucking corporation. I don't give a fuck if Taco Bell sell breakfast, nigga. You got tacos in here? All they saying is that after the Civil War, the federal government started selling the breakfast. Like, all right, it wasn't supposed to sell dinner to begin with. Why the fuck is it here selling dinner with our cows and our tomatoes? And you see the slaves go, well, this makes sense because the white man won something. No, he didn't. He never laid his fucking hands on me or my family. They'd be dead right now. Are you fucking serious? What are we scared of? Killing the white people that will capture us to put us in slavery? Fucking murder them. We murdered giants for 800 plus years. My grandfather shot his girlfriend at 14 years old. I don't know what my dad has done. He always alludes to some shit, but he ain't telling me. You think I'm a snitch or something? And then, you know, you just go back. My other grandfather shot his fucking brother. A white boy? Not as big as either of these things I'm describing, except for Clyde. Clyde's the smallest family I have. And they're like 5'8", maybe, I don't know. He shrunk with time, but he was always a little nigga. My dad was always taller than his father, so it was like, oh, wow. Must be a descendant of a barber. But he's Afro-Asiatic, though. Ah, okay. Same story, same time period. Smith on top of that. Can you imagine? Jew. Ben, Little Jews, Pennsylvania, same story. Benjamin Franklin, part 2. Yeah, of course he's smaller. But Ben travels with Judah. We're the ones that are not in captivity. Ben and Judah are the ones that are not in the 10 tribes of captivity. Hence, nigga. That's the whole story right there. Why some get it and why some don't. Some of us was not in captivity as long as the others. For some people, this is their second captivity in a row. So they never remembered the time before. Meanwhile, we close our eyes and dream about it. Like, the fuck is this place? We're in between about it. And that's what the girl was describing. Why we keep referencing something perfect? Where is that shit? It should be right in front of us. We don't know how deep that magic spell is. Y'all fucking around acting like Solomon and sorcery was light or something. Like the nigga's trying to get a bad bitch and enough money to buy a sandwich. Like, nigga, please. Created this whole fucking language. What a bad bitch. Not the letters, not the math, the words. What you say with it. You know, his own dictionary, if you will. Galatians. Keys of Solomon. Keys, glyph, sigils, symbols, letters, images, words, spells, thoughts, codes, prompts, same fucking story since he's a walking quantum computer. Part 5. The melanin that makes Johnny 5 alive, bro. It's the melanin. It's literally not melanin, the melanin. The melanin that does that. Indians have. And anyone else has it, which I don't doubt. Maybe you had an Indian granddad or grandmother. You need to fuck alone, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't deep. If we take it serious. Like, if it's literal, like, okay. Then I meet a random stranger out here. What are they talking about? How they tell the whole story through the feminine version of going through a similar story. She's in Vegas for isolation because motherfuckers you know don't fucking listen. So God sent a female version of a similar story to the motherfucking desert. I'm in the desert for the same fucking reason. In the same fucking season. With the same fucking degrees and shit. Except for she can see shit. I just know it's there. Big head scientist, not a seer. I'm triangulating shit that's unseen. She said sometimes it comes Caesar. Like, she said several times. Sorry, her daughter. Her grandmother. Seemed like it skipped her mother, which is interesting. Different fathers. Geechee, French, Texas, Louisiana, Chicago or New York. All right, more. All right, more. Johari. All right, Noble Drew Ali people. Chicago or something. She kept saying all the places that I'm from and all the places that I've been. I ain't miss anything. Something told me when I saw you something about your aura. I should ask you about these things. Maybe you can help me decode the glyph. Yeah. What the fuck are we talking about? Why are we crying about this? A, B, C, and D. You gotta ask yourself that too. Well, God gave me so many signs and confirmations that everything was gonna be all right, and it is. So far, so good. So as much as I was a confirmation for her, she was a confirmation for me too. Same story, right? You see the Fibonacci keep happening based on your aura? Law of attraction, it works wonders. If you're not trying to get a fucking ATM in a relationship, law of attraction is always active, which is why you should control your energy. That's all. That shit crazy to me, man. Like, how the fuck? I didn't expect that, but I did. I said all these people make eye contact with me. So I thought it was just another story from last night. She made eye contact with me, then shook my hand. And then when she touched me, that's when she started channeling. Welcome to my TED Talk. I'm a chandelier. I knew that from the other girl named Ebony. She did the same thing. She just wasn't listening. This Ebony did the same thing, but she told me that no one else was listening. Damn, Sam, sorry. That one's a Pisces. Interesting. Thoughts, psychic, same story. I guess once I said it yesterday, I have a habit of doing these things in real life. And I guess whatever I was talking about yesterday, God was like, let's send them a real sign. And like, even before any of that happens, John goes like, hey man, I was listening to the end of that one thing. Oh, well, let's talk about the aliens. And then God was like, nah, go a little bit further back in the video. It's like, damn, I didn't watch it again. And then here I am having it in real time. I ain't even got to watch the video no more. I just did it again. I didn't have to do the video again. It came to life. She said she had a vision and something. And a few seconds later, it came to life. I was like, cool story. Cool, the coolest fucking story. No one believes us. No one's going to believe us. Wait till I start talking about aliens. You ain't going to believe me. Like, the shit that no one believe, another person that y'all don't know, that I don't know, said the same story I told you. But it was a girl from Khalifa territory. She's from Los Angeles. So, you know, ain't the same water, ain't Trenton, New Jersey. It's Indians. And then I was like, your grandmother Indian. And what did she say? I know I'm Indian. Because of my grandmother. Yeah. What black people have to do as a, no. You're Indian. You're Indian. My daddy, he had a trust in Texas, and there's 5 inheritors, and I don't know who they are because our family, uncles and them are bastards and probably try to save it and steal it for themselves, though they didn't work for it. Yeah, I know. Same fucking story. That's why I'm in a fucking desert. My aunt left me everything. But the everything was the fact that why did she get that? And why did it rhyme with Saponi Indians? We're African Americans from New York, New Jersey, daddy from Pennsylvania, mama from South Carolina, Jews and aliens. Why the fuck did my Aunt Crystal discover we were Saponi Indians when she went to Westmoreland, Virginia? West Virginia. So they took the coast and the ports and we went to West Virginia. And now they got you scared saying, oh, the mean little hillbilly white people live out there. Indians lived out there. I should know. My Aunt Joetta and my Aunt Crystal have property in West Virginia. Right outside Pennsylvania, where the rest of the Jews were, Myersdale. So, you know, back then, the territory didn't have an invisible white man line where you can buy plots and parcels. You would name it after the tribe or the colony leader. Weird story. So you got Virgin Mary, and then you got West Virgin Mary. Okay. West Indian, I guess. The fuck, who they talking to? And she geeks you like she a West Indian. Because niggas had boats. I forgot how Portugal and France and England was here for. Them Indians, if there were Indians that wasn't like us or anyone else, they've been leveled up. Look at the damn America's book. They're building cities, boats, and flying craft in the America's book, bro. Dead ass. John Aligby is drawing it, or he captured the daguerreotypes and included it in his book. These motherfuckers were like Venice Beach and merchants and shit over here around the 1600s. But most of that is South America's story. I'm gonna tell you one more time. The North was frozen. George Washington, 1775, alleged, on a frozen Delaware. It's just melting. George Washington family don't have like 5 or 7 generations of being in Americas. Do they? Because why wouldn't we talk about him? He had no cousins or brothers? Weird fucking story until you realize he had noble with the Holy Roman Empire. Anyway, part 5. The real story, not the hypothecated one of how we gonna make all these Moors white. The first 8 presidents are Moors. All right, man. And the first president that's supposed to be a white Palatine Boer, he's talking about the damn Confederate fucking, what they call it, the Continental Congress before. Like, shut up. Those are all Moors. Continental. Who's intercontinental, Moor? The Moors are intercontinental. White people like, I come from a cave. So you're not intercontinental Congress then, nigga. You're not part of a kingdom, nigga. So why the fuck would you confuse us with slaves? I said I was Indian, right? And then out of nowhere, Indian walk up to me, start talking about all the Indian shit that Indians do, right? 3 inches after that really happened. I just wanted to pay attention, wife. Trying to re-download the download without watching it. Can you imagine? Same story. Always the same story. That download must have been really important. She thought it was for her, but it was really for me, part 2. And whoever's watching. God's very efficient of not answering your question. Got another Scooby snack. Hey, just keep on going. Just keep on going. You're right. You wanted to come to the West Coast because there's Indians out here. Same story. Where your grandma stayed. She's from Los Angeles, where they accent. Her grandma Indian. And that confirms everything I said about that question. Indians accent, nigga. Indians ask that question, nigga. So, now you understand the gangs and everything that Benjamin Banneker was saying about all the little Indian boys who fought and obviously won their wars. Bunch of different skirmishes, different problems, different territories, of course. Good guys and bad guys, reds and blues. At the end of the day, they're still Indians. 800 years ago and 800 years into the future. Noah's bloodline did not change. You can do 12 or 2,000 years of slaves. We would still be the grandchildren of God. We'll end up coming back eventually when you're dead. Are you in good hands? What Sugar Free say? Okay then. Okay then. But that's only if we believe our ancestors in that book, I guess. Or a stranger in a random street walking past you as you're talking about the same thing. Shout out to John and Mr. Now, part 3. Yep, she said Jeremiah 17 and 7 seconds in a row. And you just said Ramio right to before leaving. That's the secret. It's always for everyone. The difference is, are they open to receive it? Shout out to Was the MC1. Mechanism of perception, everything is delayed. How can one perceive the delay? Come on now. You can only feel it. How can something spinning turn off its magnetism? Gary Johnson. Use the land patent and get that allodial title, man. Brother, every word you used is federal government. The United States is not supposed to have a federal government. That is why we're in captivity. You said only applies to certain states. None of them are governors or senators or our own people. They're not we the people. They're foreigners. Cabbage Patch Kids, 1880, World Fair and shit. Central Bank, Federal Reserve, 1993. You just heard it. They robbed their grandfather's bank too. Same story. The land can't, you can't sell land that don't belong to you. It's a birthright and uninheritable. You feel what I'm saying? You said, well, if I get the Lodial title, what does that do? Lock you into some Indian land? Are you Indian? Because what's going to change? You have a better, well, you have let me guess, you got a digital ID approved by the federal government, so now you don't need a fucking passport? Tell me where any of those words rhyme with Indian. Once more. Just really think about it, my bro. Because we know the work throughs, and we know niggas who use the work throughs, and they ain't get no further. You feel me? Gary Johnson. I didn't say native. I'm Indian. I'm not native. I'm Indian. Indian is Judean. Native American is a native that was born in America. It's like Japanese people, born in Japan. You call them Japanese, but they're not Japanese people. Their blood, their family, they're not from Japan. It's an island. So to be native of somewhere, just as said, that's where your mama had your baby. It's like, what they call that shit? Naturalized citizenship is what a native means. You understand the difference in the words, right? You got aboriginal, little niggas, indigenous, the niggas that are here already, and then natives, the niggas that are breeding and staying here, but they're from somewhere else. If you're a native, your bloodline comes from somewhere else. Now rock with me. Native is the prefix to nativity. Jesus, nativity, Mary. Well, the land is called Virgin Maryland. So the nativity of America is a Judah. It's Jesus' family. So if you understand Jesus' family degrees and they're Indians, then you understand that what they're saying is they created Jerusalem and Israel. But these are not states. These are not titles. These are not those things. These are denominations divided by the tribes, reunited again, now that there's 13 of us. We're all the same now in that degree, and I'm saying that as the grandfather of who mixed everybody. We ain't gotta follow which brother, which father anymore, which angel, which God no more. By 1611, they done fucked all over once more. And like, one of you got the gene, now all of us got it. And in 2026, you're watching an Indian and another Indian talk about it. What we're saying is that Native American thing is a new concept, once again, by the federal government that doesn't belong here. So they're identifying people who are not them, white. So a native is anyone that's here that's not white. Those would be Moors, those would be Indians. They ought to be Israelites and Jews. You will have Filipinos, Asians, Japanese, World War II internment camps part 2. You have everybody who been here fucking, chilling, fucking with us, doing our thing, trading, building, being tough. Remember, we teach people how to fight, so all the Asians are here. And then you go, boom, 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 look at San Francisco World Fair, and you understand everything, Mortal Kombat. So what I'm saying is, this is an imperial, majestic, holy land. I need you to follow me. You can't discover some shit that's holy. It's in the Bible already. They can't discover that. They call discovery doctrine of discovery. That's some Roman Catholic bullshit. I'm not a Roman Cathar Vedic, although I am. But I'm not the white version of a story about little people. I'm the big one. So the big people own the land. So how can little niggas buy it? Little people didn't come before the giants. The chicken didn't come before the Tyrannosaurus Rex, if you believe in silly shit like that. So we're honey, we shrunk the kids. So again, how can a foreigner, an immigrant, anything that's not giant blood, buy land owned by giants? Where they at? The people who don't believe in giants can't then go say they got permission from giants to buy their land. NFL, Nephilim, Giants, New York, Empire State, same story. NFL, Eagles, Pennsylvania, where the Eagles landed. Angels, 13 probably. Like, bro, what are we talking about? What human or son of mankind, because they're not man no more, what human or son of mankind can buy shit with no money? Come on now. What is a fair and legal constitutional exchange on this land, Mr. Imperial Majestic? And here's an enclosure of our Constitution that says our legal tender is gold, silver, and copper, and we ain't got none just yet. Give us some time. We're young. We're ambitious. We'll work really hard, and we'll catch up with you eventually. Maybe that's why the other niggas crashed out, because they ran out of resources to stay here. All right, Moors, let's give it back to the Jews then. How you doing, Indian? Judean Indian. Hello, you see what I'm saying? So saying you're a Native American, you go to a powwow, and you see a bunch of light-skinned people, white people, blonde hair and blue eyes, and that's a cute story if they want to go blah, 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 blah. But that's not what the fuck this story is. Because they live on a federally designation of land that ain't theirs either. The only thing that makes it them is the fucking federal government that ain't supposed to be here. We created a constitutional republic, nigga. Who the fuck are these white people? We keep spinning our head on like how we gonna like finesse the white man that ain't supposed to be here. As you're wasting your life and your children's life doing the fucking thing that we be talking about most of the time, they're still here. You understand? The only reason why you don't have your land if you're from the land is because someone else is on your land, nigga. That's the whole fucking problem, Indian. We don't have a problem with politics and voting and violence. We have a problem with everyone that ain't Indian. Hey, yo. I'm Native, I'm Indian, I'm something like that. My grandma, you know, and I'm gonna work really hard for the white man and the foreigner under their federal government, paying all these illegal taxes because I don't make an income because they don't pay me no money. They say I'm in debt, but I'm not really, since it's all theoretical and paper. I'm not my straw man, am I? So I'm gonna use my straw man to sign a signature in all caps so my straw man could be in possession of a contract called a mortgage, a debt note, whatever the fuck you wanna call it, nigga. You'll be a tenant or other word. It all means it ain't yours, nigga. And if we do that, and we'll allodial title it and put it into a trust, I can save on Geico by not paying taxes every time it transfers to someone else. Cool fucking story, nigga. What the fuck does any of that got to do with my grandmother's Indian? Not a United States citizen, my nigga. Did we forget? We're not United States citizens no matter what, Dred Scott. Because we're Indians. So how does an Indian who's always been India, Nova Granada, Nova Spania, Nova everything, New Jerusalem, New Jersey, come on, my nigga, New Israel, all right, Perusum, like, all right, what's Haru again, Egyptian? Like, how an Egyptian gonna buy land in Egypt from a nigga that ain't from Egypt? Cut it the fuck out. It's that same story, like, I got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you, you know what I'm talking about? Like, fuck you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Not you, but, you know, the idea, like, the fuck we talking about? Did we read what Jesus said, Indian? He said, how I'm gonna bow down to you, and you gonna give me a allodial title to all my kingdoms. What you gonna do, get paperwork? You following me around with a book writing down my words? We doing contract law? Lieutenants? Advocates, ass nigga? Oh, y'all need this shit in contract because you can't keep your fucking word, huh? So if word is bond, nigga, what the fuck the contract for? What the fuck I'm gonna do with an allodial title, nigga? My word is my bond, nigga. My grandmother Indian. What am I buying, nigga? Am I buying it or am I buying in some more slavery? All right, then. How the fuck slavery ended? White people and Africans get free, but Indians all of a sudden became citizens. Bitch, when did we sign that treaty? If their treaty is signed to us, the Indians. If you are indentured to the Indians, because this is our land and territory, on my dad it is, and then you come here and you sign some citizens, your workers, your serfs, your indentured servitudes, and your oligarchs into, you know, they're playing the Ponzi scheme with a fake bank, with a fake currency, no gold and no copper and no silver backing it, part two. So let them play Dungeons and Dragons, my dude. But when that's all through, if they're bankrupt in the imagination space of their fake money, they can't manage it. They can't make up imaginary money and print enough or deduce enough or what you would call it, discharge the debt enough to make it make sense any goddamn way. That's like 1778 again. So like these niggas are ass, they're buns. What are you buying from them? Permission slips. When I was a child, I did childlike things. Why the fuck I'm asking a nigga if I can go to the bathroom in my fucking school? This school named after my grandfather. Why the fuck I'm raising my hand for? Because you think like a slave. Like you indentured under someone. Because they got a federal government and a fucked up suit and a stupid ass building they can't fucking manage. Telling you some shit through the airwaves. But if you turn your phone off and don't look at nothing, you never know what the fuck they talking about. The only thing keeping you locked in right now is what? The US dollar. Let that shit fall apart. Then what do you have with the federal government? What if we get bricks popping? What if we go down to the border and shit? Start buying all of our appliances from them niggas? What they gonna tax you? On income? You never got paid anything, crypto. And they ain't your currency. So how you wanna enforce it? The only thing they could enforce is if you do things on the land, they're enforcing. But then both of y'all are Indian territory. We should kill you. That'll get rid of all the paperwork. The fuck? We ain't gonna read it, nigga. So you understand what I'm saying, bro? It's what we call a smart man's dummy mission. It's gonna take you 5 to 10 more years. Not you, but that route. The one that Noble Drew Ali told you. If you listen to these goofy niggas today, your own brothers will sell you into slavery for 100 more years. And here we go 100 years later. I don't want you to miss it. Like niggas was free already. Free of citizenship. And everyone looking at my video is a damn citizen again with a grandmother that's Indian. But my grandfather is older than your grandmother. And already back then, niggas didn't have citizenships. So shut up, right? You feel me? Chicago, annexation of Texas. Remember? These are not the people freed from Georgia and penal colonies in Virginia, nigga. These are Indians. Hindu. Noble Drew. The Hindu lion tamer. Princess Santoki. The Hindu lion tamer. Hindu. Indus Kush. Hindustan. Maratha. Moor. Indian. How you doing? These are the different kingdoms under the empire. How you doing? We're all Afro-Asiatic, ain't we? Tall, little, dark, light, red, yellow. Ours, however, ass niggas, we're Jews. Yeah, so that's a cool story. Let's keep giving the bank of a foreigner and the federal government overstepping our territories more leeway to keep fucking playing with us by imagining if we do that shit, it'll make a fucking difference here. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm saying it's a great fucking idea, and we never would have did that if our great-grandparents fucking listened to my granddad. So you understand everything. This is all new. CIA, new. FBI, new. My grandfather came before that. We were not citizens a day before that, nigga. If you were free and you're not African, nigga, then how the fuck you become a citizen? Dred Scott was 60 years before that. Y'all ain't listen to shit going to Chicago, New York, and Chirac? Chirac and Iraq? Iroquois? Like, come on, dog. Fuck with me. You don't listen to none of the Indians. All right, cool. Fucking sorry. Fuck you. You know what I'm talking? Now we're all citizens because we get to go to school and live next to white girls. Oh my God, these niggas. That's all it is. Fundamentally, like, that's all it is. We keep playing cowboys and Indians, nigga, as an African slave. Shout out to the brother Gary Johnson. I think that's all I'm trying to convey to you. You're not wrong about none of those actions, though. If you can get away with it and, like, better than our alternative default, absolutely, brother. But your big brother over here, he on some bullshit. I'm saying on Indian business. I'm gonna have to do all the same shit that we've been doing as black or grandmother Indians or whatever it is, part 2. But politically, mentally, I'm going through the Indian lens. There's no other, you know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna honor my mothers and fathers, I have to look their direction, no matter what I do. No matter how many Federal Reserve notes I end up with, no matter how many Bitcoin, crypto coin connect to a BRICS Bank of America again, all of that is just federal straw man, hypothecation, Dungeons and Dragons, what I have done with my free time. But that is not the sublime. That is not why those moments in this video happen. Me and her both say the same thing. God got us no matter what. God could have equally gave us Camrys and $100 million. What's up? Hence, that's not the same story. That's the story of the American dream through the federal government and their fake currency. That makes sense, because that's how you win that system. You scale, you work, you level up, earn trust, divvy up the work, usury, get more interest, climb the top of the mountain, hang out with the pedophiles, and then buy something nice until you die, and then your whole family squanders it. And maybe in 100 years, we'll be nicer to each other, although our women are divorcing us. So, like, you understand? It's always running its course, of course. But for us decent persons who are not Corsicas, we could probably wing it for the next 50 years. And no matter how my brothers, cousins, and Indian associates do this shit, I'm still fucking Indian. We don't get shit from the United States or federal government. Weird. They're doing everything on our land with our resources. Save me the civil rights trope. Motherfuckers is fighting for civil rights like that's enough. Reparations, tough. This whole fucking thing is mine. So they're gonna dig in my shit to save up, to pay me my shit back, for me to put it back in the ground? You're gonna unearth my gold, give it back to me, and I'm gonna put it back in the fucking what? Bank of America, nigga? Like, you hear me? There is no debts because they never gave us money. So the contract and the treaty's not active. If you're African or minority, they ain't talking to you. But as an Indian, wait, they haven't paid our treasuries, they haven't done any of these things, they haven't upkept our land. Instead, they got a bunch of foreigners to fight over some bullshit, kill us down, steal our shit, burn our shit down, white people, KKK, and their nigger friends, all coming through our territory since none of them are fucking Indians. So it's like, all right, cool. Now you're going from the coast over here too. Why? How does your citizenship give you Indian land to the west of your shit? How about you stay where the fuck you got your citizenship at, bitch? All right then. So, you know what I'm saying, bro? Like, no matter how you do that kickflip, they're gonna twist their fucking ankle on this shit. Because you live in a real timeline where I'm saying this to you, because it's all falling apart for some reason, and no one else talking to you can give you a reason. And here I go, walking you down from Noah to Enoch to a random gas station conversation, to a great idea that you brought up on some sovereign shit, back to all the way back. Let me filter this shit as the grandson of Judah. We're Indians. The people in the Bible are Indians. We're Indians. The people in the Bible are Indians. People in the Bible have an English version of their story. Here we go in 1611 in America, where all the Indians are, have English. Hi, I'm one of them. Literally, Dwayne Smith, an English Indian. This is our land. It's named in English. Your allodial title. Don't you gotta spell that in English? Your contracts, your paperwork. Don't you sign it in English? So you're using all of our signage, all of our things, and all of our curses against yourself in paper. You know, there's no place like home. The dream. Yeah, I know. That's why that in the Federal Reserve and all those ideas came out at once, the 30s. It was after the Great Depression, Nickelodeon. Think about how many people died. Rock star lifestyle might not make it. And out of all those who died starving and shit because they're Indians on a slave ship, then they died again. World War I, World War II, up until World War X. A war every fucking decade since. Not the same population dense, not the same genetic matter from 1868 and prior. So everybody else who got a new idea or talking about whatever the fuck they talk about in terms of the United States, I could tell they got here 1868 or later. They can all go to hell. They're in Indian territory. Nobody non-Indian paying us or helping us or doing anything for any of us, no Indian, no matter what. So why do us Indians, grandmother is Indian, why do we go, this is our land, this is our things, there's treaties, we don't know them all, we don't read them all, and if we wanted to, we could, but then still wouldn't change anything, so don't even bother, right? But check some for yourself so you can see the verbiage, and then put you in the place of the Indian. So, same story, part 10. Again, who was violated in the last 400 years of the story anyway? Was it really about sub-Saharan Africans? Because they don't seem like they have nothing to say. Or has it been that you sitting here looking goofy as fuck, trying to figure out why you handsome with curly hair and waves and 6'3", trying to figure out which one of the slaves in your family was an African? From Ghana? Nigga, my grandmother from Guyana. Like, the fuck? It sounds similar, but it's not. But I noticed both are in English. Talk to me nice. Why you got our holy vows? We don't have nothing of yours. You have our vows. A-E-I-O-U-Y, nigga. That dismisses everything else. Nobody else should have came up with the same science if they've never been next to us. Yet here we go, everyone in the world today calling there something in English with English characters and the holy vows of the Holy Roman Empire. An empire, and everywhere is named in the empire's language. What is MG saying? King James, the Holy Roman Emperor, his son, John Smith, started America. Hi, that's my grandfather. I'm stacking it higher for the brother Gary Johnson. Native American, Aboriginal, Indigenous, Indian, that's all cool reminders. That only mattered in the 1700s. Jesus Christ. We're here since before 1611, a little bit earlier. And then something weird happened with the federal government doing the census after the Civil War on territories that still ain't theirs. But states, all right, states of racist white people and churches and bullshit that don't belong here, but they didn't get there a minute before 13 colonies expanded into 50. That's not a lot of years. So this is all new clear. All right now, and they brought a bunch of Germans and Nazis here. And them scandalous Jewish people in New York. So like, what are we talking about? This is their shit. This their real estate, their market, their companies, Rothway, Fairchild, fuck them all, bro. They can all go to hell. If you're Indian. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you stand on business for real and you start praying to God and you have experiences like me and her having, I'm just a boy and I'm a captain. My father is the emperor, king of America. One more time. I'm Dwayne DeyZan Smyth-EL, the 13th descendant of the Emperor of America after 1611. One more time. Before that, Montezuma, Mansa Musa, Genghis Khan. 1611, my grandfather. My grandfather is the emperor. I'm an Indian. The fuck is going on? You feel me, Gary? What I'm telling you is, not so long ago in the Imperial Majestic Colonies, those Imperial Majestic Colonies you go to the United States today, where they're operating, are my father's. Who buying what from who again? I'm sending them a death note on Solomon's kids. I'm not bartering with niggas. Did they barter with us? With our shit? With our tips? With our tricks? With our bitch? How can they pay me shit? Reparations for what? I'm not an African. Repair me for what, nigga? You want to pay the African with my resources? Nigga, go to hell. Die. Africans gotta shoot the fade with you, nigga. Because you ain't paying them shit that belong to my empire. Who the fuck told you to bring anyone here? Are you Indian? Alright then. We're not a little kid no more, Craig. It's a cool story you learned in 6th grade. Fuck them niggas. Why they telling you our story any fucking way? Ain't nobody Jewish on our reservation. Ain't nobody Jewish on my fucking reservation. I'm Judah's kid. How you gonna come here Jewish? Bitch, please, go to hell. You way below Hades right now. You feel me? We're not in heaven. Why no one read the Bible, but they're using King James English?
You're not in heaven right now. You're not in heaven. You're not in the garden. What other options are there? All right then. And I told you, my father, the king of this place. All right now. Did you read the New Testament? What did Jesus, the King of Kings, say? I got the keys to death in 3 days. Who's the king of hell, my nigga? He's from heaven, remember? And he had to die, go to hell, and save his brothers stuck in hell. How you doing? He like Atlas. You understand everything, Prometheus? This ain't that space. Psalms 19:1. You ain't going nowhere. Angels have the keys to hell. And you're trapped here. It's like a prison planet, right? Who's the emperor of it? My damn father. What was his grandson and grandfather talk about? Damn Solomon. The keys to controlling demons and jinn? Where are those located at? All right then. Are you under Hades or under the abyss? All right then. You deep, 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 deep under an ocean where Leviathan is. And he's the Titan god of the abyss. Where are you then? Why you got a story about the king of the abyss if you're somewhere else, my nigga? You understand why Neptune is off the side of Al-Andalusia? Copper color statue, by the way. Mermaids and Rephium and all the underwater kingdoms. Towards the abyss, by the way. Where are we? Same story. Angels came out of heaven downstairs to have their badass kids downstairs. Where are they? On Barney Mac, him downstairs. Him not supposed to be down here. Go back to the Gnosticism. Voldemort in an under-reversed, fucked up dimension. Mandela effect, that I mentioned. And his mother, who had him, for whatever reason, wherever she is, she's not allowed to have him there. So she put him in this world and disappeared. Abandonment issues. You notice it's a theme in our stories. And then he ends up creating things on some atom shit, going crazy like an atom smasher kid. Meanwhile, the whole time, his mother is Isis. What's the name of the first book in our Bible? Genes of Isis. There goes Voldemort again. Where we get that story from again, Bobby Hemmett? Oh, the Kabbalah, Tree of Life shit. That's back in that Jew Bible again, isn't it? So it's a Jew concept. I'm a Jew. Marianne Jew, same story. Huey Newton, same story. Jewel, Santana's, same story, Saturn's kids. How you doing? How the fuck you end up on Europa next to Saturn? Shit. Everything's freezing. Like when hell freezes over. Global warming? Nigga, please. Radiation incoming? Yes, but radiation can freeze. Freon, nigga. That's up there with neon shit. Those are the empirical degrees of your periodic table, more. Who are the electorates of the college? The collage, the mosaic, the quilt, the bloodline. Jacob, Israel, how are you doing? You see how they hypothecated our Jew values and made it something gay with a federal paperwork. That's what hypothecate is. Hypothecate's the prefix to hypothesis. And hypothesis means you don't know what the fuck's going on yet. But it sounds like it makes sense. 1868, 1933, here we go, Indians. They reset this shit whenever the fuck they feel like it. They get a new bank and a new outlook every time they feel like it. They get to move and burn down shit and rebuild shit when they feel like it. They get to invite whoever they come over, fuck if they a terrorist or their kids or ain't fucking psychic, SSRI, blowing up everything from Colorado to New York and everything in between us. That's all right, dog. But the nigga saying, yo, when these bitch ass niggas going home? That's when we're like, weird story. No, Indians want to know, when the fuck you going home? What you gonna do? Violate me on my territory? You gonna violate a royal? Oh my God. You know what a fucking blasphemy is? Touch not my anointed. What is blasphemy? Anything against anything that God finds valuable. You don't think God will find us valuable, nigga? So anything against us, Indian nigga, is a goddamn blasphemy. Unforgivable. Y'all niggas talking about courthouses, judgments, and punishments. Fuck the judgment, nigga. If they're blasphemous, nothing they can say or do. It's unforgivable. According to me, Dwayne DeyZan Smith, a direct descendant of royals, you have blasphemed my people in my land and our story. Fuck asking for forgiveness, and maybe that's why we're never going to get it. Because they know what blasphemy is. So fuck us and fuck God. Have you seen what type of type these demons is? These ain't our fucking kids, nigga. My mother's beautiful. On Venus. Since you're on Europa, Lucifer, Mercury, Jesus, Temujin, wake your dumb ass up. Who are you? And why are you here with their kid? That's a showstopper. I'm their kid. Who everybody else talking about? Real life. Same face and everything. Why am I here? I'm their kid. We don't exist. Watchers or some shit. On my grandfather Enoch and Noah and them. Nobody in nobody else's book talking about us. Bitch, they would say I'm Indian if they talking to us in English, our language. What did we say we were? There's paintings. Let's go to Lima, Peru. Who over there? Inca. Ooh, crazy story. So the Incas, the Indians from Inca, are there as of the 15 and 1600s. Can you imagine? There's a book called The Americas, John O'Ligby. On the top of the pyramid of the America design is an Inca, Mary Andrew. Lima, Peru, Museum, Emperorless, Inca, the real one. At the top of that, in the seat, Royal, Holy Roman Empire. Look at them, Castiles, the Jinjas, Ireland, or Orisha. Same story. What's on that damn picture, nigga? Israel. You hear me, Gary? Because, my nigga, if you know who I am, when we start sidestepping and start talking about native this, Choctaw that, Cherokee this, Cherokee that, too fucking bad, my nigga. Y'all said all that shit in English. What your grandmother say? And how your grandmother anything but Mama Inga on this fucking land? Since it's named after us. How the fuck anyone want to own anything fucking over here before us? Let's start there. Where the fuck is our trust, Bruce? Contracts ain't clear. Treaty of peace and friendship where? Nigga, I'm not an African American or Dred Scott either. Whoever they fucking are work for my kingdom. You trade in here in our kingdom, bitch. No one said you can move in and stay in shit. You got a tyrannical government where? Then why the fuck you're tyrannical here, bitch? It sounds like you are that tyrannical government, you dipshit. And here we are again. Projection ass narcissistic bitch ass short stroke bitch ass niggas. Fuck we talking about? Niggas, we Indian. What the fuck y'all negotiating in your own fucking brain? These things ain't supposed to be here at all, bro. They don't speak up about it. They're not upset about this. They never come to justice about it. They see us, they subscribe, they comment, they share, but they don't have no fucking counter argument. That's fucking impossible, bro. I've been on this shit for 10 years in a row. I get more arguments about Melodyne. During the chat if you've seen it the whole time. So, is your grandmother Indian, bro? Or you Inca, though? All right, then. She's an angel, nigga. That's in the King James Bible. King James English. Mama Inga of Israel. Peru, salam. Alaikum, nigga. Muhammad the Conqueror, visited by Gabriel. Jesus and John, visited by Gabriel. Same story, nigga. Why are we subdividing and subjugating all our story, nigga? It's about Indians. Indians are Afroasiatics. That's what Semitic means. These are Semitic languages. Hebrew, top of the trees, more. Out of Egypt, America, more. Mercurial, Venetian, high, fours. Like, it's in our language. It's always going to add up to us. We created with that intent. We're sorcerers. I'm a direct descendant of a royal high priest of sorcery. What is your source, nigga? Father, throughout in heaven, be thy name. Power level over 13,000. Like, what are we talking about? That's what the story is. First fucking book, bro. Is it not the first fucking book in the Bible? Everything I just said. Why it's written. Is it not written? Exactly what I said. Where my Bible at, bro? I'm like Solomon's grandkid, bro. I have only attracted witches. That girl we were speaking to at that gas station, same story. Tattoo on her leg and everything. We gotta stop fucking playing. We are exactly who we think we are. We're trying to figure out what is anything else, and they don't have no answers, and it's bothering the fuck out of me. How your story don't add up if it's your degrees. Make it even on any damn idea. Then connect it back to where the fuck you were before your ass got here. Then holler at us. And tell me why you say you came from my grandfather's territory just to come to my grandfather's territory and don't know what my grandfather looked like, thus you don't recognize his kids. So you've been lying for the whole time you've been here, but I know you haven't been here the whole time, that you're just lying about it. But you started lying after the Civil War. Who the fuck are you, nigga? You know what I'm saying? We didn't just buy this shit until December, nigga. All of our dance are here. All my damn kids are here, bro. Like, what are we talking about? This is our homeland. You know what I'm saying? I didn't sell shit to nobody. John didn't sell shit to nobody. James didn't sell shit to nobody. Yahamis didn't sell shit to nobody. Genghis ain't sell shit to nobody. Samuja ain't sell shit for nobody. Tamara ain't sell no shit to nobody. Abu Khan ain't sell shit to nobody. Cross the Fifth ain't sell shit to nobody. Mama Inga didn't sell it to him. Mary Andrew had him. What the fuck are we talking about? There ain't no fucking sales, transactions, or receipts for none of this shit. The proof is in the goddamn pudding, and the pudding is called Indians. What are we? What I'm saying is, if you understand what the fucking Indian is, how the fucking Indian get here, nigga? Alright then, so if Indians are exactly who the fuck we say it is, and we're the descendants of Israel, then who the fuck was fucking before we became Indians? Alright then, we back in the Bible, ain't we? Page 1, our Father throughout heaven, shut your ass up. Where the fuck we buying shit from? In the monkey kingdom, nigga. You not freezer enough.
to be Indian, I guess. Some are cooler, I'll be chiller. Same story, bro. Same story. We got circumcised on the front. They get circumcised on the back. They grow tails. But they believe that them tail people could turn into Super Saiyan monkeys like us. Crazy story. They said if they circumcise or cut their tail off, they lose their force. All right, Samson. I know that story before. Cut my hair and I don't become a giant anymore. All right, now. All our stories is getting betrayed by a bitch. Who are these white people? So anyway, same outcomes though. I got so many brothers in this goddamn country, bro. I got so many more brothers and cousins across this world. We are the first family that survived the flood here. How the fuck you anywhere on this planet and not related to me? All for one, nigga. Motherfuckers looking for their common ancestor. I'm your common ancestor's grandson. Why the fuck we keep thinking the ancestors stopped or we're done fucking? Like, where the fuck did anyone else come from? Like, why are we so stupid? Oh, subjugated learning, school system, Board of Education, Rockefellers, Fred Gates, bunch of fake Jewish people from Germany. Cool story, bitch. But they couldn't fight Hitler. But they supposed to be killing giants. Shut up. You know what I'm saying? They gotta learn how to shut the fuck up with their dumb shit. Because all of our kids who watch their TV shows and their fantasies about it really believe it when they go back to the Bible. Without ever reading it. Like, when I'm saying about reading the Bible, I don't mean opening the pages up and seeing the words and saying them. No. I'm talking about, like, what is it showing you? The Bible is similar to the screen in the Matrix. There's a bunch of green lines, a bunch of scripts, a bunch of things going vertically. Remember Japanese Hebrews, you go the other way, but now you gotta read it this way. But then I told you a long time ago, you gotta read those Psalms backwards. It tells you a different story, don't it? Same language, same word, same order. What happened? It changed the way that your brain buffered it in your language center. It gave you a different story. Like an anagram, shorty. My ancestors are warlocks and priests. Salem, Essex, Massachusetts, Issa. Salem witch trials, right? They're trying to kill our bitches. Where they run to? The Caribbean? White girls did that? All right, so who are the witches they're trying to kill? Probably Indians. And the territory where my family's from. Same story, nigga. Every story in the United States is gonna be about my family. What I'm saying is my family populated the United States. I'm not flexing. When I'm stressing the fact that all the stories up until the Civil War is about my family. Why is any white person or Jewish person or anyone who just got here suddenly telling us what the fuck happened here? How the fuck you gonna tell me what happened to my father, bitch? How the fuck you gonna tell me what happened to my grandmother? How you gonna tell what happened to their brothers and sisters? We know they always betraying each other. Niggas sure I gotta get it together. Maybe this intervention so that niggas see what's going on, that how we need each other so we can get our shit together next time. I don't know what the story is. We didn't do the crimes. But we are the result. Period. Nigga, my grandmother was still Indian. Nothing changed since Indians. So that's why I am here. That's why I'm standing here. That's why I'm in Indian territory. Part 10. Cool. I have no more questions. What is my problem as Indian? Everything else is strange. It's not mine. It's using my shit. It's manipulating, weaponizing against me because I'm a status class in a federal institution that's having a civil war with itself. Civics. They act like they wanted to fact and go here and Texas wants its own thing. Cool, but tell me what the Indian gonna get. Since Texas ain't yours, bitch, I could have fucking sworn. Annexation Texas says it belongs to the Moors. And my grandfather's emperor of the Moorish kingdom. Cool fucking story, bitch. Why they dividing up the piece of spies again? Was this the fucking Belgian conference in Africa, nigga? Fuck you, niggas. Fuck their mother, fuck their grandsons, fuck their retarded babies, and their gay ass kids. Like, fuck them all, bro. Y'all goofy as fuck. Y'all love the devil too much for me, bro. But expected energy from an Indian. Who the fuck are these people? Talking in King James English to me. Are they King James grandkids? Why the fuck are people talking to me? It seems like only King James grandkids talk to me. Then you understand everything. Law of attraction degrees. Like, come on now. Yeah, man. My aura is a real thing. I really believe all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't have to. I was born like that, actually. I didn't know why I was born like that. But I understood 40 more years, you're going to understand something eventually. Motherfuckers going to play in your face, nigga. They don't play me like I'm stupid. Pay me like I'd go through that shit. Pay me like I ain't the one that lost everything in my damn story today. I said my grandfather lost everything. And everything he lost is why everyone else is here. Where am I confused at? The fact that the United States federal government here proves that my grandfather, King of Kings, lost everything. We all get it together one day as a black nation. Like, what the fuck are we? Grandmother Indian. Like, that's not just, like, that's my nationality. No, you're reminding everyone that here's that shit over here, that this shit is ours. My grandmother's Indian, meaning you're the visitor in our house. It don't matter what you do in the house, what you order Amazon and deliver to my house. Cool. Just know that all this shit in my house. And you owe me for it. You've owed me since 70-75, in fact. And you're negative $38 trillion in debt, so you'll never pay me back. The wages of sin is what? On blasphemy. Amen. What y'all be praying about? You Indian or not? They pick sides for you, nigga. Alright then. The fuck a Native American gonna do? They don't know what Indians are. To the Americas, and the probability that those Indians are Judaical, Jews in America. Busted. Bro, what I'm saying is I'm supposed to be dead. Not dead in this life. Like, I'm not supposed to exist. We went underground railroad, shorty. They're trying to railroad us. Get it? Underground railroad, nigga. Who would go in that more than royals? To stay out of slavery. Of course. How you doing, nigga? I'm in the north, remember? From Tuscarora Colony. Imperial Majestic. Right before that. That's us, bro. That's us. That's why all that slavery and that heavy-handed shit was in Virginia. That was ours. We built Virginia. All those ancient buildings, Virginia, Richmond, all over. That's us. Victorian era. That's us. KJV. Victorian era. That's us. They're not white people. Look at those buildings again. Shut up. Yeah, that's all we gotta do. Shut up. White people have no business knowing that math or that science for us. To get us to build it for them not to live there right now. Shut up. That's a lot of fucking moving around for a nigga with 150 years, but 350 years prior, they just stuck there on Little Rouse on the Prairie, living in log cabins. Like, come on, my nigga. But they built Richmond, Virginia the next day. Shut up. That shit don't make no fucking sense, bro. They boats fucking suck. How do they transport all those fucking materials with no roads and no bobs, no caterpillars, no nothing, nigga? They couldn't fucking feed their fucking children, nigga. Orphan trains over here, nigga, because they mother popping pussy and can't raise her own kids. Send her over here and got a big black mammy type breastfeeding they damn babies. And you tell me they build a fucking Tartarian courthouse in every fucking city? Shut up. With slave labor? Shut up. How come Africans ain't got that shit then, nigga? Yeah, Monroe Doctrine 1820. You know where that shit show up? When they took all them damn Indians from South Carolina and send them to Liberia. Go over there. Look just like South Carolina, nigga. We did that since 1820. Now add it up again. Just tell them to shut the fuck up, bro. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, all of them, eat a dick and shut the fuck up. Why the fuck they in Indian territory? How about they save theirself? How about they save their territory? Save their homeland, save their bloodline. Why the fuck they in our shit? Oh yeah, we have resources and this holy land is protected by some other shit. And of course, the chosen ones are still here, but benign neglect, we don't acknowledge it. As long as we benign neglect them, we still get all the promises. No, go to hell, fuck you, I'm not in. My straw man can't speak for me. Fuck you. Understand everything, part 2, nigga. Okada Khan Smith the 13th. Like, the end, actually, of that. The 13th. Hebrews 13. L, same story. Not a generation prior. In this story. I'm the first one in my story. Woke up and opened his eyes. My father fell on living. Same damn thing. Here I go again. With these niggas. Solomon had like 1,000 brothers. These niggas. Jesus had like a whole fucking tribe in his community. From Galilee and outside the damn Roman, whatever the fuck it was. These niggas. Genghis Khan was like, oh shit, from St. Petersburg to Moscow, I see these niggas. Oh, they still speak a little Hebrew. The Underground Railroad over there too. Don't worry, I'll free you. Where's Simon Nesser faggot at? Salma, Soma, Nesser, Essa. The son of a god, probably. If he put a son of a god into captivity. -2. Same story, part 2. Yep. But it looks like we wrapped that up because we're all here. I'm here, so we're all here. Smith is here. S-M-Y-T-H-E. Comes from England. Where English is. Look it up. Look it up. No cap in my rap, bro. The King of England is my dad. He's not the King of England, though. He's the King of Angels. This is their empire, Holy Roman Empire of angels. Cannot be nobody else but angels, actually. That's why I don't understand the voting and all that other bullshit. Oh, we playing paper games. Cool story, bitch. We're the angel kids. You're looking for angel wings. That's not what that story is about. Where do angels come from? Another world. Okay, keep it simple, man. We come from another world. There's something from another world, and I see shit in the sky from another world, and that other world is still here. All right. My family said we come from another world, and here I go reading it, and I'm still here. All right, then, so this is another world again. Cool story, bitch. Again, who am I buying shit from? White people are waking up. Jewish people are waking up. They've been playing fucking Dungeons and Dragons since the welfare high schools. They're not of their parents. I can tell you something. They want to be such assholes. Save they goofy ass life by spending them on fucking unknown railroads, hoping you have a decent life. You over here bothering niggas. Didn't have shit to eat for dinner. Had your little bitch ass babies cleaning chimneys to make a fucking nickel because the pussy wasn't worth anything apparently. Because you couldn't come over with your own damn kids. But you got nerve to do your stupid bullshit racist federal government policies to take the man out of our households, Indian. And of course, the sister can't get those benefits unless she signs up for citizenship, nigga. What happened to our doulas and our girls who can deliver their own kids? Why are they going to this main hospital in the occupied territory, emancipated and incorporated, to get a birth certificate? Because if I get the birth certificate, I can get some benefits, girl. Ass niggas. If you're Indian. I don't think Africans have much choice. Besides getting deported. It's cool if you want to go home, nigga. How you want to build up the Holy Roman Empire and go back to Africa with no buildings? Shut up. African Americans say they helped us build Victorian era buildings because a white man snatched them up from a Dahomey battle. We throwing niggas off the goddamn 2-story castle, breaking their damn necks. But you came here and you built Tartaria. All right, nigga. Meanwhile, my last name is Tartarian. So are you my brother or my cousin? If you're none of the above, then nigga, you ain't talking to me. Why are you talking to Jews or Indians? We come from America. We went over there in 7-Eleven. How did the Great Westerner get to Europe? The Great Westerner came from the Great West. That's where I'm at right now. Okay then, Pharaoh. Like, come on, dog. Like, cut it the fuck out. That spirit, that illusion, that mistranslation of the English language is on their dumb ass. It ain't their story, ain't their language. So, like, how much fuck did you think they could ever have? They just gotta keep going to libraries and digging up shit and keep reading it and keep theorizing podcasts and all these nerds, and none of them look Indian. Like, come on, man. You're a fucking rocket scientist and a genius, and you know everyone here from India, Hindus, and all of them are Israelites. Why don't we ask the Israelites? See if you have any, I don't know, epigenetic memories when you see this stuff. No, let's keep them in the dark and talk about white people and how the fuck, when they solve out this riddle, when the fuck do they get a benefit from it? Do they get paid hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars to talk about our shit? Man, eat a dick. Go to hell where they made at, bro. Where the fuck they were made at. It ain't here with us. Or they wouldn't be here doing this. If they started with us, I mean, come on now, nigga. 2,000 years and you still on some dumb shit? And your kid's so ugly? Like, no, nigga, you weren't here with us. We're Indians. You weren't here with us. All right, then. Then you weren't here with Israelites. All right, then. You're not in our fucking story. So, come on, dog. One more time. Spin that variable, man. We come from another planet, from another thing a little bit more terrible than I am. And they can shapeshift and go wherever the fuck they want. Well, if that's one of them and they're jealous and they fighting and they having battles, because all the spaceships have weapons on it, trust me, Sodom and Gomorrah didn't have a chance. Even if it could repent, it would have been destroyed as if it could fight back. Now, we got that type of shit above us, dealing with other shit from other places, like Leviathan and Titans and all these things you heard of, and these giant mountains that used to be giant Titans standing, dragons or flying somethings. I could have sworn my God subdued and put that nigga on a leash. I'm talking about control, domination, and all these type of things in between. Just put some little niggas here like, all right, man, it's Halloween, how you doing? I don't see the giants here anymore. So somebody telling the right story. All them Indian mounds, used to have inside them before white people weren't minding their fucking business. Giant bones in them. Same story. Mound builders. Who are the mound builders again? Indians. Oh, crazy. Indians have mounds for buried giants? Same story. Ain't that Egypt in the Bible? Hi to Mary, land of the eagle, land, English, New Eagle land, New Eagle land. Come on, dog. That's where the eagles landed. That's where the angels landed. That's where they planted their plantation. It would have been imperial majestic. You'd have a majestic 12 disciples and one leader. Arthur, Guinevere, and Lancelot in between somewhere, because it's always the same fucking story. Mayan round table, like, cut it out. On Montezuma, on Azamori, on all of us, cut it out, bro. It's the same names in a different language, nigga. We created all the languages, since all those names are Semitic and they use holy vowels, so who the fuck is naming us? All my kids have Bible names. All my grandfathers have Bible names. Now where do we go with this? Africa, that meant Jews, but ended up with mean white people. The mean white people kept us up to date with that practice? Like, the fuck you talking about? Why mean white people naming their kids after Jews then? How come the mean white people don't know what happened to the Jews then that they come from and let Germany happen with Hitler? The United States, and they won World War II. No, it wasn't. It was Russia. Tartarian. Same story. Swash banana. The niggas who are lying about everything and all their damn kids and all their damn shorties don't know shit going on, even when it's in real time recently. Get the blacked out and censor shit and take over the printing presses. Oh, you didn't see the Declaration of the White Man in Wilmington? They're white man. Who you declaring your freedom from? So you're a runaway escaped slave, killing a bunch of Indian niggas, and then move us out, and then in 2-3 generations we come back. You looking at us like, you can't sit here. We killed you niggas. Like, take your bitch ass home then. I don't know where that is. Oh, you an orphan trained baby. That's why you ain't shit, slave. You ugly, you fucked up, you evil, you xenophobic, you a bitch ass nigga because you a bitch ass slave descendant. I ain't got that fucking problem, Indian. Don't project your stupid, narcissistic, short-stroking bullshit on us. And ain't that what they've been doing in all their policies? And y'all think everyone else in this goddamn country, y'all think that shit normal and healthy? That's what, you know what I'm saying? It's 350 million of people not even fucking looking at what the fuck they looking at. Like, who the fuck are these niggas? Democrat, Republican, of a United States constitutional citizen, an entity, a corporation, something with a straw man making something for the banks of Jewish people? All right, nigga. And then what do I do? Like, the fuck y'all trying to figure out how to reverse engineer the system of Jewish people? Like, hello? You haven't even figured out they're Jewish people yet. So who the fuck you want to vote for? You want to vote for everybody else? It ain't the Jewish people? What do the Jewish people say in their own fucking lore? I don't give a fuck who the president is, as long as I control the money. And what's wrong with your goddamn country? The fucking money owned by the Jewish people who told you 100 years ago they didn't care about that. They just want to control the money. So who controls your money in this goddamn country then? Jewish people. Who the fuck am I? A Jew. Jewish people. Not us. I'm the land of Jews. Money system. Jewish people. On the promised land of Jews. Do you understand what our dilemma is? Very different than an African, a white person, or anyone else who ain't Indian. Their system is why we don't have shit. Fuck the people and their opinions. They want the system that makes sure we don't have shit. They're in a cognitive dissonant catch-22 impossible loop. No matter what they hear me say or do, they can't help me. Because it doesn't help them in the theory of the hypothecated narrative of what happened if they did. At least some bitch-ass nigga wouldn't be raping your kids. Part 2, part 3, part 10. Like, you understand? Like, it's the loop is this. Motherfuckers don't give a fuck about nothing but benefits. What I'm saying is, it don't benefit me to do this or talk about it or make my block hot or have weird-ass, witch-ass, secret family, bullshit-ass, white, Jewish, black, usually black or Indian, and everything in between us looking at me like, who does nigga think he is? I think I'm the fucking king of America's grandson. Hakata Khan from Tartaria. Hakata, John, my grandfather, Prester, priest, royal high priest, imperial majestic John Smith of the Virgin Maryland colonies after his parents, nigga, like, the end. That's what I think I am, though. I think that's what Smith means, bro. It's right there. It's on the tip of my logistics cord. Like, oh, Smithy, S-M-Y-T-H-E-L. Oh, the L is E-L. Oh. Who has E-L in their name? Noble Joel Lee Moore, my grandfather. Oh, there's Bays. A lot of those. There's Days. I'm DeyZan. And there's L's. Oh my God, 13s. All right, cool story. Cool story. 7 Heaven School. Saturday Sabbath as Sabbatean. Morocco the Mole. Muslim Mohammedan. Don't you know that's all Archangel Michael anyway? Baphomet, Muhammad. But Templars and Masons, they have all the secrets of where the spear of Jesus went to. The spear that my grandfather Carlos V had after he and Mary Andrew. That's what the Jewish people look for. That's what the Khazarians looking for. That's what the secret is. Ooh, the Masons have all the Jesus artifacts. You got a white boy over there buried. Weird fucking story. Anyway, his grandkids are right here, and I'm telling you the story. It don't fucking matter where the bones are. The wineskin and the blood is still alive. Johnny 5 is alive. Shout out to Hakata Khan. Johnny 5 is alive, nigga. Johnny 5 is not supposed to be alive. I want to learn that story. How it go from my grandfather and his sons and his daughters and everybody to these bitch ass niggas. Weird story. But Johnny 5 is alive no matter what the true story is about how the fuck we ended up from kings and shit to some fucking indentured slaves and servants on our own fucking land, disguised as an African American, which ain't as tall as or handsome as I am ever in fucking human history. Don't fucking play with my mother, bitch. Same story. St. John, the Baptist, Joan of Arc, of the Covenant. Same story. It's always the same story. I'm like St. John's kid, because I am. Holy Roman Empire, remember? We have saints. Saint John Smith, one of the saints of the Holy Roman Empire. My grandfather. The 13 colonies. 1611, Virginia, Maryland. Nuremberg, Holy Roman Empire, Germany. Go ahead, fact check it. Look up the Nuremberg UFO incident while you're at it, please. Same time period. There's a UFO event the same time my father gets here. His father's still in heaven. There's no giants and everything's frozen. Nuremberg UFO event. Check the date. And that's the date that we got here. Reason with me. It's not a biblical concept. There's a Nuremberg UFO event. Nuremberg is in Washington, D.C., and that's the time period that we got here. With a cigar-shaped UFO in the sky that I told you I saw in real life. My grandmothers and grandfathers and all their friends that moved over here saw that shit in real life in the 1500s. Right after that, the Americas book was written. They're looking for us. Tecumseh's Comet, 1812. Look again. Everything's under the mud. Again. At least the buildings are still standing. Where all the technology and all the fucking free energy shit go? Nikola Tesla? Oh, you rounded it all up, you robber barons. Which one of you faggots are Americans or Indians? This is around 1570. 1611, King James English. So from Proto-Indo-European, high German-speaking people to English. Same story, by the way. Now, remember what Noble Drew Ali said 100 years ago? He was like, hey, how is your High German? We're going to this conference more in Cuba. 3 in the chat if you heard of that. Why are you asking a nigga how he speak High German in Cuba in 1920 anything? Why would there be a High Roman anybody speaker in Cuba or Chicago? Weird. Fucking weird. Before Hitler. Like before Hitler, bro. Like before Hitler. Like they going to Cuba to talk to some niggas that speak High German. Like classical Arabic. Like Hebrew Aramaic. Like, you know, like a royal designation of the language and not the slang bastardized version for commerce. He asked, do you know how to speak to royals in German, nigga? My grandfather said we are Heinz 57. He's buddy-buddy with the Masons. Hey, Masons, if you're out there, ask a brother in your lodge, what the fuck is Heinz 57? Because Heinz is German, and 57 is 12. The 12 disciples, the 12 saints, the 12 what? What version of the story you want to tell about the same 12? But it's Heinz, High Roman, High German, Alamance County. Come on up, you've seen them before all over the East Coast. We're not Germanized Palatine Boers. We're the Holy Roman Emperor bloodline. There could be all kind of people living on the land, bro. Like, shit, guess, right now. Are all these people descendants of Indians? Now, wow. Now subtract 500 years. Same story. We're not taking away nothing from no one else's story. We're taking our story back, though. And then everyone else could piece back the shit they need to piece back, because I know if they fucked us up, they fucked you up. But what your grandmother say? The real one. That's how you find it. You gotta find your grandmother, bro. Inheritance, land. Your dad could be a pirate, a warrior, a soldier. He could be from any fucking where. But where he plant his seed at? Where's she buried at? Is her father or mother or sister or anyone nearby?
Then you go to that timeline, and then you look up whatever you can find about that place and the people. And don't assume any colors about anything. Just listen to the dialogue. Read. You'll find it. Because there ain't that much fucking time for anyone else to be there. That's you. You understand? So, like, and the population density wasn't 8 billion in this fake number. And that's a fake number today. But let's say America really has 300 million people. It wouldn't be that way 200 years ago. They had a baby boom recently. So you got subtracted at least by half before the baby boom. So 150 million tops maybe. But that's after a Civil War and a World War I and a World War II. So it's like, America barely had 100 million people. Go further back. Go back to when they first discovered it. None of their people, right? So it goes from none of their people to 300 million people. We're just the 13%. There was Israel again. Ain't it encoded all through this matrix? How many times are we going to keep seeing the same signals? Like, that's what wakes you up, Neo. It's almost like we're locked up or cocoonized, and our subconscious mind is driving this spaceship, and the people who are trying to wake us up or flash, like, mission activated, Manchurian candidate shit, was like, yo, shit, we can't talk to them. We can't jack back in. How we gonna get them out? Start showing them a black cat walking by. Yesterday I showed you a black cat walking by. Didn't I? Fucking didn't I? Fucking did, didn't I? You know what I'm saying? I gotta charge this a little bit longer. Yeah, man. It's some Neo shit, bro. He's only one of the 6. Solomon's only one of the Christ. Yeshua's just another one. So it's like, if you got 2, you got more. Like, it's not what people think it is. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know why so many people think it's something and don't care either way. Like, whatever you think it is, how come you don't believe in God? It's about God and his kids. I could have sworn that's what New Testament is. This is God's kid. I don't know if I believe in God. Now you don't even believe in Jesus. You don't got a Jesus piece. If you don't believe in God, then you definitely don't believe in God's kid. I'm with it. What the fuck? That ain't the reason for the existence of this stuff. You don't have to believe in us. Look at us. We barely believe in ourselves. The fuck? That ain't the point of that book, bro. That's a beautiful part of it, though. When you understand what he really did for me, you, and everyone else, ultimately. But, like, you gotta really think about, like, the buildup of that story and what he really did. He got the keys of death, bro. That's how weird flex, bro. Bringing a brother back to life. I mean, he brought Lazarus back to life. That's not why. Oh, you are a son of God. You came back to life. The niggas been bringing people back to life. ER room. What he died for? Pay for the sins of who? Of what? Of what? Of what? Of what? Pay for the sins of who? Hold on here. Run me through it. Because Noah paid for the sins of Adam and Eve. All right. So sins since Adam and Eve. Oh, sins since our kingdoms we had here the first time. The ones that we're standing on top of. Yeah, and that flood, and that story, and that war, and blah, blah, blah. And somehow some of the certain Persians had us in captivity, 10 of us on that side of town. After that, cool fucking story. Now we're back after the fact that Jesus, the coolest story ever, brought his people back to where? The promised land. So for the feel-good human story, he's freeing people out of captivity and bringing them back home. That's what Africans should have did, if there was any Africans there. They should have came over here, punched them in their fucking face, Underground Railroad, Harriet Tubman, got on the boats, brought them back home, lived in Ghana, all the shit they stole and learned, and they make it better over there, and live Wakanda forever. That ain't what fucking happened, because that's not what fucking happened. I understand everything. Our story is what fucking happened. We went over there, knocked down the giants, knocked down the bullshit, knocked down the faggots, knocked down the brothers or cousins probably, and then said, fuck it. Everybody else is still here, alive, population density-wise, that wants to come with us. We're coming with us. We'll bring you here, and we started United Nations. Here we go. Nativity. Multiple degrees of people who have different mothers from when they're in Tartaria for however many hundreds of years that was. I know it's before 14 and 1200, so from 711 until, But so the people who are doing 7-Eleven in northern Western Europe, we favor a certain location on these maps if you notice it, longitude, and they go, that's been in Judah, Jerusalem, came over here, New Jerusalem, England, Those are the angels. Those are the angels. Those are the hybrid kids. How you doing? Judah's tall as shit. That's why. On Noah, god damn it. But Tamerlane Temujin, born in captivity. Moses, part 2, probably like same story. You're like, oh, I want to raise up like I'm fucking Joshua, and I want to shut this shit down. Cross the Bering Straits. Shut your ass up, nigga. Our grandfather had a flying spaceship on Enoch. Cut it out. However, the people got across. The nomads, the tribes, the humans, mankind. Everybody, my nigga. I freed my brothers. All right, St. Petersburg. I freed the other 12 and 11 too. God damn. Paul was writing for a person to not be a Jew, but whatever, he was in captivity and he wasn't minding his business too because Genghis still lived. He came back after 3 days, right? All right, well, dun, 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 dun. Now we talking about Paul? Like, no, where did he go? They say he was taken up, right? All right, Enoch got taken up. Who took Enoch up? One of the angels with a flying craft, cool fucking story. Elisha taken up, who talking about? One of them angels with a flying craft, probably. And Moses, bones missing, took him up, Mountain Transfiguration, we saw a craft, the bird half his face off, Harvey Dent. Same story. And then it happens again with James. Who the fuck moved this boulder? It's the angels. Pulled up and these 2 angels are standing there. Hebrews 13, be careful you entertain angels. Well, if they big enough to move a boulder, then those angels was living in those Roman soldiers. Oh my God. Raphael, Azariah. So it's like, maybe one of the ones, which I think is obvious because the whole book's a callback, the Roman soldier whose daughter he helped realize he can cure remotely. I bet you he was one of them. I bet you he was. Because you don't meet nobody for no reason type shit. You understand? As it is written. So he met the Roman soldier that eventually opened up the boulder for him. Let him out. Should eat healing or whatever they fucking did. You know they're all magicians. But he still gotta breathe, you know what I'm saying? So like, all right, let this nigga out. And then when his boys finally get there, he ain't there no more. Like, I can fill in all the blanks, because I know how niggas are. Like, first of all, let's rewind the story. Last Supper, Judas acting funny. Mary Magdalene shows up. You notice how they always talking about her ass? Like, who her father, who her mother, who her daddy, who they shit. Why y'all keep talking about her now, white people? Mind your fucking business on Virgin Maryland colonies. I'll fuck you up, nigga. So Mary Magdalene, nigga, oh, she's a hoe, she's this. Nah, nigga. What did Dave Chappelle say? Well, she might not be a hoe, but she might have a whole uniform on. That's crazy. A son of God had a poor Jew Galilean uniform on, and he's the son of God and the King of Kings. So what the fuck would that mean? The carpenter, the smith. Like, come on, dog. Like, cut it the fuck out, part 10. So Mary Magdalene had a lot of expensive scents. So much so, she could feed the whole village if she sold it. But at the time, if she was who they say she is, that shit only worth a loaf of bread. So it's like, you didn't understand anything I fucking said. What was Jesus' miracle, nigga? How many people can he feed with a loaf of bread, nigga? All right, this girl, Judas, they all at the same fucking cookout the few weeks prior. She got enough fucking money in these expensive Gucci, Prada, Chanel level ingredients for some hood niggas from Galilee, for some regular, dare I say, bitch, to even have this stuff. Judas is checking her on, what are we doing these fish nugget reruns and shit at this infinite water and wine dispenser? You could have just bought us some real food, nigga. We're civilized. We're right next to the Roman city. Like, we can get some good shit. Like, what the fuck? Niggas out here starving, eating the same flatbread, you know, lint or some bullshit, some red clay, I don't know, maybe some fish, nigga. They seem to be surrounded by water. And it's like, Gulf of America, probably Mexico and Egypt, but you know how it goes. Like, one of those places, or maybe some of the islands too. It doesn't really quite say, because it tells you mind your fucking business, because that's your family member. And if that's your family member, where are you today? It's not a mystery. So it's like, okay, they're around here probably in recent history, nigga. I'm still a Smith, carpenter. So like, all right, that was recent human English history names. So it's who had last names before England? All right, that my name's in the church of their damn books, and the church is about a bunch of Jews. You call them Hebrews. Whatever it is more. We go back and forth since 7-Eleven. Stop playing with us. So Mary Magdalene obviously had a lot of money, probably. And she also had access as a girl of the night to buy these things. Laughable. You don't understand the time period. Cool story, allegedly. But whatever the case was, Judas clocked that shit. Mind you, his little exchange was for a piece of silver he didn't really need. But he complained about how much money this bitch got. So it's a bad bitch following you around. loaves of breads and shit, watching you, clocking you. And then she does this customary ritual where she washes the feet of a what? A prophet, a Messiah. If this a girl a hoe, how the fuck she know what that is? Usually born into some shit like that. So why would she know the signs? No, fuck the signs, bro. Remember, the 3 kings came to visit him when he was born. Didn't they bring him the same ingredients? All right, Hebrews 13, be careful who you entertain. You might be entertaining angels. I code switch. Same story happened to Genghis Khan. Another story. They asked a Chinese cousin. What happened to Genghis Khan one more time? What was that shit about? Oh yeah, niggas be hating. He's surrounded, maybe, and he gets locked into a cave. You know, something with a boulder in front of it. And whatever's happening outside, cowboys, Indians, arrows, you know how the story goes. Eventually, I guess, he was revealed and saved out of this cave by the owl. The owl saved him. On some Assassin's Creed 3 Revelation shit. And the owl saved him. And you know, now the owl is his great feather. Khan. Same story, bro. Like, stop playing with us. So, the feather intonates wisdom. Isis, Sophia, owl, wisdom. Meaning all of that is feminine. Now, think about Genghis Khan. And then think about Solomon. They both looking for wisdom. Owls, feathers, Sophia, Isis, moon goddess. Same story. It's the same story. It's literally, and not even figuratively, the same story. Genghis is the story of Solomon. Then Jesus is Solomon. Obviously. Why did we divide our testimony if those are our fathers, nigga? Did someone ask Paul? Because it seems like the New Testament is the 4 scripts. His son's named after him. Look at the Mayan calendar again. And then they remix it with some Roman, whatever that means to them, Pauline, not quite us if he's killing us, version of being redeemed, a wretch like him, after being responsible for setting up our father, right? Because he's on the Roman side of the people killing niggas. Jesus Barbarous, right? He's barbarian, so you know he's black and he has a beard and he's a tall nigga. So, but if Paul is Saul and Saul is Jesus Barbarous, then we telling the same story again, aren't we? About betrayal by a nigga that looked like you, right, twin? He's just trying to redeem himself. Paul is like Judas part 10. He betrayed Jesus and they didn't even know him. So far, so good. That makes sense. That makes sense. I know it makes sense. It's gotta make sense. If it don't make sense, please hold me accountable. So Solomon, Jesus, Genghis, same story, same story, same story. It all has a betrayal in it, is what I'm saying to you. A misunderstood betrayal, because people are trying to force our hands, because if you who are who you say you are, then why don't you give me all the benefits, nigga? They see you walking on water, healing people, attracting things, doing all the other things. They're like, you should have some more money then. What? Judas, what the fuck are you talking about, nigga? I talked to the devil who currently has all the little titles of all these kingdoms, and he told me all I had to do was take the knee and he'll give me the keys back. Why the fuck trying to buy it? Like, what do you, nigga, I don't even gotta fight this nigga. This nigga fundamentally, no matter who I am and what I am, all he wants to do is have me under him. The same way that Moses was with Pharaoh. Come on, dog, same story, ain't it? You notice that all those stories are the same stories because they're all messiahs? A book full of messiahs with the same story. I know that's right. These ain't random guys either. The Hebrew Bible is about the Hebrews. How you doing? Their father throwing him is a different story. They're the messiahs. They're the ones going around freeing people from captivity, giants and faggots, bro. My language model, by default, is what that is. That's what we do. We don't do nothing else. We're Smiths. Builders of civilization. Masons, part 10. Pyramids and shit. More, same story. Hakuba, Tamari, Egypt. That Pharaoh is my father. The pharaohs are our dads.
Fuck them niggas. What my grandma say. Where his mother stay? That's the only thing important about that. How you doing, guy? How you doing? Yeah. In our culture, Israelites and Jews, we stay together. So we only mix with our own people for the kingdomship, for the royals. Right? You heard about it. They turned it into incest. But we have 13 tribes to choose from. See how like they misinterpret everything, but it's logical. Like you start with a full deck of cards, nigga. You start with 3 variables, and you end up with 12, and now we're at 13. So you just, how many combinations you have without having to sleep with your own sister or your first cousin? Like, and then go. And this is like 800 years after that rule, or, you know, that setup. So it's like, we're so biologically diverse where it's always incest because we're all related, but it's never incest because you don't have the same mother and father or grandparents. But you could sometimes. But you know how niggas are. Multiple baby daddies and baby mamas. That helps. By the way, that helps. Oh, that other shit be kind of weird. All the brothers getting the white girls and the Latina girls. Cool story. 400 more years. There's going to be all of that washed out again in 3 to 5 generations. And they have some cool extra ingredients, but they don't all look like Indians. Same story. It takes time to make a thing go right. It takes 2 to make it out of sight. That's what we're doing. I want to rock right now. We all do. We're in a threshing moment of the story. Whoever survives this is the families of next 400 years. No matter what we think, that is obvious. You feel me? So even if you're not Indian and you're here, cool story. You got the same mission, nigga. Fuck going on out here? You got the same mission. You trying to be here in 400 years? All right then. Same commandments, I assume. You're not hunting, killing, and hating on Jews, are you? All right, you be cool. Shit. I don't think my sons are gonna bother you. They might bother your daughters though. Stay woke. And that's how that happens. That's how Jesus and Peter end up being related. Once you get to their great grandkids. And if you do it far enough years, what ends up happening is you end up reading a story about all of your grandfathers at once, especially if you're a royal. So no one in a family Bible is not your family the further the time goes on from that start. It's a tree. A mustard seed grows a forest, nigga. On Abraham, as many grains of sand next to the ocean, as many stars throughout the sky. What do they say every fucking time? My Father throughout in heaven. Every single light, nigga. So, like, yeah. Yeah, I guess they hitting the rinse and wash one more time. Like, damn. We just getting started. We just got PlayStation. We just got Dragon Ball Super Booted for Super Nintendo. Number 3, use Trunks. Amazing. We just got that, bro. And these niggas already with the shenanigans, already dying off and fagging out, bro. Like, goddamn, we at the end of a cycle. Barely got started, bro. So now when you go forward from here, let's say 150 years past the end of this current federal government demonstration, and then we the people that are still standing, I imagine now, right? Because it's not 17 nothing. 300 years later, right? Come on now, be reasonable. New palette of people. Some of us been here the whole time. That ain't everyone's secret. I know. It's the same story in 775. Most of them niggas ain't from here either. Damn. Same story. Nothing has changed fundamentally. Just what our position in the story is. This is how it was when it was just Indians too. We traded on the west side, not the east side. That's why so many Asians are. That's why so many so-called Mexicans, Latinos, Hispanics look Asian-ish. That was our United States back then, if you will, of non-native or non-Aboriginal peoples. Sucking and fucking and mixing and sucking, and they come out with something called Moriscos. Look it up. Find that image. You'll notice that every Morisco in America, Indian land, these are the islands, by the way, these drawings, they're all niggas, man. more ISCOs. Chart. Spain, Portugal, Google Images. Have fun. All niggas here, bro. That's before the United States. But those are United Nations, aren't they? They have a chart for all their kids. Lobos, Negro, Morisco, all that. You think it's their hair color. Nigga, all of them are black. Black people ain't got no other hair color, nigga. It's dark brown, very brown, auburn. Like, bro, don't play with melanin, bro. Don't play with your blood type. Like, don't fucking play with us. I'm Carlos V, Moorish Latin, my Spanish. Don't play with us. Moreno just means you're a Moorish descendant. That means your grandfather is a nigga. Like, that's what Moreno means. You got some nigga in your family. Cool story, bitch. What is anything else? If all Moriscos are Moors, like the 10 tribes of Israel, intermixing and mixing, and you get new sets. And that's crazy. The Morisco chart is showing you the tribes of Israel and their nations at that time mixing again. Can you fucking imagine? Tribes of niggas. Several of them. Look at your Morisco chart. Several of them niggas. Different niggas. You see their clothes, their habits? Now look for the ones that have fringes. Israelites. Mixing in with some other niggas that are not Israelites. But that's beautiful. The only thing is, no matter what they're mixing with, they're still niggas. So when it's all said and done on that Morisco chart, now wait till the 3rd generation or 4th generation, what ends up happening? Indian? They all become Indians. And they all prefix in moral to the Moorish people, Moriscos, and their Indian associates. Hi, Jews. All right, then. Shit, the fuck going on out here? We did this already. What we're doing now, we did already. Without the white supremacy and the weird shit. Just building shit for the first time again. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get the electrical trolley system up, and we did. We got the electrical trolleys in Jamaica. With ships and with motorboats. Have you thought about it yet? Probably not, right? I know, they got us in a headlock. We got that shit from Alabama to Jamaica, bro. That's the 1800s. That's before Nikola Tesla, too. He came here to study shit. Built by niggas. But we were slaves in a zoo. Look it up. Alabama, electric trolley, electric train, 1800s. Way before Ford, way before oil, way before cars. If our shit is electric boogie, woogie, woogie, why are these niggas digging for oil and coal? What did Tesla tell you? Well, JP Morgan said, we can't put a land patent on that. How are we supposed to charge them if it's free? Yeah, niggas, we're not those people. We weren't thinking about profits. We built the train for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't build this train to sell things to, invaders. We built this train so our kids can have fun, nigga. Like, the fuck? Built the train to go from point A to B. I don't want to live next to my dad no more, but I definitely want to see my grandma. Like, like maybe the train's for me, right? Like, so we can go forth and multiply, nigga. We could be Hebrews. Uncle Eber let his son go. Took half the tribe with his ass. A whole new generation, nigga. Star Trek or something. Like, same fucking story. Every time we talk about it. I've never seen a Jewish man talk like that. The meaning of the word in the Antic Hebrew and the illustration of the rib of the Rabboni steak. Like, my nigga, shut the fuck up. What the fuck y'all even researching and talking about? How they still studying the language, nigga? Is it not in King James English? Is it not written in the language we speak, bitch? Like, remember, Jesus asked these niggas that in Aramaic, whatever that was called back then. He said, is it not written in Aramaic, nigga? Because if it's not written, it means it's something you can read. So he's saying that these rules about gods being seeds are also in the language of Aramaics. Where'd that language come from? If it's talking about gods having kids, where that at? America? Like, come on, dog. It's too easy. But the root ada from the mother, from the Maghreb, the Abid, it is in the garden. Let us say that the squash banana. And the unclean ones in the goyim, on the squash banana. Like, oh my God, nigga. Who your daddy, bitch? Cause he just fucking anything down here. Niggas, this shit a fucking colony. It's a fucking co-op. between two different civilizations and species. And the problem is that we've been the third party product since back then when we told you that. So like we're even more mixed than we were then. Yeah, there's so much evil in us now. I love it here, bro. We're like Mega Men, bro. We absorb all the radiation. All the bullshit that comes out here. We absorb it. We peak game. We can implement it and perfect it too. They still studying language. Nigga, we mastered nonverbal communications. Almost like we used to be telepathic, like the angels. I'm psychic. I can see the future. I wonder what that is. You're Indian. Mm-hmm. That's what I try to tell the sister. You're Indian. Where your grandma said? Oh, your grandmother too? Mm-hmm. Your grandmother used to know the Jews. You're Indian. How you doing? You describe all the things that the Bible says you'll be like. The Bible says you'll be like that. Who's the Bible talking to, Israel? So in America, what Israelites are. Hi, I'm a dude, he's a dude. She's Israelite, I'm an Israelite descendant. Mixed. And we also have the same gifts mentioned in the Bible about Israelites. Cool story, bro. Fuck with us. So that Bible might be real one day. Like that Bible might actually be true, since it's a prophecy about the future, or right now, I guess. Like I said, these are like a bedtime story. Nah, you don't tell me a book is all about a bunch of prophets, and then you skip the fact that this book is a book of prophecy too. Prophecy inclines that you're going to need this in the future. We sure did. We sure did, bro. We needed that refreshment. Thank child to our ancestors, for real. Glory be God. They were able to muster something in enough time. And my ancestors came to my dream and said that they were sorry to me in person for not finishing the book. Based on a true story. They were in a hurry for some reason. Right before they all died. They're old though. They're like in their 70s or 80s. Like 10 of them. Boys and girls. Dressed in all black. Jews. Jews dressed in all black is crazy, bro. But yeah, the angel walked me through that dream. Introduced me to my ancestors. They glue like they are my mothers and fathers. Or they like glue like they saw me when I was a kid or something. I do not know these niggas. But these niggas give me the funny feeling that they're my family, because that's the only people that do this. Feels just like it. Oh shit. Nigga took me to the side and talking to this one, the sillier one of the bunch. He's all geeked up, excited. He can talk. Like, yo, I'm gonna show you something. Show me a paper, a book, a page, something, a scroll, something. That shit was highly interactive. I was like, bro, and I told him this while I'm in this space. I can't read in my sleep. And the nigga looked at me and go, oh. And then I looked at the page again and it became, instead of words or letters, it became a map of something. Weird story, but I couldn't read it, so it didn't matter. So then I guess one of the women or one of his sisters said something. And he was like, oh, made an adjustment, put the paper down, didn't worry me about it. As the one woman was telling me, yeah, we're sorry, we didn't get a chance to finish the book, A, B, C, and D. I couldn't have read it anyway. And it was like, and I feel okay. I don't feel like, oh, a letdown. I'm like, oh, I'm glad to met you niggas. Where am I again? And who is this thing walking with me? How come I cannot see it? All right, angels. All right, so take me through. And then the guy, can't show him a book, can't show him no page. He don't understand no English. So I'm going to show him something. He took me, and I don't know if he covered my eyes. I don't know how it happened, because I'm asleep already. So my eyes are closed. And then lucid. My eyes are lucid dream eyes. So somehow I closed my eyes and then dream. And it took me to a room in the same time period, in the same style as them. So it's kind of like they showed me a memory.
Yeah, because I missed it this morning.
Because the person they showed me wasn't with them. So it's kind of like when you're in a lucid state in that world, it's almost like they're telling me about someone who died. Because she's not there with me. And they wanted to show me her, which seems like she's related to them, thus related to me, thus being my direct ancestor, their sister. Show me a memory of their sister, and I saw this old room with a candlelight or flame light or something, 1800s. It could have been a real light too, I don't know, but it's old, tiny as fuck.
Don't scare me like that. What's the like?
Old timey as fuck. And a white woman walks into the room. And she got this weird big dress on. But she reminds me of like a fucking nurse, agent, 1800s version. Like, it's not an organic interaction. Like, she's monitoring. Like, she's a monitor. So she brings my aunt or my grandmother into the room blindfolded, which is already, a red flag.
Look at my nail clippers.
Because, like, how we were raised, in that dream, I'm thinking, like, 1800s and slavery, and I'm looking at this white woman, clipboard-style white woman, bringing one of my ancestors blindfolded. You already know, man. It's like the Roots is playing in my sleep. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna kill somebody, but let's go with it. She sat her down in front of a table with a chair. She sat her in the chair, put her hands on this sewing machine, or this threading machine. It's actually for fringes. And the woman starts this experiment, I guess. And then my mother, if you will, is sewing fringes at the bottom of this dress. But it's kind of like alien. It's kind of like... And I don't know nothing about that technology or that time period enough to know whether or not blindfolded, not fucking up your fingers, I guess, or not fucking up the shape, or whatever this test was for that technology of this lucid vision. It was kind of like, whatever she's doing it faster than anyone could ever do it, and she's doing it blindfolded. So she's a mutant, if you will. I have a grandfather who's really fast for it. On tape, he looks like a mutant. Like, ain't nobody else on the field even, that speed don't even exist. But that's the speed he is, and the same thing with the sewing machine. She's just quick. And I was like, oh shit. I was impressed by how fast it was. Like, I'm in my dream or my lucid state seeing a supernatural vision of a memory. Step out of that shit. And I'm still in the same fucking living room, bro. My dreams usually shapeshift like a motherfucker. I could never get to actually the same corner. They put me back in the living room with all these niggas, ancestors, in their 70s or older, gray hair and shit, men and women, and the goofy guy who was trying to show me to read and like took me to this vision thing was like, basically like they all hugged me goodbye. And this angel or this entity that you can't see, but you know it's telepathically talking to you while you're asleep, it walks me outside. Same story. Like, oh shit, it's an actual log cabin shack looking thing on a real road, paved black, so 1800s for sure. Should be some horses somewhere. And then the land is landscaped, short green grass, beautiful green grass. It's nighttime, but there's lights down the damn street. So like, these ain't no poor nigga plantations. And then they take me to this angel's walking with me. And he's saying something, bro. Like, he was telling, like, you can't remember what angels say to you when you're sleeping. It's fucking annoying. But I know he was talking and I was responding in my mind. So I know we had a conversation or exchange, but I can't bring it when I'm awake. But as I'm having this conversation or he's teaching me something, I look to the side of the road because we're walking or floating or whatever it is. I was like, shit, nigga, that's a beautiful fucking maze in this bitch. Like, goddamn, this shit Roman as fuck, nigga. You know what I'm talking about? Like, the Greek and Roman gardens. I'm like, Jesus Christ, nigga. I seen some type of little miniature statues. Like, in my vision on my awareness of it, it's like I almost see into it too. Like, oh, this shit beautiful. Where the fuck am I? Who are these slave niggas? You assume the worst because of how we were raised, nigga. And then I just, as he's going on and the lights down the road, maybe 100 more yards, Like I'm able to use my sleep vision and look straight down a road that's usually not in your dream vision. And I see this tall, beautiful statue. Marble lion, Judah, in the backyard or in like a little paved driveway from this road. But I could tell it's the back of the house though that we're approaching. And I couldn't see it. It's like built more. It's a big brick, Victorian, huge, out of frame type of thing. But the contrast was the light, the statue. And I'm getting excited. Like, oh my God, like where the fuck is this nigga taking me? Because in my dream vision, I'm like, shit, I'm about to walk into the mansion, nigga, Laura Croft in this bitch. Like, who am I gonna meet next? And I started waking up. Fuck. I got out of the Matrix too soon. Like, oh man. That angel take me on a walk with some Jews. Those mazes and those gardens, all that shit. Northern Israel, easy. Judah, the lion. Northern Israel, easy. Victorian era, King James, all the same thing. They trying to show me something they were writing. They couldn't have been slaves. They're writing books. So it's like, oh, damn, bro. Fuck. That's crazy. I was like, damn, kid. The Bible be saying shit like that be happening for real. And once you identify what's happening, you're like, oh shit, that's what they're talking about when they're writing this. Yeah, they're dream like this. Yeah, timeless. A different dimension even. You fall asleep and then you wake up somewhere in the middle of something. These niggas are in the middle of a gathering talking about some damn book and a deceased, missing, or non-present sister of theirs who's a fucking mutant. And then her greatest grandson shows up and like, hey, nigga, we were looking for you. Wait, y'all called me? And then Angel brought me there. You know, that's why those dreams are different, because yeah, it wasn't me trying to envision or do nothing. They said they called me. They called me to apologize. They called me because time was running out for them, wherever they are. They're old, so it's like they're going away. It's not even like a death thing. It's in a dream. But they're leaving that place. They wanted to show me the estate. It's real. Like, okay, cool, thank you. I don't know what that means yet. And that's why Jonathan, a couple years later, was like, you gotta do your ancestry. He sent me some money to do the special ones, $60. Is that 2023? So it's like 6 years later. That's 3 years ago. Almost 10 years in all since it happened. And Ancestry.com. Look at God. There's all those lions. That shit felt like I was in a deja vu. I was like, whoa, this cannot be happening to me. You know, 10 years ago it was just a dream. I knew it was a deep dream, like a metaphysical remote viewing thing. I wasn't thinking about heritage. I think Kendrick Lamar got to that before I did. But I was like, nah, son. Looked at my Ancestry.com, I was like, they not like us. That's my whole fucking attitude problem. They not like us, bro. I'm in a world full of Arbery's for real. They mother the devil, bro. I don't got nothing to do with that. My ancestors are Jews for real. I remember everything. That's how I know they're black. I dreamed about them before I knew what those were. That way, like that time period and that signage, that architecture. It's like, why is this so Roman? Who would be managing the Roman estates besides Jews? That's what they always do, bro. That's why the Jewish people copying us are trying to do the same thing with fake money this time. Clone. An inversion of the system in the roles assigned to that. It's a civilized-ish. It's United States-ish. It's kind of like that. It's not that. Don't let them lie to you. Hold on. I'm trying to look and see if my family. Find that lion again.
Find out what manor that was, if you will. My spirit was like, West Virginia. Where Virginia lands. It's in Virginia somewhere, brother. All right, God. Crystal went to Virginia shortly after that dream, right before she got diagnosed with throat cancer. The world is so evil. So I'm trying to figure her out. Like, yo, Aunt Crystal, holla at your boy. You know I'm the only one to ask these questions. Couldn't even talk to me no more. Cut her tongue out. So, we look up the history of Smiths. The easiest one, of course, is my grandfather, Jamestown colony, 1609. So right before the King James Bible, Jamestown, King James Bible. That's his son, John, in this language. Isabella Drake is another Smith. John Smith, another one. Charles Smith, he's black based on his age. Robert Smith, Roberts, Jew. Well, we know they're Jews because Smith is their last name. See the years though, where all the Jews are black. Mary Ann Smith, Lady Alice Smith. It's like saying Sir. Sir William Nicholas, like my grandfather, Sir Knight Hakata Khan Smyth-EL. So these are all Smiths, but what's important is about where they are and how many there are. Telling you what their blood type is just by how many kids they can have. But these are the black royals of England. Cambridge. That's us. Those are the black royals. That's when the blacks ruled Europe. But this is the end of it. This is the last generation of us over there. Once John Smith came here, and you know, they had back and forth, but this is when it starts staying here. And you see how many kids this white woman has. Save me the gore details, Jew. You feel me? That's not a white woman, Harpo, with this many damn kids. Dead giveaway, plus their names. Captains, so now they have boats more. America, get it? They're captains of their own boats. Letitia, definitely a black girl name. Don't play with us. Letitia, stop playing. John Henry, everyone knows John Henry. Lord Robert, so he has land. Walter, brothers, same family. Elizabeth, kids. England, Jew. Kent, England, Trenton, New England. Same story because they're Smiths. That's where I was born, over there. It's not her. Whitewashing, but there's the degrees of where they're buried. But remember, we're already in America. It's 1630. So she's doing her shit over there, I guess. Or that's just her estate, her birthright. Since her mother was probably from over there still. But everything over here is hers too. This is the New England colonies. Founders of the whole story of the United States. Like, literally, these are the founders. And that's my mother. Queen Elizabeth of Kent, England is my grandmother. Peaky Blinders, ass niggas. Right, twin? Christinator, I think they're Jews, Mother Teresa. Ludwig, oh shit, Germans, I see you niggas. North Carolina, where all the Jews are. Who grew up in North Carolina? Don't tell me their grandson grew up there. Since it's their first colony ever in human history. Check the dates. Virginia colonies. Died in North Carolina. Going south, I guess. How you doing? What's up, twin? Oh, that's my twin. My ninth great grandmother. Shit. Day one niggas. Nunsimund. That don't look like no white boy English name city for her to be born in Indian. Like Christinator, nigga. Christanoia, nigga. Like on God twice, nigga. On the bloodline of Jesus twice, nigga. You understand everything? So they named her that. Oh, that's my grandmother, though. Probably the one I dreamed about. As funny as this story goes. Then we turn into Stevens. And there goes More Simple Science of America. Here we go. Right there. Beasley. Measley. Manly Beasley is Measley. They're funny as fuck. I'll fuck them up, nigga. Anyway. And that's where that story begins. Right around here. We've been doing the same shit for 100 years. From Stevens Jews to Beasley Jews. These are all niggas. Like, I'm talking about from 100 years. All these Jews are all niggas. Lee County. Like he said, she said, we got last name Lee in our family. I know that's right, Jew. I know that's right. Beasley Jew, Lee Jew, Manly Jew, South Carolina, the Jews. I just showed you that. Just 3 generations before him. We the only niggas that been there since the start of the niggas being there that are not what you call Indian. Well, I got some great news for you, Jews. Hence, marry Alfred. Ha ha ha. Drew Ali, Alfred. Ha ha ha. Married a Jew. Can you imagine his daughter married a Jew named Mary? Can you imagine? A Mary Ali, a Mary Alfred, right? Married a Beasley, a Jew. Can you imagine? A Moor married a Jew. On Hindus and Indians. Get it? She's a Moorish Indian. The land is her land in Julie County, Darlington, South Carolina. It's called the Lily County. The whole region is theirs. There's no other date for anyone else to be there. Same story. Back to me. How y'all doing? When Georgiana, named after Georgia Beasley, can you fucking imagine? She's an Indian. Right before she died. Same color as I. All that land in Lee County is her family. Hartsville, Darlington, South Carolina. Where all the Cherokee Indians are. Al-Chalike, Alfred. Get it, Alchemist? Same story, I guess. Where all the Al-Chalike Moors are. I know that's right. South Carolina, Chalikes. Yep. Tuscarora, Etruscans. Same story. Motherfuckers is bugging, bro. Like, they really came over here and they're type disrespectful, bro. 1900s. Everything else has been a fucking lie. They weren't here before that. Or they would be related to these guys and have this black grandmother with damn near 20 kids. Stop fucking playing with us, bro. Only queens do that. Sir Lord L. It's his land, bro. Ain't no one else there. There's no competition. So they're named sirs and lords and ladies. They're of the land. It's named after them, especially if it's in their language. And all those people are English. Smith is English. They're Jews, though. So they can never have been white people. Because if the white people in America are those people, then they would be the Jews, right? If the United States white people that we see and elect and play the politics of the United States are the white people that came to the United States at the beginning of the story here, that's them. Every one I just showed you. They're day one niggas. But they're white people in their story. Cool. But those white people on King James English and New England colonies have a Jew last name. So fundamentally, there's white Jews out there who are the kings and royals of England. White Jews, kings and royals of England. Now, let's whitewash it. Let's go with that. The United States is a product of that people and trade routes betraying itself. So white people came to America to betray the white Jews of England, who ended up here anyway, but then ended up being betrayed by the 1775s. And that's when you see our names change. We go from Smiths to Roberts to Thomases to this more Germanized version of things. And Benjamin Franklin writing about it. But I'm a Smith today. I didn't get Smith from that family tree. What I'm saying is my dad then, he's a Smith on both sides of his family. That was his mother, who's John Smith's granddaughter. She's Beasley, a Jew name. So John Smith's granddaughter is a Jew named Beasley, a Cherokee Indian in South Carolina. Her son, my dad, father, last name is Smith, an Afro-Asiatic little guy from Pennsylvania. Same story. Benjamin Banneker, Westmoreland. So their family, my dad's family settled or migrated in that time period. The new Jerusalem area, the fucking Pennsylvania and all that. They stayed there, where the copper mines are, and all the shit, the mountain. And then them and the Smiths, the builders, Judah, Empire State. And then the other tribes went down the coast eventually. But remember, there's another territory, other niggas started in the Caribbean or South, they're pushing upward. And then you have that Florida Peninsula where all the trade and Barbary coasts are. But its territory at that time is like Seminole, or an Arabic Moorish dispensation that's disconnected from the 13 colonies. And so then the Civil War comes, and then those Seminoles and those Geechees and all those people, some are in captivity, penal colonies, Georgia. Her name's Georgiana, but so our family didn't think Georgia wasn't like because slaves. It was like, no, named after our grandmother probably, right? So all of that's happening all at once. There's an African American story, there's a Black European story, there's white people, other people, Asian people. Don't forget the Japanese there. Like, you have a lot of shit going on down there outside of the 13 colonies of Jews. That gets flip-flopped after the American Revolution and into the Civil War. You're gonna tell me something. That my family of Jews in the North are teeing off with my family of Jews in the South as of the Civil War. Weird story. The Northern Territories, it's all Virginia and shit like that, but my ancestors who created New England, that's from Virginia on up anyway. The divider line's imaginary, because once you get to Tuscarora or Morada, that's North Carolina, down to Florida and Georgia, all that shit in between us. The Southeast. They said, well, that's the Confederate territory. White boys and Christians and KKKs with Qurans, Mohammedans right down next to them, called Chelikes, Cherokees. They're Mohammedans. Why white boys got Qurans back like they Christians? We'll never understand anything about this story, but we know that's after the Civil War. My problem, what I'm bringing attention to the court here is that if you're naming the states, the cities, and the counties that this is happening in the 1800s, all of that's named after my family stuff. So, at that time, I showed you Darlington, all that shit, Lee County, all that. This is all Jew stuff. So the Jews of the South, landowners, things like that. And this right before the Trail of Tears, don't miss it. And the Jews of the North. And obviously everyone else. We got French Suave, we got the French Indians. You just met her. You got the Geechees. You got everyone else wilding. You got the Gullah Geechee Warriors. You got some Indians from a different island who just don't like the way shit's going. Somewhere else besides the Northeast. In the South, it's like, oh, you got blacks, you got slaves, you got whites. The biggest slave master in South Carolina is a black guy. I bet you more money he's an Indian. But, so the Indians down South had slaves from other places. Cool fucking story, bitch. I like that story. They're saying all these people are white, including the Indians that married the Jews of white Jews. So we should have a bunch of Cherokee Indians today then that are the white Jew from New England on a royal level mixed in with the Pocahontas or the copper colored, or let's use your Indian, a white Jew and your Native American, had a bunch of kids for 200 years, and where are they now? Because if anything, these concentration camps, these reservations for that actual bloodline of these conflicts in the reservations with the casinos, where the fuck I am. If those are those people's kids, then why the fuck aren't they in Israel? You would deport them to their homeland, Israel, Palestine. That's where the Jewish people of today, who's supposed to be the Jewish people of yesterday, in these bloodlines. So Rockefeller, Frederick T. Gates, all the niggas, all the fake crypto Jews and Germans after World War II, all of them are the Jewish people who are from Europe because the Jews ruled Europe. And if they're all white, then that's all my family. But then how come these people, they over here dealing with the Jews and Israelites of their same white family today and treating them like they're Mexicans? That's a lot of fucking nothing. What's the fucking Jewish Federal Reserve Bank got the fucking... Nigga, Jewish people couldn't get Jewish people to do Jewish banking in America, a colony made by Jewish people with Jewish language and Jewish names, and Jewish copper and Jewish coins, with white Jewish people from New England, and that's who came to America, the Jewish people. So it's been Jewish people coming from New England and white Jewish people been in America with some color Indian, not Jewish people. Everybody on that damn coast should be white people, but yet we have so many black niggas and slaves. What I'm saying is, well, the Jews sold you in slavery. Bitch ass nigga. Jews created America. So if you're a slave that came to America under Jewish custody, let me know so we can find it. But the weird thing is, you only know that story. None of the Africans do. And the only person telling us that story, we should know, around 1960, Alex Haley is a Jewish person. So a Jewish person put into mainstream society the idea that you're an African American or a black person because some white guy put you into slavery, and you find out 20 years later, ooh, it was a Jewish bloke named Jesus. But there's no J in Hebrew, nigga. Make your mind up. Make your mind up. So did the Jewish people sell you into slavery, or did the Jews sell you into slavery? It's a very different story, because one is white and one is black. What I'm telling you is, as a black Jew, this is my black Jew family. The royals of England and Europe, who created New England, New Europe, 13 colonies, 13 United Nations, all over again, of black Jews and Israelites. The 10 tribes of Israel already here, Indian. So like when the Jews are mixing with the Indians, that's Judah, Ben, and 10 of everybody else coming together. Same story, Noah. Like the fuck, they're already related. We didn't mix with strangers. You understand? It's a Jew story. The Bible, we don't mix with strangers, Stoic. We don't mix with strangers. What the fuck is going on, Afro-Asiatics? Do you understand what a pedigree is? Nigga? Rottweilers give birth to Rottweilers. And you start mixing that shit with Chihuahua, and then eventually all you got is Chihuahuas. Cut it out. Dominant genes, blood types, all that things. So if you just think about the story in terms of blood types and what reproduce and cross-pollinize, you understand the obvious? It's like 1828 was the definition of American. Well, those are two blood types, right? Whatever the European was before 1828 and the copper color Indian came together, and they're still copper colored. Hi, how you doing? Because I'm telling you, I'm one of those Europeans that had to be copper colored before 1828, because before 1828, my family's here. And they're all Jew last names. Even Smith, a Jew last name. So Jews don't mix. So it went from Smith, the king of Jews, to whoever else the families and brothers and cousins were, and Roberts and Thomas's Jew, Beasley, Jew, back to Smith, Jew. So I'm saying for 13 generations, my last names of my direct ancestors have all been Jew last names. And these are the actual Jew of America's history and fame, revolution and civil war. We're on both sides the whole time. The whole thing is our empire, like day one. So it's like, if there's an internal conflict between Jews and Indians back and forth, that's a whole nother story. But white people put themselves in all of this, so it's a different story. But if I remove white people out of anything in the civics of the story, since none of this shit is there, or their language, and all my family last names match the people that it is on New England, nigga, New Jerusalem, nigga, that's us. Judah and Ben, New Jerusalem, here we go again. Israel's downstairs, nigga. And that's where most of the Africa slave port names on the white people manifest with the federal government is. You'll see that Port Africa is all this South American, Caribbean, Morisco shit. And they're bringing them up north. So it's the battle between North Carolina and South Carolina, or is it the battle between North America and South America? With the Barbary Coast and the Barbary Wars right in between us. Ain't that right, Castillo? Portuguese, Francois, niggas, Napoleon. So y'all holding down Mexico, Central America, and the South perimeter of the Gulf of the Barbary Coast of the Barbary Wars. Right after the definition is written, right now in American, is this in European? They're up north, nigga, Boston, remember? Pennsylvania, there you go, 13 colonies, definition, Webster. Down south, they're speaking a different language. You heard her, more Arabic and Hebrew dialected, Chalique. And then you go down further, the Portuguese and the Spanish, who said fuck the Granada or took over Granada and then fucked up the shit over here and all the weird shit you hear them do, Moors, they're down there, the little ones, and they don't whatever the fuck they've been doing. And Brazil looked just like Philadelphia. Cut it the fuck out. And all that shit had German Zeppelins. Holy Roman Empire, Nuremberg, Holy Roman Empire in Brazil. Same fucking story still. In the same fucking buildings too. Mudflip Part 2. So yeah, but in Mudflip Part 1 is because all of us are Tartarians. The only thing that changed in this dancery between 1200 and 1611 is that the rest of the two tribes, Ben and Judah descendants, they came back to the Promised Land. they came back to the promised land at perfect fucking timing. Because Genghis Khan's already dead. So whatever his sons did, and Hakata's one of them, he came over here. Azamori, you know the story, Little Steven, all that shit, Carlos V, they both over here. And then whatever other families left, who's still there, even their kids are probably still there, just not in that position, saying like, I'm here and I'm not in that position. But what I'm saying, when they scattered and remixed, and somehow people start turning light-skinned over there, and then they demonize Luciferian or Satanize the Catholic Church and the Christians. This is all recent history too, by the way. This is not 2,000 years in the making. This is all after the fall of Granada. So yeah, as that's getting fucked up, and you got Saudi and Africans and fucking Alawite dynasties and all this weird Mameluke and unit gay boy shit, that army is doing something different, and it's like competing with the Christian Catholic thing. But both of them said fuck the Jews. So the Jews start paving way to the Americas way before they had to deal with that. The royals. But the rest of the citizens and the people just living their life like you could, because you built your own house back then. Like, if they wanted to come over here or not, jurisdiction-wise or bloodline or family-wise or fuck them niggas-wise, they're royals or nobles, like, those people could stay behind, or they can travel in Africa, or they can go into Asia, or maybe they went to the Philippines, trying to get to California the other way. But we know for a fact, all along the way of the Silk Road, we have a network of Jews who still communicate or pass Morse code to each other. Just sitting in the cut for real. But that's cool. They're Jews. I am Jerusalem's grandson. You feel me? So what I'm saying is, there's a lot of Jews out here, a lot of Afro-Asiatics out here, a lot of Semites out here, a lot of Saracens out here. All the one same big happy family. Take the New Testament and the Quran and just smash it together in whatever book we're in now. And then we're going to build a whole new tomb all over again. Alexandria be damn Virginia. Damn Greek, Hebrew. Damn, same story again. All in the Jew language, English. Come on, dog. Fuck with us. Fuck with us. We're the ones that create languages. We're the ones that keep the history then. How you doing? Yep, history keepers. That's why we have an elephant memory. We've been doing it a long time. Same story. So yeah, these niggas. Once, you feel me? Once you straighten that shit out in your head, you can go back to the same history and you can un-whitewash it in real time. And just take it at face value. It's like, oh, there's some shit going on locally. And it changed after the Civil War, and it changed for the worse for the Federal Reserve. Like back to back to back. Revolution, robbery wars, Tecumseh's Comet, this and that, world fairs, robber barons, bankrupt, Great Depression, blah blah blah, World War I, World War II, civil rights, white girls are fucking, acids dropping, 80s, cocaine, crack era, we're distracted. But hey, we got internet and the technology's getting better. And all your kids, you can be STEM, and the future is yours. Kumbaya, Barack Obama. But let's do a gay party first. But without the drugs or the music, man. Lady Gaga part, nothing. And then got 2020, it's like, we gotta kill too many of you niggas off. We imported too many niggas, so we're gonna send you back home. We're gonna deny your visa. We're gonna send some mRNA out here, our experiment. And then you're like, where the Jews at? Like, nigga, y'all could just kept this in 93 for real, bro. I feel like 93 was better. Like, y'all ain't, you know what I'm saying? You got Circuit City, The Wiz, Blockbuster, skateboards, you know what I'm saying? Like, we had Nintendo and Sega. But shit, man, Super Nintendo right around the corner. This could have locked us in right there, because this is some ghetto shit. Some goofy game ghetto shit. And then tell you the whole fucking continent was illiterate in the 1800s because of hashtag slavery, aka ain't their fucking language anyway. How can you be literate in something that ain't yours? So like, at best, they could have only been reading in this language for 150 years, even if they had the libraries, ain't got enough time to touch the cool shit. They don't know our damn language yet, remember? I'm not white Jews, I'm the black ones. There's only one, but you understand the difference? The black Jews created the 13 colonies. That'll help everybody else that's Jewish. The black Jews that you guys do the scummy, bummy shit in your secret rules and your little documents over there with you, part 2, you fools, Hitlerites. The black Jews y'all talking about? Yeah, that's my family, faggot. There's the only Jews in the Bible, nigga. Y'all sulfur base on karma base. You're not even in the same family tree, nigga. You're not even the mustard seed of the same degree, nigga. Where's your grandmother stay, bitch? If this is the promised land and your bitch ass wasn't found here. Easy. I just dispelled all the narrative and the bullshit around white people and Jewish white people so easily. Once you do that, you take away the American Revolution color palette. Once you see that, you see the Civil War, Fort Bank different. And you see that? You see the bank on the land, that's the promised land of the bank itself, but it can't belong here different. You say, like, why are they fucking around with the treaties and the laws of the Constitution anyway? If they're all the royal families of Jews, this land is theirs anyway. We have the letter to City Muhammad. And they're like, no, let's go to Davos. Like, come on, my nigga. Let's go back to High Germany. Like, come on, my nigga. Where the England starts with my family. Come on, my nigga. You gonna go back to our summer vacation house? You see what I'm saying? That's what that place where they go, where the World Economic Forum goes, where the Jewish Forum goes. It goes back to another Jew origin point. Davos, my family's, like David. But I showed you my family. Before it was England, it was the Holy Roman Empire. Same niggas. What I'm saying is where they go now, where all their banks are, is ours. Like, understand what I'm saying? Guys, listen. The problem with my people is that the Jewish people are pretending to be us without actually trying to be us, and they hypothecated everything to be in charge of the things that belong to us, specifically the Jews. And yeah, there's another thing called Israelites. 10 tribes who are in captivity. The whole world heard that story, but the whole world over there, shorty, don't know what happened to them. Cool fucking story, bitch. The whole world over here never asked that question because what the fuck you think we are? Who? So yeah, so the Jews and Ben was like at the top of the pyramid. The 10 tribes are at the bottom on some bullshit with Salmon-Esser. We know the story. Moses. What as soon as Moses go talk to the UFO people, what the tribes of Israel doing? You know, ones that were just in captivity. They ain't bullshitting already, nigga. They got the golden calf. They got the earrings on. They fighting. They scrambling. They killing each other. They bullshitting. And they don't want to go fight giants in America. So they stuck in a desert-like area for 40 years. But they had secret manna, potions to eat in the meantime. And you wonder why Jesus can make loaves of bread out of nothing, nigga. These niggas survived 40 years off of damn near nothing, nigga. Like, same family. Those 10 tribes are the Indians in America, 1611. The kingdom, the empire came back. Now, the kingdom and empire has different people. But the Jews are, the Israelites are, Judah and Ben's kids. They're the ones in charge of that demonstration. Holy Roman Empire. Judge, Genghis, Justice, Jesus, Libra, all that. That's that degree of that, like the royal high priest. The royal high priests were not in captivity. The niggas were, our kids, you know, friends and family, the tribes, the Indians, the warriors. They're in captivity over there. Then granddad busts them out and bring their ass right back over here. And as soon as they get back over here and have some time to get loose, like their ancestors who were already here did before them, before they got kidnapped again, and came back to where they got kidnapped from, nigga, with the Persians or Caliphate. It's called the Caliphate, it's the Cali Wars. How you doing? And then on the east side, Morris, like we doing our thing up northeast. Like what the fuck? Who we fucking with? These Muslims and shit, and all these other niggas, the Mongolians and Ottomans and all that shit. I could have sworn that my grandfathers were the kings of all that shit, but they're managing multiple people. That's like a civil war of new niggas and some other shit and some crypto underground Templar Masonic bullshit Illuminati kids, obviously related to some of us. Doing some bullshit to undermine us. And we're like, you know what, nigga? If you like it, I love it. I'll go back home. You don't know what that is yet, bitch ass nigga, because you're not the royals. So the royals know how E.T. phone home. The royals know how to get home. Genghis Khan's the king of kings. He's emperor. That's how the 10 tribes got home. Then my family brought the royals back home. Only the royals knew how to get here. Remember the world was flat and that was the only map and these niggas been here for 10,000 years? Shut the fuck up then, nigga. How come my family the only family that know how to get here before any other nigga then? Answer riddle me this, nigga. Of the whole world history, you find my family here first. Let's do that story. Fuck all the shit I'm talking about. My family is the first families in the fucking America of the timeline of fucking birthdays. Like, as if the fucking matters, because you know who I am. But I'm just saying, like, let's follow me. My family, sir, captain with his own ship, brought his ass all the way to America. No slave story, no Portuguese, no nothing. The King of England kids. They came all the way to America by their damn self. First of all, that's why I'm here. On that side of the family tree, Smyth-E. Pocahontas and John Smith had kids. All right, now you part the cherry tree, nigga. Morisco. All right, then let's do that 13 more times with the same fucking people. What do we get? The same fucking people 13 different times and one new nigga. Who brought us here? Who brought a Hebrew here more?
Who brought the navigators of the stars here, my nigga? You follow the North Star for real? Cool, Judah. Sound like me, nigga. Same story. The Jews are the expert navigators of the Moorish Empire. That makes sense. They're Hebrews, Phoenicians, from America, land of the Phoenix people, Chilique, Egyptians. Right? All those words mean the same thing, just different time periods, right? Same people, different places during different time periods, back and forth, right? That's us. Israelites, mixed. 12 tribes of Jacob, times, multiply, times. Don't go incest, don't 1 times 1. So times all your tribes. Dun, dun, dun. Stick to yourselves. Dun, 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 dun. 1611, here we go again. Stuck to ourselves. Dun, 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 dun. And every last iteration of my grandmother, the Indian in South Carolina, is uninterrupted Jews. My mother, the only different story. But the part that's interrupted, clearly, my grandmother, she's direct 16th. If I'm 16th, she's 14th direct of Carlos V. South America, Israelite, Mama Inga. And then if I go to her dad, who I spent the most times with, Banks, Banneker, Charlottesville, West Virginia, Westmoreland, same family, Benjamin, tribe of Ben, bankers, same story, my grandfathers. Theodore Roosevelt Banks, my grandfather, same story, same time period, Civil War. North, my family directly. The main characters in all the wars is my family. I'm Indian. We're not like European black Moors or Africans. We're Indians. We're Jews. Kind of like right now. If I went to Japan right now, I'm a Jew in Japan. If I went to Korea right now, I'm a Jew in Korea. If I went to Japan right now and had a baby with a current Japanese Japan woman, then that baby would be Afro-Asiatic still. So his father would be a Jew. He's a Jew too. His last name would be Smith. Well, he'd be a Japanese, Blackanese looking kid. Right? Call them Blasians. Call them Afro-Asiatic, because that's what Afro-Asiatic is. Afro-Asiatics are Blasians. But the black part's not from Africa, it's from a different planet. The ships are pure black. Our fathers come from a different planet. I'm not going to tell these niggas again, y'all. So yeah, the obsidian black people, Afro-Asiatic. That's us. A world full of copper. But another place is much darker, where your father lived, where your grandmother said, or your grandmother's from here. Oh yeah, that's why I have this color, mitochondria. But I have a blood of something else. Those are some dark people, bro. They're dark. Genghis is dark. So yeah, their fathers. Only had to happen once to get to me. That was 15 generations ago. Again, the story it already happened in the story, but it happened again in my family, I'm saying. 15 generations ago. Then I fucked around and made another Temujin him. I'm his grandson. So the Solomon, Jesus, the son of the emperor, yeah, he's an emperor. He's a king of kings. He's a king of shadows. Tells you everything about where we're at, but the king of shadows of Azareth is Genghis Khan. Nazareth, Jesus. Azareth, Genghis Khan. Who we are Tartarian Khans. So I could take the English Roman-sized, remix Bible and frame it correctly. But I can do this without religion, bro. I'm Genghis Khan's grandson. That's what a Smith is. Genghis James Khan King Smith. King James Smith is Genghis Khan. It's my grandfather. The white version in the stories and all that bullshit, England and all that, with white people is a hypothecation. Never happened. They're not from there. They didn't build those castles. Moors did. Moors are Oriental. Oriental masonry is about Moors. They got that in America, where they say they owe all the things in masonry, not to none of these things, not even including Egypt, but to America, land of the eagle, where angels live. On Enoch, right? So, yeah, we over here. It was all frozen, wasn't it? Greenland, right now, Iceland, all through Canada. As of the Bible is frozen, and then here we go in the Promised Land where Enoch went. It was frozen, where New Jerusalem says. Very same story, because it's a very short story, because I'm only like their 15th generation. I don't need 2,000 years. So I'm 15 IV 1-5 generations after the Khan dynasty ruled the entire fucking civilized world of things that can walk upright and talk and battle. I can't speak for nothing and anything else parallel or after it. All I'm saying is Genghis Khan was a bad motherfucker in real life. So I'm the grandson of the baddest motherfucker that's ever lived in recent human history, no matter how we slice the story. And his name was Temujin, denoting that he's part man, part demon. He's a black guy. Black man, Oxford, Wiktionary. Black man, third definition. So he's a Temujin, jinn, genie, blue flame, Solomon. Blue flame in a bronze flask. He's in a black body, Da Vinci. Temujin ain't like the other girls because there's a blue flame inside of him, driving him, genie. He's not a wineskin, though his wineskin is Afro-Asiatic. Blackanese, Blasian, whatever you want to call it. All his brothers and sisters are in the wineskin of Afro-Asiatic. So many wineskins on this planet start with that and got lighter. Dominant genes, understand everything, Mendel. So on our blood, on Mendel, we're still the same color today, 13 plus generations later. Nothing has changed since Genghis. I'm Genghis's grandson. I'm Genghis's Jesus, Justice, Ishu, Essa, DeyZan. I'm his grandson. DeyZan is Japanese. I'm his grandson, though. Genghis Khan's not Japanese. Japan is his, though. Whether it's Shem, Japheth, or Ham, as of that time period, it's all time's up. Fuck all that bullshit y'all on. Genghis Khan is here. 10 tribes, out of there. Europe, Muslims, weird shit going on in Africa. All right, now, we ain't sweating that shit. Where's Ben and Judah's kids at? All right, new mission. Go back to the promised land. Now, why? Something's about to happen. And a whole bunch of people died. Famines. Things couldn't grow. It was like the cloud was covered. They needed our potatoes. How sweet, Inca. And then that black cloud followed us here, 1812, Tecumseh's comic, a whole blackout for a year, leading right into the Barbary Wars, very opportunistic, and then the Civil War. So that means all those people already got fucking fucked up. Mississippi, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina. Y'all worrying about white people and slaves? Nigga, do you know about the New Madrid fucking earthquake, nigga? These niggas couldn't fucking re-up to pay the goddamn city Muhammad back. How much money you think they stacked by 1812 then, nigga? And they fucking reset everything again, my nigga. They ain't never had money. Civil War was like, we ain't got no money. We need a bank, my nigga. Why you think they need a bank, my nigga? 1812. Ain't shit to do with white people or guns on the battlefield. The sky went black. The comet went through, comet Jew, and then the earthquake fucked up that whole region where all these slaves are supposed to be at. You wonder why Indians are back in their fucking log cabins. They're starting over yet again, nigga. Look it up, bro. And then the World Fairs after that, and look at all the safe World Fair sites that have no people, mud in the streets, but these beautiful buildings. All the way to California, my nigga. After Tecumseh's Comet? Give me a fucking break, nigga. So all those buildings that still stand are before Tecumseh's Comet. All right, so Shang Tsung and the Khans have been in America for a very long fucking time. What I'm saying is California, Khalifa, Cali War, Persia, Americans, Israelites, Fornia, right there, World Fair, type it in, 1800s. That building's before 1812. Shang Tsung wins. Genghis Khan's kids. The royals. The royals of Tartaria, not Tartarians. The royals. My father is the king of kings of this timeline. If this timeline is erasing Tartaria, our timeline. Wrong. Who died and made the Tartarians go away? Nobody, baby. I'm still here. I'm so Tartarian to this fucking day. I am King James' direct grandson. I am Jesus' direct grandson. I'm Justice' direct grandson. I'm Yang's direct grandson. I'm Shang Tsung's direct grandson. I'm Shao Kahn's direct grandson. Moses' grandson. Aaron's grandson. Peter's grandson. I'm fucking probably Judah's grandson. Like, god damn it, nigga, we've been here a long time with the same handful of niggas. On a royal level. We stay to each other, bro. Arranged marriages. Hi, how you doing, Israel Samson? That's me, bro. Unfortunately. These motherfuckers. Man. I'm Shao Kahn's grandson. If you play Mortal Kombat, that's all. Shao Kahn is based on Genghis Khan. You see how dark skinned they made him? You saw Shao Kahn's illegitimate daughter Jade yet? Jade Empire? The Jade Empress? The Jon Snow of the sisters? See how black she is? Why is there black in these people in Mortal Kombat named Khans? What's a Khan? An Afro-Asiatic. What's Afro-Asiatic? Oriental. What's Oriental? A Moor. What's Oriental? A Semitic. What's Semitic? A Jew. So Shao Kahn's a Jew, huh? Copper color and shit. Just like my grandfather. Just like me. I don't get no money from Mortal Kombat for making a fucking video game about my grandfather. Flying Fist of Judah, Liu Kang, Dragonborn, Naga, nigga. Right? Twin sisters, or is it twin brothers? Blue and purple, Melina, Katana. Right? But the daughters, half Baraka. Shit, you have your father the devil, or is it? Smyth-El, you been fucking? Come on. Come on now. If you watch the Mortal Kombat movies or play the video games, you understand what you're dealing with, right? What timeline is that? The World Fair building right there, bro. What timeline is that? For Mortal Kombat, the video game, be referencing these buildings that are in California. So what timeline is Mortal Kombat referencing to with a Shao Kahn? The timeline of the Khan dynasty. It's relating to the timeline of Genghis Khan. Fighting on the roofs and shit, and the pits, and all that cool evil shit, and even the swords and the fighting styles, my nigga. Flying Fists of Judah, everywhere was Kung Fu fighting, Ben. Come on, Dana, you see these pictures in your Shaolin gyms, nigga? Those are all niggas. Like, oh, these are black Asians. Woo! Yeah, my nigga. The whole Bible is about black Asians. Everything about China is about black Asians. Everything about Europe is about black Asians. And can you fucking imagine that the Egyptians are black Asians and that was in America? A world full of black Asians on Abraham's kids, right? So surprise, surprise, I'm a black Asian that's a direct descendant of the first black Asian that everyone keeps drawing. Genghis Khan, a black Asian, Semitic, Jew, Saracen, all the above. They're mixed already. Stop fucking playing with us, but they're Semitic, pedigree. They're copper-colored black Asians with long hair, 2 braids, usually, and beards, fully connected. Judah, lived in the north. Tartaria, Siberia, beautiful place. Check it out. Our shit's still there to this day. Now come all the way up to the United States. Same building. The closest way you get to Alaska and Russia, you get to California, right? And then boom, Shang Tsung wins. That shit there all the way until 1880. So from all the way from the 1200s, all the way to 1880s, somewhere in between that date, that shit got put up there by us, black Asians. That's what I'm saying. Like, who's buying land from who? Which one of you niggas are Indians? Which one of you Hindu Khans? Hindu Khans, right? Like Hindustan? No, Hindu Khan, nigga. Which one of you are black Asian? Because Hindu tells you how dark you are, nigga. Indian. What I'm saying is, if you're related to me, you understand what I'm saying to you? The world is at odds and has betrayed the pedigree, irregardless the name, nations, flags, battles, beefs, baby mamas of black Asians. And it's so disrespectful. They erase Tartar history, big black Asians, and they remove the black Indians too, the little black Asians, out of their own Egyptian story and Bible, right? And then, to make matters worse, which is what I don't like, is that then they let some faggot named Jesse fuck around and have you, from our generation, millennial school training, to refer to us in all the official federal paperwork as African Americans. All right, the hyphenated American's still there if you ever do the science in 1828 Webster. But the African part, weird story. Why? So we could tell you this African slave story and you can be connected to it. But I'm not. I'm Indian. I saw my grandmother, bitch. I see my father too. Like, he's Indian too. Like, hold on, when did I change to an African Jew? It wasn't the last 3 generations, so why am I African American now? Because then I can't connect to the land as an Indian. And I don't even look at the Bible correctly because all the niggas I know goofy as fuck talking about they Christians. So I never have to be an Israelite, a Hebrew, or a Jew to get the same benefits, to have the same benefit connected to my family since I'm the family that brought the shit here. So I'm like, I fear. This seems very familiar, nigga. Man, y'all crazy fucking with the devil, man. Y'all leave that shit alone, bro. Man, I'm going to church this Sunday. But the fucking 10 Commandments says Sabbath is Saturday. Sábado Domingo. Carlos V speaks Spanish. Like, Lunas Martes, Sábado on Saturday. On Sabbath day and God rested. And why the fuck y'all going to church on Sunday, bitch? Damn. My baby could read ass niggas. I don't think so, though. And that's a cool story, nigga. What the fuck they got to do with Indians? So it's like, I need to follow the commandments to keep the Sabbath Sabbatinian. And that's us in the Quran again. Indian, all right, so cool. Mohammedan, get everything. Everything. Mohammedans now. Muhammad the Conqueror. Khan. Afro-Asiatic. Jew. Judah. Judge. Genghis. We're Afro-Asiatics. We're Blasians. We're Black Asians. The oldest people on this planet, though. We're not from an African having sex with a Chinese person. The Chinese back then were darker than me. The whole planet, Craig. Darker, chinkier-eyed, bigger and smaller than me. The whole fucking time. Check the skulls. That's us. As tall as I am, as big as I am, that's us. Vikings with Allah across it. Shut up, nigga. That's us. Moor, Hebrew, Viking. Shut up. Vinca, Inca, nigga. Same story. Listen, how many times can we add a letter and make it white? Like, no. Same story. On Allah, it's the same story. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't make white people Mohammedans and Allah and Vikings and big white niggas. Ain't got no big white niggas who know what Allah is. Shut up on your Quran with Thomas Jefferson, Mama Luke and eunuch, maybe kid, shit, Schwab. None of that shit got to do with shit over here because I'm King James English. You did that shit in English and that's my language, bitch. And we already here. So gotta be clear. Niggas go crazy out here, man. Niggas go crazy out here, man. If you don't know who you are, if you don't know your history, you don't repeat it, right? See how we break spells with hip hop and spoken word and shit? Royals. That's why they're trying to censor my language. It's not what I was saying. It's what it does if I say it. Same thing with you. That's the human experience. You know, we already fucked everybody. He said it's looping. It's always something. I'm not even on their Wi-Fi. They're just jocking. I feel like I'm hungry or something. I'm still here. Make sure y'all 1.5. We back like, no, we're not frozen. We're back. We're back. Shout to Harut and Miss. Now, I want to revisit the comments as I walk down these stairs carefully. Up there. You're supposed to have it in a cloth bag for some reason, but I always break those or lose them. So I put them in that little plastic case right there because they break apart real bad. So there's all dust in there usually. And I guess when it fucking cremates itself from all this friction, I'll just put some water or, you know, scrape it into the water and freeze it or something. I don't know. Something deep one day. But even with just a drop of the ocean water, you still have a quality of the ocean about it. And that's why I keep it. It's like, yeah, it might not be as potent as it was, like, make a car show up tomorrow, Jesus Christ. But it still triggers a lot of weird radiation or heat signatures when I do my shit, if I have it on me. I try not to carry it as much as I used to see if there's a difference. And because I've been in this experience this week, it is. It's almost required, because I know niggas are crazy. I know crazy niggas say strange shit to me about Messiah, so... And then the strange niggas get mad at you real angry easily. And you can get fucked up and hurt, no matter how good you can fight. So, let me some more to fight. That's it. Shout out to the chat, we back on 3. What y'all say earlier? Shout out to my brother GJ Georgie Corgi and Composure Slim. I see you brothers. JPX in this building. Yamir-EL. Oh shit. Oh shit. We done. Every time we upgrade the goddamn blue wrenches in the chat, we in a new season on X-Men. Every time that happens. Shit, Shogun had posted a goddamn picture, the AI generated the black Goku Vegeta in the cryogenic chamber scene. I was like, whoa. I was like, what was that download that everybody got? We kept seeing the fucking Dragon Ball Z memes. Like, they had the Goku level 10,000 we didn't even dream of yet. They had niggas with all kind of weird Egyptian tattoos on their third eye and shit. I was like, whoa. Who's typing these prompts in? Because Lord have mercy. Like, you know what I'm saying, bro? That's a weird... That's, honestly, out of everything that's happened in the last year, that's the weirdest thing I've witnessed. The AI, the algorithm, the random accounts, people in the Discord, all at once now, like at the same damn time, trying to figure out and channel at the same damn time. And it's like catered and centered around Dragon Ball Z, Sonic the Hedgehog, Marvel Universe, particularly Spider-Man, and like the sons of the X-Men, like the Omega mutants, like Charles' son and Cyclops or whatever, fuck, you know, all that other shit. Them niggas. And I'm like, all right, so niggas gonna lose their mind, schizophrenics, but they schizophrenic psychics that can access multiple dimensions, thus making them the most powerful mutants potentially, because fuck you and fuck the hand fighting and fuck what all that other bullshit. If they want to change your whole fucking shit, they'll change it. So they can bend quantum reality. So like, all this shit hit the airwaves, if you will, at one fucking time. And nobody signed us up for nothing. No one announced it. We saw fat niggas in space, AI generated content, naming the same locations and things. It was really weird. I understand API and scraping data, but like shit, why are they scraping the data about Jews? But let's keep going part 2. But no one knows everything's Jewish. It's a weird story. So it's what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that, Shogun? When that AI came out and everyone was generating shit with it and it was all the same story? Like, damn. Was it in our hashtags or SEOs? Because like, bro, that was a lot. Like, I had some shit going on bigger than that during this time. Now I'm free of that. And I get a chance for the first time. This is the first week in human history where I can just review without, like, worrying about the outcome of reviewing it. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, bro, y'all never gave me an answer to that shit. Language by Royals. Do you speak High German? It was a G-check. It was. Yamir-EL, same story, part 3K. Shout out to JPX, man. We all here today. Georgie Porgy, what my boys say. These motherfuckers still on that CC plus golden from the 70s. Took them forever to get out of the tubes and 8-bit shit, ain't they? And that's what they taught me in high school. Can you imagine? I learned a useless fucking language. But it was the foundation of the current shit. They taught me the foundation of C, Visual, and Python. Like, nigga, we're gonna teach you Pascal in this bitch. MS-DOS, nigga. Yeah. I was making MS-DOS screensavers, basically, with Borland Pascal compiler, which was kind of like the GUI for DOS to code and run shit. And yeah, their system is based on something very similar to that. And it breaks a lot, especially when it comes to sequencing. So Borland Pascal, and mind you, you know, the military and the other people who use it probably do flyer shit like anyone with plugins, but the version we have for school, if you do a linear code like a A, a B, a C, a D, it's like, you know, you need the input stage, you need to figure out like how to print what it is, so like you do a print screen and have to set up with like, all right, so when you execute this, we're gonna do start. I think it's usually yellow. And at the end of your code, you'll put the first thing to run if you enter or execute, start. So start goes and like, hello, print screen, hello, enter your birthday. That's phase one. Once that input is captured by the RAM or the memory, the compiler does that for you because I think it's BIOS or hardware level, ones and zeros. But the code that you're typing, that hyperlink, tells it to do that with that command. So it's like, all right, enter this, assign this variable, local, and that your answer is local. The thing that's running is global though, so you have variables that transfer to the next function. Like, all right, once we get the input, what are we doing with this input? Why did we want that? What did they input? All right, so we judge that. Now we want to take that number, that value, that integer or that x, that variable, and we want to throw it through this function. It's usually why when you take classes like that in school, you don't learn how to make video games and shit like that. What it really showed me was how much of this shit was matrix math. And to God be the glory that I could get that because I was being frustrated by not getting how the fuck is this if then repeat until gonna get me a motherfucking skateboarder on my screen, nigga. Like, y'all niggas can't draw, so like, when we gonna get to the graphics? All right, bubble sort my ass, nigga. Like, put the it's sorted the list. Oh, print it to a DLL and reference it later, nigga. The fuck? You want me to do motherfuckers want me to do Excel spreadsheet processing and accounting from scratch? Fuck you. On Home Depot's database, fuck you. That's not what, nigga. I said I want computer programming graphics, so I make video games, bitch. And I'm already doing Flash at home. Like, help me out, ActionScript. But ActionScript and C and Pascal at the time wasn't similar principles, but I didn't, I didn't know how to sidestep like I do now. I didn't have all the algebra I needed, but I seen both, and I copy and paste and edited things and made things happen and rollovers and graphics. And I eventually made that skateboard game without C or Pascal. I did that shit with ActionScript, which was already close to Python. So you understand, like, I was in trigonometry and algebra 2 at the same time. I was in ActionScript and Pascal at the same time. And you just learn. Like, all right, so once you get to this next problem, now you want to output the result of the function, the math that you learned, the algorithms. And then now that last thing is print the response from the algorithm. You got to carry that variable over to the last thing, which is like, oh, print screen, boom, 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 result Y, whatever variable name. And then we hit enter and run this whole thing. Hey, how you doing? Put the thing. Hey, this is the result. Hit any key, hit exit program. And they made us do one of those type of assignments once a week. So like the first time is this dry eyes, Jewish Mr. Nolan, neurodivergent, but he's married to Miss Guardiola, calculus genius, white boy from Gen X. Almost going bald already. And oh my God, prolific mathematician, but I wasn't, so them niggas had me sleep. I'm like, what the fuck y'all talking about? And then while they're talking about like the logic of math, and I think that's what frustrated me, they code switched on me without letting the nigga in the classroom know they were code switching, but they were talking about the logic of math. And I couldn't follow them because I'm trying to do shapes. I'm trying to say, well, how do we get X equals Y and repeat and semicolons to equal like Y when the screen, or when these kids putting the ball to bounce across the screen, that it follows an arrow trajectory. Like, I'm in honors physics. We ain't learned that test yet. That's in third semester. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how are we having this candid conversation about these advanced calculus functions and then turning them to X and Y conditions is what you call it. How did you conditionalize this algorithm fundamentally using math? And basically for them, it's kind of like they all know the formulas. Like GTA cheat codes, I didn't yet. I wasn't in their math classes outside of this, so they were kind of, it was aligned perfectly for them. Like, oh, bubble sort would need this math, and like, and I was out the fucking loop. So I asked my questions, did what I do, sat next to the right dudes who all is just as clueless, but their parents work in RTP and are programmers, which is why their kid is in my classroom. So eventually you found niggas be hacking, going on the internet, bringing floppy disks back and all that shit. And my goofy ass, for whatever fucking reason, never thought of that. Mainly because I couldn't get boiling compiler at home. I had ActionScript, but I couldn't do that one. It was like, so I wasn't gonna look for kits. Anyway, long story short. The fundamentals of all their banking and all that shit, if it's based in that Pascal logic, AKA it's called gridlock. Once the code gets too tall, once you start stacking that tower of conditions, and you go back in this code and you edit, it's like, well, now that I got that result and I showed it, what happens if I want the person to add something or add a different variable to this, like a color to it? Like, all right, so what's your favorite color? And we're gonna take the number of your value of that number and your favorite color, and we're gonna put this list of words for colors and this list of words for numbers, like you see on those Facebook posts. Like, oh, you're a dirty Santa deer. Like, how do I do that? So then you had to add the condition. You don't feel me? Like, you go back and you make sure that shit worked, and then you add the next condition. And like by the end of the day or the week, depending on how dope you are, you can have something that goes from one chunk of code to kind of give you the framework to something a little bit more expressive, which I couldn't appreciate because that was the framework for what most of your apps are. But then it advertises as GUI or interface or the background. You thought like, oh, you gotta take Visual C or Visual Basic before you learn that. But no. Mr. Nolan was like, nigga, this is a math class. Like, I'm not trying to show you how to do anything on the screen. We're not doing graphics, we're not doing rollovers, we're not doing HTML, we're not even using the web or the internet yet. I'm showing you how the logic and the language of how this is happening when you click, how this is happening when you hit a key, why you can't hit any key, why is it just this key? I'm going to teach you mathematically why that is foundational. And if you can get this foundation, and we know how you niggas are with math with us, but if you can get the foundation of the math and the logic of what I'm teaching you, go ahead and fucking make your stupid ass video game and bouncing balls on the screen. I'm not going to judge you or grade you harshly. I'm going to grade you at all for even getting the fucking bubble on your damn screen, nigga, and having it change colors when it bounces around you. You feel me? Like, they ain't going to solve no accounting problems. You ain't going to be able to take no big database of information and then hit out all the key data and sort it and shit in an archaic MS-DOS format, the current offices at the time, late 90s. Nah, you ain't going to do none of that. But foundational. It's like it was AutoCAD for programs. It was the architecture. It was the blueprint. He was teaching us how to make DLLs. He was teaching us how to make Python scripts. He wasn't teaching us how to make the Python video game that needs Python coding to move objects. And that was Pascal. And then I went to C++, which Brother Georgie said that triggered all that. And from C++, I did C++ AP, which was the college version of C++, in 12th grade, all year. And I passed. And he was the one, him and Mr. Gardiel was the one that helped me get out of that double F in 9th grade with the fight. He must have watched it. And yeah, he's by the gymnasium, by our coaches. But yeah, AP C++. And fucking killed it. But I was like, but I'm not a computer programmer. Mr. Nolan didn't make me a computer programmer. He made me an architect. He knew I didn't like the math and that much fucking thinking about functions, because he knew in real life that half that shit's already done. Like, you never have to code bubble sort from scratch no more. Like, all the DLLs we were creating were like cute and glamorous in the 80s. So that's what I'm saying. He gave us the foundation of like what the web and Java and HTML commonly does based on these principles. So he gave us, you know what I'm saying? He gave us the emerald tablets of all the silly shit you probably will encounter in college and end up getting hired to do for $80,000. By the way, we live in Raleigh, RTP. We're not that deep. I got him, man. Yo, shout out to Mr. Nolan, bro. I wasn't in Los Angeles or New York enough, so he had to give me the nerd state office job level of coding. So when it came to WordPress and SoundClick and all that shit, as long as I had the reference to the DLL, I knew how to flip that shit. Or I knew how to look at two different ones and compare the difference. Like, oh, this is the variable I need to change. And then if it breaks or the image don't show up, I'm like, oh, it's not linked the right way, you know? That's why I got accepted to college for, too. For C++, because I already passed it. I would have been in Python and Visual and all that anyway. But I was stubborn. I wanted to do graphics. So AI came along and look at us now, nigga. I would have, I've been a super nerd at coding to not need a code. So I parlayed it into music. And it's the same story. Music is just like coding. How you doing, brother?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Shout to the brother L Sparkling to the infinities. Yo, I'm in the building. Shout out to L Spark. What's the real deal, MG? What's going on? My mind went down modular math again for some reason. All my stories about my upbringing is what prepared me for God math, for modular math. And the nigga just wanted to make a video game. It's funny how the universe trolls you, if you will, into what you're supposed to do. When you read Robert Greene Mastery, and it explains a very similar principle. Oh Lord. It's not even frozen. Quick stop at the B&E Black and Mile break. Come on, Lord. Just got me thinking about modular math, that's all. Like, what I'm saying is, like, what it would mean is, like, Gabrielle's been kiting me the whole time. I'm being kited by Gabrielle. I see her name my whole life. It's her. It's Gabrielle. Gabrielle represented the Union, the North Liberty. They have an actress called Gabrielle Union. I get it. It's Gabrielle that we did it for recently. Currently on X-Men. You know how, like, you have people who are into, like, Orishas and things like that, the other hoodoo or voodoo derivatives for their species. They'll say something is on your head. So if I ask an Orisha girl who's on over my head, if she can, you know, she sees the auras and stuff, like, oh, Oya's over your head. I'm like, hey, yo, you mean like Atlas? Same story. Yeah, Storm, all of them, X-Men. Okay. But in real life, like, if I switch to angel lore, Holy Roman style, the thing that's hanging over my head is Gabriel, Libra, Justice, all that shit, Gibraltar, boy version, girl version, same story, but it's all rooted in algebra, math, modular. I learned matrix math through Pascal. It's like, oh, this whole time I've been taught a version of Morse code, but basically align my brain and thinking patterns, mathematically at least. My exposure was to Gabriel, to algebra, to variables, to understanding, like, the same code can generate so many different answers without needing to store the answers. It can execute that function and trigger the motherboard 1010 times to fulfill the function, like your calculator. So that kept flashing my whole life. Even when you learn how to do flash and stuff, it's the same thing. Like, damn, we really reuse the very same 2 or 3 steps to achieve seemingly more complicated tasks. So it's like modular, like a Eurorack or a mod. When you build your own synth, it's like the same thing. Like, I get it, but I don't know what all these fucking modules are, so it's gonna take me a while. But I understand what you're doing. Like, I understand modular everything. Like, okay, but why I want this one and not that one? Why does shit cost so much dollars? Like, bitch, what if I hate it? I keep seeing y'all do the same ass sounds, bitch. Like, damn, nigga, like, you know what I'm saying? But mathematically, I understand it completely. Code was a little bit harder because you can't feel it and you can't hear it. You gotta trust the fucking science, hit enter, wait for the load in the buffer, and then when that shit break, what you doing? You just reading a fucking notepad. You reading a text message of a girl that got you fucked up or something. Like, what the fuck why is this not running? Check your brackets. You know, the generic ass AI debug we had back then. Check this. Then you gotta start removing tasks from the list. Printer queue shit. You can disable / certain steps in your code, and you have to do split half isolation, which I learned at Apple, but I learned it in C++ first. Shout out to them. I was like, oh, you don't know where this is fucked up. Let's start the fundamentals. Like a MLA format paper, intro and conclusion, no matter what. All right, let's jump to the 3rd paragraph. Does it need anything from local before it, or is it all global variables? Cool, let's do all the global variable troubleshooting. Call to call, print. All right, like a debug screen. You can tell it to print the debug. All right, I see it. Now let's do the math and let's see it print the result of every function too. So we're gonna create a new case for that too. Like, you understand? So, like, I know how to do that. I know how to follow that. There we go. Like a schematic, I know how to follow the schematic. I couldn't make one. And that's how I approach history and language and bitches and everything in between us. That's because of algebra. That's because of Gabriel. Okay. That type of shit makes you a good judge of characters. Yo, English is dope when you really know how, you know what I'm saying? When you really tap into that Biggie side of us. That English shit crazy, boy. You feel me? You understand what I'm talking about? Like, that shit crazy. I said so much shit without saying not a damn thing. Like, bro. This language fuck with us heavy. But it's really math. I just want to bring that back to you. Everything I coded was just a different way for the processor to calculate 1 and zeros. I wasn't really talking, doing anything. Mind you, the coding is an interface for me, the human. That's not the only way you can talk to that processor. That's the way we talk to it. We got to type sentences like word pads. The motherboard, no, you don't got to do that either. But we do. That's what the compiler does. The compiler is just a transformer between your words and ideas to achieve a certain function or thing, and it's the middleman. It's converting it to 1s and 0s and the order and sequences of those 1s and 0s and which hardware pins it hits to do the thing you want it to do. So it knows how to juice your variables into the shock or the electricity pulses that the board needs to give you a pulse back that it translates again to the answer you want to see on your screen, the symbols, matrix. But the whole thing is numbers. And then they tell you it's a binary system. It's all 1s and 0s. Yeah, for Pascal, C++, and Windows. Obviously, this system is a little bit more complicated than that. But those degrees are fundamental to understand, all right, that's the intro. What's the next stage that obviously this has? You know what I'm saying? You understand everything. If you understand just a little bit of everything, you understand everything eventually. So, yeah, man. If y'all can learn coding fundamentals, like not even the code, but like to follow the videos, I strongly recommend it. Part 5. It ain't even really shit to memorize because the functions and the math gonna lose you. I already know that. But thank God we got Google. You can copy and paste it in the future. Nah, just follow the logic. Follow it like you do anything else. Just like, all right, I want to understand what the fuck they said eventually. Then you eventually do. On Todd Street, you eventually hear what he said. I understand everything clearly Todd Street said. I remember when I could barely, what? Nigga was telling me to read the Edamon dictionary. I was like, that's the only thing I heard him say. Now I'm like, oh shit, this nigga was cooking. He was. He just wasn't King James' grandson. Cousins, extended family. Cool story. I gotta do something different. I had to learn coding. Coding helped me navigate niggas. Coding helped me fight less. Coding actually taught me metaphysics. Because as soon as I read Dynamic Thought for the first time, or Successful Positive Mental Attitude, he said flip the talisman. You know, up or down, left or right, heads or tails, good or bad, polarity. I didn't even understand the Kabbalah yet, but I understood what he was saying. I was like, oh, you're talking about there's variables. Oh, shit. My mind is spinning subconscious variables. So, like, I can get an impulse and choose to dwell on the negative variable, or I can put another input in and say, if this, then flip it no matter what to a positive variable. How do I keep it there? Because you know how your mind is. It'll go right back to comfort zone, negativity. So that's positive mental attitude, and it cheers you up by giving you so many testimonies of gory stories that are worse than you at 15 years old. I didn't live long enough. And then I was like, well, you know, my grandfather died, ain't that damn bad, but fuck these niggas, everyone around me. And it helped me navigate the thoughts that took me too far negative and helped me come back. And I'm going through puberty. And I like bitches. And I need a job for no fucking reason. I'm going crazy. And I'm trying to learn fucking quantum algebra, calculus, trigonometry, and C++ in the same class. Like, God, spare me the gory details, bro. What's going on? I'm about to get mad. And then boom. I just made that shit look easy because no one could tell that my grandfather fucked me up. They thought it was just like, I don't know, like school was getting tougher or something. Like, nigga, I went to fight already. I ain't got no problems with people per se. I got a problem with how I feel about this shit. And they just keep throwing this shit at me. And no one in my household or my family could ever help me with none of that homework. I don't know a nigga that could have helped me. So it's kind of like I gotta do it by myself, no matter what. I'm getting my ass kicked no matter what, so I gotta do it by myself. Didn't know how to do it by myself. So I didn't invoke other laws and end up doing enough. And then that's before dynamic thought. When I read dynamic thought, I was like, this whitish man from 1920s is describing some shit. He's describing it as imagination. His description is kind of like how I pray. He's alliterating prayer and then assigning elements of prayer as variables. And then once he does that, if you're not a nerd enough, he then gives you an example of, well, let's do a meditation exercise. But what I want you to do is to focus on something and see it in your head. Can you see a red apple? You know, 40% people fail this test. Can you see that red apple? Can you hold it in your hand? Can you feel it's rubbery? Can you kind of smell it a little bit? There's always a little brown root, a real apple, with a little green leaf on it. Turn it around, lopsided, like a bad-built bitch. All right, bite into it. How your teeth feeling? All right. It's like this citrus water apple taste. And it's that black seed and you know how it is and shit, bitch. And it's like this little dry patch in that bitch. How much of that can you see or at least alliterate and travel through whether or not it's visually there or not? Can you see the shit, nigga? So he's... how the way I said it is how it comes across when you read what he's doing. After a little while, I guess when you read the book a few times and you start appreciating the wisdom of him, that particular set of Rosicrucian Hermeticists, you go, oh, he wasn't stressing what image you see in your head. He was making sure that you could follow a sequence in the invisible. Like, what I'm saying is, Henry Thomas Hamlin, 100 years before Pascal, I guess, was showing you how to prompt your subconscious mind as a coder using a third eye visual input, mouse. But in order for you to, do the thing correctly in DOS, it has to follow a certain sequence. Can you follow sequences? So it'll tell you, all right, I want you to take the seed again. Now I want you to plant it in some soil and shit. How much can you imagine about that? Is it wet? Is it dry soil? Who knows, bitch? There's some other shit next to you. There's some bugs going by. Worms, night crawlers, oh my. Mr. Mole might come by. There's grass yay high. I can hear other rabbits and shit humping on the ground above me. Now it's raining. Oh shit, I'm about to drown in this bitch. But if I endure to the end, it's exactly what the fuck I needed. I'm taking roots in this bitch. Now whether I'm bamboo or a piece of weed leaf, there's a certain amount of time before I see light again. So let me chill right here. Let me get deeper in my roots. Let me expand my current foundation. In the meantime, I don't know, anytime I get out of this dark night of the soul, elephant take this much, a tree take this much, a baby take 9 months. However long it's going to take, I'm already planted like a mustard seed of faith. Pretty soon, if I could visualize how I start this seed, a mustard seed, just a little bit, maybe if I keep looking at that shit, it'll turn into a forest of mustard greens or mustard trees. But it starts with a seed, and then I'm breaking through. Oh, you can... Weak as fuck. Oh, wobbly, bobbly, drop his ass out. Oh, God, I'm scared. All kind of shit walking by, sniffing me out, trying to trim and prim my shit, and that shit kind of hurt a little bit, but I feel so much better, and I skyrocket again, and then the clouds come rushing in, it's all dark again, and I've never been outside above ground when this happened. Shit, and the wind is pushing me down, but I'm still standing. Every fucking weapon formed against me in this goddamn forest is formed against me. I gotta get stronger. Ka-me-ha, or Ya-me-ha, or Khan, Jengus, like however the fuck you want to do it, right? But eventually, that seed becomes any tree and fruit that you want. But can you close your eyes and see it? Can you follow a logical sequence? How real can it feel and seem if you could do that with some simple shit like looking at the edge of the pencil? Then anything else you wish, Genie, can come true too. That sounds just like Jesus. When you pray, assume you already have these things as if God will already do it for you. That's what faith is. Faith is modular math sequencing for manifestation of the subconscious mind operating system. It's MS-DOS. It's the Windows XP that's fucking us up. Come on now. With me. From Johnny at 3 apples math to Johnny has 4 moons. Shogun said 3. Call of Duty, Yang, we out here. 18 and 38. Shout out to the squad that's still alive today. The brother Mr. Now says, yep, learning one seal like multiplication symbol, but instead of 3 times 4 is now extended to a function times another function. Same story. You can do the same thing with letters, the same thing with colors. Everything's magnetic. Gender, polarity, intensity. Yeah, boy. They lucky books were popular. I would have wrote a book about this. I would just re-explain the universal laws on Kabbalion as a nigga Indian in colonization. Free your mind at last. And at the bottom in little text, in your ass shall follow. That should go hard, don't lie. Free your mind at last, and your ass shall follow. Anyway, shout out to y'all. Squad. What's going on in here? Y'all eating dinner, going to dinner out there? Y'all falling asleep. I heard y'all in another country. Most of you, actually. States are technically countries. Ashes fall low. Nevada Dean, Mohammedan. Switch it up. Now I'm a Nevada demon. A Venata demon. Same story. They don't want no smoke. Damn, bro. This a weird fucking world. I be people watching, bro. It's just funny. It's shit funny to me, man. All kind of people. Brother on a skateboard. I feel like I seen him before on the other side of town. Same skateboard. But most people are just like very smooth brained. And that's like, I can't bring my heart or myself to call them NPCs or something derogatory because they live in a different world, if you will, a frequency. But it is curious that if the average frequency of people is the smooth brain, minding my business, not the street shit, what is the function then of everyone else that isn't like that? Like, why is the ratio stacked towards that? I mean, maybe that's what I'm trying to explore. Why are there so many more NPC-like agreeable operating systems than there are the other ones that are like, something's wrong, something happened, I'm injured, how do I get better, right? Like, I'm just talking about the awareness of it, not if you'll successfully do anything about it, but just the keen awareness that this ain't that. And these motherfuckers be 20, 30, 40, 50. So we ain't talking about the kids or the people who are just waking up right now. We're talking about like motherfuckers that we had the same 40 years, you know what I'm talking about? Had the same 40 years. Like, I remember when I was old enough to do backflips off of these. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you get to my age and you haven't done a backflip off one of those, like, what were you been doing? We had the same 14 years. I could probably do it not now if I did not feel like how long it would take to recover if I don't land it right. Then never used to care about not landing it right because I don't think I ever really got hurt doing that. But if I do that now, if I just twist, I didn't stretch enough, or my lower back, my shoulder just do something too weird, man, That's like 2-3 days. That's an infraction waiting to happen, bro. But I know I can do it, like, because I've done it so many times before. And that's what I'm saying. If this is reincarnation or these are new people or old souls, like, if we've done this so many times before, how do you stay asleep? Awakening don't care if you're black. Awakening don't care if you're white. Awakening don't care if you're old, young. They'll wake you as a kid. They'll wake you at death. They'll wake you if you're rich. And then ruin your life. Like, whenever it does, and it did. And it seemed like the variables assigned to the vessel matters. So why is there so many vessels? I don't know. I didn't sign up to be on the Special Olympics team. I didn't sign up to be the Avenger Deadpool Rejects. I know I didn't. Corny as hell. IB as hell. We didn't sign up for that. But it's like as above, so below. Like, oh shit. Maybe I did. Maybe my dad put me up to it when I didn't want to do the shit. Or even more poignantly, maybe the feminine side of my guardianship put me through all this unnecessary shit. So I can understand women. What the fuck is going on? So I can be more sensitive to the needs of the women. My daughter, women, my daughter. Okay, I have a daughter coming. All right, maybe one day. It's the only way I could rationalize it, to be okay with so much trauma to process and get past, to not pass it forward. You know, buck stops here with me, bucko. And to become patient, less violent, or volatile, not even violent. I'll be violent with my words, so less of that. And you know, let's just raise cats, raise dogs. Oh, that's it. Same design. Then action. Donald Trump's want to ruin everything. No, I just got here. Fuck you. What did God say? Perfect time. Snatch you right out of whatever you thought you were doing. And then you get time to think about what you thought you were doing. You're like, I was never doing it. Exactly. That's why nothing worked. Oh. Loading time. Every new beginning. Some other beginnings and like a dream. It just keeps going. The process of life. Not the process of success and money. It's very similar though. It's almost like strawman. Not the process of life itself, the learning part of it. The evolution of your soul, if you will. That process. Does not give a fuck about what you're doing. I said, bitch, this relationship is over. I said this job until October. Get up. You know, for real, it's like an invisible drill sergeant. Everyone else describes the fucking universe so beautiful and lovely and success and followers and opportunities. The universe just telling me to get up and get to it, nigga. Alright. Rude. At the bottom of the pyramid I showed you is 1 times 1, it's about 7 of them. It's a single vessel with a single driver history. Versus 72, which is 72 drivers, 54 buses. 3. Nevada, Devian. It may be a multiplication issue. They don't have enough crossings for it to stack up to 676. Peak. Jonathan, 3. Shout to you, part 3. Ymir L, 33333333. 19 and 38. Half of it. Showing says, yo, I'm refreshing that timeline. Everybody worried about this winter storm all of a sudden. The weatherman can't be accurate to save their damn lives. This shit actually feels like it's coming in like an attack. It is unnatural. Yeah, well, you know, they've been pre-coating the sky for this shit. And I posted a story in my story that Nevada was considering cloud seeding to help the water, you know, the mead and stuff. I was like, nigga, I'm on streams every day and they already cloud seeding, nigga. Now they got a story to cover it up, like it'll come one day. Like, what? Y'all been running that program without anybody's consent. Now you talking about it? I got videos in real time that you've been seeding the clouds. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then now the storm comes, like, unnatural. Like, they've been seeding the clouds unnaturally. What the fuck they think was gonna happen? They couldn't even do mRNA right. They trying to figure out fucking nature DNA, nigga? Like, tell these niggas to sit down somewhere. You got too many people in these grids. You wouldn't be out of water and need the rain and artificial precipitation, energy and radiation if your goofy ass didn't try to be so fucking greedy by slaving so many people and need to feed them and supply them with energy just to make you richer on monopoly money. Like, niggas just wake up in a dream and start doing anything with believers. My nigga, this shit lost for real. Got ABC Disney Lost TV show. I don't know if it was season 1 or season 2, but they come across that bro named Desmond, and he in that fucking vault in the middle of the forest. That's after Edibisi and all them crashed the Christian plane and all the statues. But yeah, they find Desmond Ash. Look at Desmond, chilling, mind his business. He fall out New Vegas. He in a vault, safe, protected. Remember, there's that black thing in the forest. And he get down there, got a little vinyl player, so whoever built that shit was vibing. He vibing, he making his breakfast and coffee, whatever the fuck it is, every morning. And he sits down at a table, and there's this ticker clock, like a graphic thing of these different, can you imagine, Egyptian sigils and artifacts. And I guess he got a note that said, once a day, before this timer runs down, you must hit this button. And the whole thesis of that show in this compound was like a lot of Pavlov dog experiments, like a bear tank for polar bears, push the button, get the treat. He's doing the same thing, but in a bunker where you have this Egyptian screen TV and you have to hit the button once a day. So his whole routine and ritual. He ain't bothering nobody. He don't even know why he's there, just except for the plane crash. So he don't ask no questions. He just signs up for the dummy mission. Mind you, he got a vinyl collection, so what the fuck else are you gonna do? Be lost. And eventually the gang, if you will, find him, find the vault. And they open it up. They climbed in, blow up his spot, you know they smell crazy. And they see the little kiosk setup he got for this Egyptian puzzle they got going on. And they take that shit to a democratic vote, like, what if we don't press the button and the island is destroyed or something worse or a curse? And they're like, you know what? We're not gonna press it. Like, first of all, nigga, why the fuck you in my Fallout vault? Because y'all niggas had the whole beach and everything. Y'all took anything y'all want. Why are you up in here touching my records? And just because your plane landed here, don't make this yours. And then once more, if the worst could happen, if you don't do it, because you ain't minding your fucking business, I noticed. Why would you dare the worst thing to happen after you're there because the worst thing fucking happened? Your plane crashed. So you just already lived through PTSD of the worst case, and now you want to fuck around on the first day with the worst case again. Like, come on, my nigga. Like, they code that into their matrix. Like, this is how they think about things. Their logical, Pascal progression. Survive your life being destroyed, damn near, death certainly, famine and everything. Recover in a beautiful tropical place. Everything is there for you, even a vault with vinyl collections. And you have to follow very simple Egyptian commandments. And then when you all get settled down and you fall in love with the romance, although your wife is alive somewhere else, but you're here with this new girl, when it's all said and done though, now you go, I want to play with God. I want to try to see what happens if I break one of these commands I found. So what happens if I break a prompt? What happens if I break a code? What happens if I break a variable? What happens if I break the matrix instead of using the principles and laws to build something else on top of it? So it's very obviously that our system of government thinking thought is causing a destruction of things way more complicated. Just like the giant Mexico pyramid was built already and they broke it down to make stupid ass buildings around it. It's like the same story. It's like recycling in real time. Termites. In terms of the behavior. Termites, terminal cancers, parasites, like the whole system. Rob, Harry, the Bay Ball, Donald Trump and shit. Like, it's all, their whole mental sequence, PMA, is set to destruct itself. And it looks good horizontally because it has more than you, because it took your stuff, and although it did that and it said fuck you, and it's fucking itself, it goes, well, if I'm fucking myself, at least I'll be the last one fucked. And you're like, so you know all your decisions are on bleachers or nothing because ain't gonna be no one left if you keep doing this to them. Yeah, fuck y'all. Oh, okay. That's what I learned. They're like okay with that. They okay with tempting gods and rituals and sacrifices and delays and broken promises, 3LW, all kind of shit. Like, if word is bond, they keep breaking it. That's their cardinal sin. They don't keep their word. They don't keep their word. They just be chatting. They just be saying shit. They don't know how to stand on their words. They don't know how to build with the alphabet. Destructive. All they can do is take it back. But you can't take back destruction. You have to rebuild it. Reparations. They don't know how to repair anything because they're not builders. They're users and destroyers. Why is there so many of those? Use a lot of us to build it and use a lot of them to destroy it. You know where this is going. Compression, extraction, contraction, like what the fuck is going on with these ones? It's an ill-ass place. Like if we were chill, like I don't know, man. Wasted potential energy. Radiation. Definitely easier to destroy some shit than to build it. Like a chisel. It'd be easier to chisel marble than to mold marble into the form. Even if you had the heat for that. Because so much energy and calories is needed to generate the heat separately. It's a function. Damn, bro. These motherfuckers gave us some ass backwards inverted math equations. Like we're almost reading it shit backwards. So that could be it too, because they're reading backwards for fucking. If they're reading backward, oh my god, no shit, Sherlock. Got him again, Mr. Now. They're red-handed this time. That's how I know they're stupid. If we read sentences backwards, you get a different appreciation of life. What happens if you read math functions, algebra backwards? And then you just think about metaphysics and universal law. It's the same story. So like, they teach you left to right with their math equation. X plus Y equals Z. So you read it left to right, like X, what is that? Random variable. Plus Y, what is that? Another random variable. Equals Z, the third random variable. So you start flipping those variables, different integers, and you end up with different solves plus addition. Both sides have to be balanced. You end up playing Sudoku with yourself. It's crazy that Japanese aphrodisiac game is algebra, but we'll get with you soon. So tic-tac-toe, nigga, and Rubik's cubes. Don't play with us. On chess, don't. So you got all that. But if you think about that equation of all the functions that creates, then you read it backwards. Z equals Y plus X. Why is that different? Why is that important? Because you can tell a seed or a tree by the fruit that it bears. So that's an algebra equation too, right? Seed, tree, fruit. X, Y, Z. 1, 2, 3 sequence. But you can tell a fruit, meaning you're starting with the end. Like, what is this fruit? Well, if you open the fruit up, you have a seed, a different variable. Maybe you can look at the seed compared to others and go, this ain't that one. All right. Or you just see the tree by itself. It's not in season. So you look at it, you're like, what the fuck is this? What kind of fruit is it going to be? Well, you wait a few minutes or weeks, and then you take the fruit down, you're like, I'm holding an apple. Oh, apple tree. So you start with what you see, not with what you're adding. So it's like hip hop but backwards. Like when a person hears a hip hop song, they're listening to Z. The producer was listening to X, listening to Y, and put them together and made Z. But when you listen to a beat, you go, what is this? I'm like, what are you talking about? Z. What is Z? Well, that's the amen break, X. And then what's left is like this little bass line of this sample from jazz, Y. I was like, so what we're listening to is the amen break plus Lonnie Liston Garden of Peace. Gives us Z, dead presidents, right? And you're like, oh. So what it trains you to do, or what it prepares you to do, is to reverse engineer things based on the surface. So as soon as you see it, you go, all right, what are the components of this thing? Rather than look at all these components in this box, what can we make? So instead of starting with the empty Lego bricks and just start putting shit together randomly because it fits on Tetris, you start with, well, before I pick up Lego bricks, what am I making in my imagination? Z. I'm making a house. Okay, now when I look back at the bricks, X's and Y's, I know I need this much on each corner. I need these rectangles over here. And if I have a door, I got a door. And now I don't got to think about, well, what is this piece for? So it's necessarily changing the way we read our language, necessarily change the way that we think about everything. You don't find it funny that the people that's supposed to be smarter than us in a different language right now read it a different direction? That's why people be fucking up speaking English. That's why when like Spanish, somehow tribal Spanish people still like mess up with that ear, plus infinitivo, when they speak the English version of the same exact rules, but they still get it backwards. Niggas be paying attention to language. I learned Pascal for real. And I learned ear plus infinitivo because they taught me Spanish by using algebra. I was like, bro, Gabriel, relax. Stacking on my stupid ass. They did the same shit in Spanish. Hoy vamos al this. Vamos al cine. Voy al cine. XYZ, XYZ. GTA cheat codes. So, when the Spanish person is talking to me, I'm looking for the infinitivo, the tense. And I could tell by how they do that naturally when they're talking outside if they went to school or not. Because I went to school for Spanish. I took Spanish 6 years in a row. I don't speak Spanish. I'm Carlos V, what a shame. But I learned how to read it and write it enough to pass. And I work with Spanish Mexican people, and there's a different type of Spanish, but it's Spanish phrasings, but they don't use the math. So it tells me their education level. I'm not disrespecting nothing, I'm just saying they don't speak the Spanish that they teach them. They have no reason to. They don't write papers and books. We do. I'll remember it one day, or maybe I'll just start talking it randomly, like, oh shit, I'm confident in it now. Or I'll take one of those apps just to catch up. But either way, what I'm saying is, when I think about Spanish, I think about algebra still. Oh shit. Plural, singular, feminine, masculine, plus, action, verb, this, that. Oh, they're going that way. Where does sigue shit come from? How is it sigue la derecha and sigue derecho and then sigue izquierda? How is straight and right damn near the same, just a different gender? You know, I started thinking about that more than what the fuck to say to a nigga. Like, why is straight hecho, right hecho, and left is so ugly? Izquierda. Wasn't like dereche. Like, you know what I'm saying? If we doing directions, nigga. Derecho, derecha, dereche. Like, forward, left, right, and then you got one more vowel to go backwards. You know what I'm saying? Derechi or derechai. Like, nigga, like, come on, fuck with me. Like, algebra. Like, why y'all make this izquierda? Yo quiero Taco Bell. Quiero. Yo quiero. Yo quiero. Alright, we sitting on Dell. Stop fucking playing with me. Like, Izquierda. Left-hand path. Okay. Why is left so much different than straight and right? Then you think about the tree of Kabbalah again. You think about the tree of life again. There's a straight path, derecho. There's a right-hand path, derecha. Then there's the left-hand path, izquierda. Went from 3 to 4. Like, you know what I'm talking about? More? So they taught me to pay attention to some shit. The Spanish didn't make sense. And then you tell me it's Moorish Latin. I was like, oh, there was that high German shit just in Latin to Spanish. So everyone who's translated our current forms of modes of language, these languages are the grandkids of the language that they're named after. They're not the language. My family didn't create this version of English. This is an adaptation to other foreign speakers. Same thing with Spanish today. And I'm assuming French and Italian have a very similar story. Then they disrespect you. They say, you know what these are called? What they call it, white boy? These are the romantic languages. They're all Afro-Asiatic, Hebrew, and Semitic too, right? Phoenicians? Yeah. So who are the Romans again? Shakespeare was a white boy who had brown hair. The King of England is a white girl, blonde and blue eyes and hair. Well, why do they have a Kabbalah then if that's for Israelites? Ass niggas. Like, you know what I'm saying? They can never land the next variable sequencing. So that's why when we have debates about our history and who we are, we're running into a brick wall with people, a limiter, because they never learned how to intellectually or mentally or metaphysically sequence the end to the beginning or the beginning to the end. They never created the loop of any creation in their mind. What I'm saying is they've never completed a sound manifestation that they can repeat in both directions. One more time. They've never made a hip-hop beat, let alone sample a record, let alone 2 records that go together to make a cool hip-hop beat. They may have sampled records, but they never put nothing together that make you want to move your feet. So you understand like how these degrees is what their limits are. The people who decided to redefine everything, that is. Not their kids, not their relatives, not the people who don't know who they are yet. I'm talking about like the evil game that we're in the middle of with some stupid ass sorcerers, Templars, Illuminati, or Mason. I don't care what they call them. I know they're girls. So that got me looking at the Daughters of the American Revolution. Why is that such an organization? What the fuck the bitches got to do with it? And then it was like, oh, the Eastern Stars. Like, alrighty, Venus. What's that got to do with Alphas, Kappas, the Divine Nine? All right, Electoral Angels. But they all Africans and Greeks? Hold on, Mauritanian. Wait. On Rockefeller and Rothschilds, that's what they allowed you niggas to run with? French Boulet. The fuck going on, India? Nice dresses, I guess, but what the fuck going on, nigga? It's your kind. Like, so, we gonna have to learn how to fucking read again. These niggas was cute and clamorous instead of actually being serious. Lost control of things by the 3rd generation. They died. Someone stole it. Someone squandered what was left. And everyone stopped studying and taking shit serious and forgot how to get it back. Now they don't have enough stuff, things, people, or weapons to push the issue, which automatically, if you calculate it, you're like, I ain't worth taking that to issue. I'm gonna do my best in the meantime until what? Because the end of all of our sentences, if we do the sequences of the obvious, since there's so many years later when they did it, until you die. So they sold their soul to die. A country full of saints and descendants of the kingdom. So many people sold their soul to die. They sold their soul for a shortcut, and the shortcut got them to die faster. You know what I'm saying? They sold their soul for a shortcut to die. And what they did it for was that little dash between life and death. They sold the thing that gives you life and death, energy, to enjoy that little hyphen between the dates. They sold their soul to die. Angle, side, angle. Cool story, Trigonometry. I get what they're doing. Like, And just a suggestion of that, if that's even possible. I don't even know what the fuck that means, because who's buying it and who's, you know what I'm saying, what they doing with that? They ain't got enough to do something cool yet? Because why they still buying these little ugly ass niggas? How many souls do they have? You know what I'm saying? Only Shane Son, bro. Like, how many fucking fighting moves this nigga need? He beat your ass just being himself, if you really think about it. But, you know what I'm saying? So, like, no, this ain't that. This ain't where we're at with this our stories. We're being provoked and prodded to, like, think about things. And, you know, the panic and the fear at the disco, which you see on the timeline, is normal for people who never thought through things. For instance, they learn about the wars, but they don't do the sequence. How did it start and how did it end? They hear about all the wars the United States was in. I was like, well, did the war start with the United States? No. Did the United States beat the people that started it or winner? No. And why do you think the United States won World War II? I went to school and learned about World War II. You learned about the United States winning it? No, we saw a cool picture of some statue of some niggas that don't exist holding up a flag somewhere that didn't have Nazis, Jews, or Anne Frank. So I don't know how we won a war with Poland and Hitler over there anyway. Sound like y'all went over there to drink. D-Day lasted 15 hours. So like, well, all those months and years, you know what I'm saying? Like, what were you doing? What were you really doing, faggots? Everyone traumatized for something that happened for 15 hours? They definitely couldn't be no niggas. Because we got the rest of our life to process some shit. We don't get no benefits. But at least Trump is bringing back the insane asylums. Maybe we'll start getting free housing again. Hopefully the food tastes better than what they put in jail in prison. Right. As long as the food is not as bad as jail in prison, at least we have free housing. Just like the good old days, 1800s. Everything's open. Right? They capped about their whole shit. Danish is similar to Latinized languages, like Mr. Nell said. It's word plus word, which English doesn't do. English is word times word times word 3. Italian is word plus word times a word times word, and the word equals a gender. Roman Latin, aka romantic. There we go. Not a reflection, but an inversion of a reflection. It's a third step they don't know how to do. Apple to apple, orange to orange. The law of gender. You have to translate the English version of that Italian sentence to English again. You can't translate an Italian sentence to English. That's how I try to explain English to my friends in Italian when I was in school. Remember, Mr. Nell was in Italy. Jonathan says 3. The brother last 993, what does that even mean? Last 993 says, I don't know. They put the smallest number as the base of their building instead of the underground. You got it. Yep, called the order of operations. They can't even build a destroyer machine to destroy the shit. Starts with a smaller shape, then use the symbol to open it up to the flower. 4 equals 3 plus 1. A storm hit Europe too. Greece is flooding. I saw that shit on TikTok. Scientology ass narcissists. Feels like whatever hit Russia is hitting us. Sometimes I feel like Russia is watching me. And I ain't got no... This shit got an AC but ain't got no heat. Lord have mercy. You survived a horror movie set in real life, and now you're on them. And y'all been telling me I'm on my way to the top the whole time, content creators. They was locked in with my timeline until about September. Revisited me in December, the breakthrough. Now January is like, it's all getting better, ass nigga. Jeffries, we all should respect houses of worship. Was ICE blocking and going into churches? Lawyer for 5-year-old taken by ICE pushes back on JD Vance's somethings. ICE can now forcibly enter certain homes with their administrative warrants. Vance is speaking right now in Minneapolis. Trump is creating a board of peace. No board of education, but a board of peace, or board of war. House passes 2026 government funding bills. Oh, they found some money? Did they pay off their debt with that 14 trillion tariff yet? JD Vance is delivering a law and order speech. Here goes white boys posturing fucking moral authority. Chicago man found not guilty of offering 10 G's for a murder. Life is cheap. Our world changes forever. The spiritual shut show ass up. Channeled. It was your mother the whole time.
My brother's mother. Oh, you got it, sis. You're tapped in. Your energy is intimidating. What? Weird things happen after you find this video. Y'all say that every video, and it'd be the same shit happening. Globalization is dead. This is what happens next. Depolarization. That's the answer. The truth about men with a zero digital footprint. That sounds gay. What the fuck? Why you something? Why would that matter? You getting turned on by that? Like the fuck? It's so over. You have no idea how over it is. Secular talk. This is bad, United States. Our creators changed me. You faggots. World War III soon? Trump warns of World War III. Well, he's warning of World War III. It's not going to be a World War III. Okay. Bitch. And then we have Freemason view on the Kabbalah. Here we go. Mars is entering Aquarius. Oh, yes. That's the one. Real quick, let's run that back. Let's see what the AI lie about. But that is the one, though. Mars and Aquarius.
Be prepared. In less than 24 hours, something is about to shift in the
Ooh,
cosmos
tomorrow.
that will change everything. And I'm not talking about a subtle energy adjustment or a minor planetary movement. I'm talking about a complete and total liberation, a cosmic prison break that's been building for weeks.
Messiah, prison break.
Tomorrow, January 23rd, Mars enters Aquarius.
Jordan.
And if you think this is just another astrological transit, you're missing the entire picture.
They say that
This
all the
isn't
time.
just Mars changing signs. This is the planet of action, willpower, and raw drive stepping out of a heavy, restrictive energy and into the
Same
most
story.
liberating frequency in the entire zodiac.
We'll see about that.
For the past 3 weeks, Mars has been exalted in Capricorn. Powerful, yes, but confined, structured, controlled,
And stuck in a
building
room.
pressure like steam in a sealed
Yep,
container.
same story.
And tomorrow, that container explodes open.
God is
The
good.
rules that have been holding you back, the weight you've been carrying, the restrictions that felt permanent, they're about to dissolve. And if you've been feeling like you're about to burst, like there's this
Pause.
restless energy inside you that has nowhere to go, keep watching. Because there's one specific reason why this is happening to you right now, and I will explain it later.
No, you
So
won't.
stay tuned.
How they code the AI to add a fucking catch and hook to the goddamn video? Like they busted up the MLA format and added the fucking Scientology BWB private academy school degrees to the shit, and now I got the computer doing it automatically. And the poor content creators are gonna try to copy that script to do all their natural videos, and it's gonna be annoying as fuck. But stick around, and at the end of the video, make sure the last word loops to the first video. Like Simon says, ass niggas. Simon says, you niggas, stop the bullshit, part 2. Yeah. So, I just did the word cloud up the headlines. Just give me a second, it'll load in due time. They went to prom already, which was Davos. And then they had all the pedophiles and their friends looking at them weird, smelling weird, handed out Nobel Prizes, crowns, and all kind of shit. Then Gary Newsom came criticizing it because he was disgusted. He was like, they need knee pads, meaning this white man said everyone out there sucking dick. And then I was like, close to him. That's Davos. That's where they meet for the bank bullshit and leaders, World Economic Forum. That's why they're talking about today. They got a budget plan on money they don't have yet. And Trump sounds like Miguel talking about all he wants is you, Greenland. And everybody else kind of got like squeamish because of all the headlines and all the crazy shit he was saying leading up to the particular moment that we're in now. And then that caused a stir in the European and NATO countries because they're like, yo, this nigga wilding out. Like, so we went from focusing on Russia, Ukraine, and Israel and all the fucking hideous crimes they did against the Palestinians, skipping over the Epstein list and all the missing kids and daughters in Americas, and now we're focusing on Denmark for some reason, and Greenland. I hear some lo-fi keys right now, bro. That's something real keyboard. Should be by the side right now.
even though the window's still tinted. So he's ruining Life Jennings. And you see how I did ZXY again? Same story. But that's because I'm a producer. Like, oh, I know those words. I know that instrument. What is this nigga saying? What melody is still? Oh, okay. No one asked him to do that. What the Rod Wave butchering Life Jennings is going on in this bitch? They're X, Y, and Z-ing. It's a turntable, so X, Y, and Z-ing. Chord structure and melody structure. This way, they could take the syntax or the rhythm, here plus out plus infinito, and switch certain songs of the word. Even when da 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 da. And then you say anything that fits that. And it's a new song with the same story, or it's the same story and it's a new song. However you want to do it, Kobe. Everyone does that though. All the hit songs are that though. That formula they're using. But they're missing the variable intensity of an actual good singer or voice. So then the beat gotta carry. Well, that beat drums don't hit as hard as must be nice. Nor is it mixed as nice. So what we have is a cheaper industrial Temu version variety of the copy that would resonate with the kids probably who heard that because their mother was playing it or came on the radio when they were children. Anchor memory. But it's not enough for you to look up the video. And everyone's okay with that. We are okay with cheap Temu copies of black culture as if it's ancient. Same story. Everything cool is now in a Temu session. On Temu Gym, bro. On the gyms of Temu, bro. On the DJ's eye of Temu. Get up. Low-key wanna walk in McDonald's. Let's see if they still have $1 menu. No, they don't. McDonald's ain't got shit. That's on $1 menu. These niggas are evil. They'll charge you $10 for a non-Angus Wagyu steak burger made out of soy and Bill Gates' finest. They ain't changed the salt yet, though. TFV, what's good, bro? I can almost hear the ring light buzz as the vocals are being tracked. Sounds like a content creator on the mic. Meanwhile, Zelensky wants EU to do Russia, and Trump wants the US. The EU wants to do to Russia what Trump and the US did to Venezuela to steal their oil. They're trying to steal Russian oil. That don't even sound like a good idea. Not even theoretically. Moscow, where the Kremlin is, the parliament, is the one that's connected to Europe, right? Like if you just take the imaginary line off the map that they dedicated to people who weren't there. But, so Russia, Moscow is Europe, right? East Europe. Far Eastern Europe, Eurasia, the steeps, the slopes. So you want to go to war with your neighbors over the energy. Y'all can't share it. Y'all can't renegotiate it. Or more importantly, y'all can't afford it at the rate that they would sell it to you. Since getting it to you would be really easy since we're neighbors. Because you're going to have to steal it from me and use the same highway and the same railroads to get it to Western. So instead of going through the proper channels that we all have agreed upon, at least since the Cold War, we're going to undo all of these invisible lines and treaties and exchanges we've done. And as me and you are living, we're seeing the imperialists redefine the checkerboard without consenting or voting with anyone. All of a sudden, it's not we the people here, it's not we the people Russia, it's not we the people Israel, Ukraine. Now it's them, they, everyone trained by Davos and World Economic Forum, deciding how to rewrite this game. And then you like, ultimately, when you get to the high level end of the Pokemon chamber, it's like, oh, they're all in on it, Scoob. And it's like, yeah, because none of them are Jews. It's like, well, Trump and Putin seem cool, and everyone's cool with the Jewish people, and this guy has a Noahide, this guy has Red Mafia, but most people over there look Asian. But everyone where Asian is supposed to be is ruled by some guy who ain't Asian at all, and they're all the same non-Asian people trying to figure out what to do with the Asiatic world. And I'm like, all right, I see where this story is going again. So like, if the rumbling on Aaron from Attack on Titan is happening to all the grand territories at once, then it's like, God ain't making a judgment on, the northeastern colonies of the United States, Norberger. God's making judgment on the whole world. And when that happens, it's because we are in captivity worldwide. The diaspora. The diaspora of the 13 tribes, that is. Very similar to an African, but not this time. This is not your story. They didn't steal America from Africans, so you understand everything. So once you understand everything, you understand something. So no one stole this from Africans, so that's not what God is crashing out about. Though God's probably going to crash out for anyone who hurt the Africans. I would. So it's the same people. So, once we crash out on the people that's doing it to us, then Africans ain't got to crash out on them because they won't be here fucking no more. So there's that. But yeah, we're on the, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're in a weird fucking place, bro. If Russia and Europe and Lions, Tigers, Bears don't mind, they all like, oh my God, who's doing it? It's like, nigga, y'all on the same team. None of you are Afro-Asiatics. Not one of you niggas. Y'all all look like Polish, German, Johnny-come-lately ass hybrids. I have no problem with that. But who died and made y'all kings? Nobody. We're corporate entities. So you're playing the game. All right, die. Just die then. Y'all never gonna do right. Then die. Embrace it. If it's worldwide, then worldwide, so we still have a lot of Afro-Asiatics and their relatives.
Will we see a major grid collapse across a huge portion of the United States?
Grid
All
collapse.
signs seem to be pointing to yes, a destructive,
Blackout.
potentially catastrophic ice storm is
Cabbage
forecast
Patch
to impact
Kids.
the South.
Them
The South
demoted
this
to garbage
weekend.
bag
Widespread
bombs.
ice
It's
will
crazy.
cripple travel, cause major power outages.
Get
and
out, bro.
down to trees, power lines, everything. This is a rare high-impact event, as it's being called. Potentially the worst in decades since what we saw in Texas back in 2021. Just take a look at the map here,
Texas.
and you get a sense of what we're seeing. Where
shout
that
out to
orange
Bruno.
is likely power outages, highly likely at this point,
Same
with all of
time
that
period.
ice that's going to descend upon that region. The National Weather Service says great swaths of heavy snow,
So it's a
sleet,
5-year
treacherous freezing rain could begin on Friday across parts of the nation's midsection. Here is their latest message. They've now upgraded their
Radiation
forecast.
be
Confidence
damn.
is high.
Is that
A
inverse
significant
radiation?
storm will occur, but not on specific details of the storm track, timing, and precipitation amounts. But one thing is clear, according to Matt Randolph, that this is going to be devastating from an ice perspective. Watch Matt Randolph.
I've been waiting to talk about the storm that's coming this weekend because I didn't want to freak people out. And a lot of these forecasts never pan out, but this one is panning out, it looks like. Yeah, everyone's in agreement now that the crazy forecast is actually happening. This is going to be one of those storms you probably remember for much of your life. Basically, more than the eastern half of the United States is going to be below freezing. Most of that below zero. They're calling for, foot and a half of snow all through here, all the way to the mid-Atlantic, and 3 inches of ice in this pink band right here. 3 inches of ice is unbelievably catastrophic. That is worse than what Texas experienced in 2021. There's going to be loss of life. Anywhere there's 3 inches of ice, there's no power. There's not going to be a power line that's not on the ground when there's 3 inches of ice. And emergency services aren't going to be able to reach you because there's 3 inches of ice.
And then lingering. So what will happen is that this is going to linger then for days. So these emergency service crews will not be able to get there. But the real heart of it is the grid. Colonel Rob Maness has been kind of preaching from the rooftops about this for years. And really as an energy expert.
What you gonna sell, bro?
And we wanted to bring Colonel on to talk about this. Colonel, maybe you can give our audience a little backstory about how you've been warning about this for years from an energy perspective. And then I want to talk about how prepared we actually are.
Thanks for having me on, Clayton. Look, I've been warning about this, especially in regards to Texas, since I was a wing commander at Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, New Mexico. In the winter of 2011, we had a devastating storm like what you're about to see here. And Texas was not able to generate enough natural gas for heat in its state, so they cut the pipeline off to states like New Mexico, which had a direct impact not only on the national security efforts that I was working on, but the 23,000 people that lived and worked on Kirtland Air Force Base, every major city in New Mexico. And I haven't seen anything that attempts to rectify that situation. So we have a natural gas capacity and delivery challenge that still exists in some form. I'm not sure exactly how bad it is now. I'm sure we've been working on it, but it still exists from the reporting that I've seen and who I've been listening to. And then there's electrical power generation. You know, folks, we have spent the last decade or more slowly destroying two things about our electrical power grid. It's called reliability and capacity, the ability to deliver the power to your home or whatever facility you're looking at. So you have to have a reliable capability to generate power, and by adding things like wind
from a week of fire to a week of ice,
adding solar before it's technically capable of reaching a reliable state to help power the grid needs that we have today, and then decreasing reliability on nuclear power plants, and also increasing our reliance on natural gas power generation, which hurts the natural gas delivery that's going to homes to run heaters in the same situation. So we have all of these situations that we have slowly destroyed this reliability and capacity.
Cool story.
Everyone, I'm Fox 11 Chief Meteorologist Patrick Powell here with an update on the winter weather, not only for Wisconsin, but for the vast majority of the country. And in this, I'm going to spend a little bit more time talking about what's happening in the southern United States. But I would like to pass along, there is an extreme cold warning for all of Wisconsin, the vast majority of Michigan, most of Iowa, all of Minnesota, most of North and South Dakota. So this is a wide-ranging Arctic air blast. Cold weather advisories go down into portions of Kentucky and Missouri and Kansas. And there's also extreme cold warnings out for Oklahoma, Texas, and portions of Arkansas, in addition to some other warnings. Over the deep south, when this cold air invades, a big storm system is going to work across southern United States. Winter storm warnings are out now from eastern New Mexico all the way to Kentucky, almost, well, at the border with West Virginia and Virginia. There are ice storm warnings out over northern Mississippi and portions of west central Mississippi, a small chunk of Arkansas, and a little portion of Louisiana. I think the ice storm warnings may get expanded.
All these are Indian territories. Like, the route, they're following the water. Like, and the further you go left, the more Indian it is. You know, Moors and Mohammedans and St. Louis, Missouri, Mizraim, Memphis, Egypt. You know, so it's this waterway. Whether that's the Euphrates or the Nile of the Bible. But remember, these are new, so reroute it. But this is the tribes live along the route of the water. And then this is the next set. And when you see how they did the highways, they did like this little square here, or this hexagon, and these are all the trails. So like when we're over here on the coast doing business with the east, they force us from here to move inward. So a lot of us just stayed up top. Some of us went to Chicago and kept going. And then a lot of people in the center went straight across the center. It ended up here, this little choke point. From Memphis and Carolinas to like one or two states over. And then this was the terminating line. Remember, this to the coast of the battles of revolution, this is all Louisiana Purchase territory. But the Indians and the Moors and the Associates are still all through, you know, all like that line right here, that dividing line, all of that is Moors and Indians the whole time through 1868. But when white people started fucking taking an inch and taking miles on the niggas who had the juice from the coast and the businesses, they had to turn around. Tobacco Kings, Rosewood, all that shit, all the mass fires and burnings, KKK, black versus white, black versus Indian, whatever the story is, however you imagine it, around the 1800s. Remember, the United States was just this. So all of this has coexisted the whole fucking time, and that's all Indian territory. Indians are niggas. So these niggas who have stayed the fuck out the way of this goofy shit have been free the whole time since before America. So you understand what I'm saying? Wichita, like you understand everything. Omaha, Nevada, Nabarka, like that's a whole different Arabic language. When you get over here, Mr. Jackson and Atlanta and you know all this shit. So like all Indians up here, French Indian Wars, blah blah blah, Boston Tea Party, all that's up here. You see how many more highways there is? How many different routes, and it's connecting the waters too. So you see this is road, but fuck the road. Just ignore the roads, but look where the roads are centering around, waterways. And this is the Gulf. So that's Louisiana and all them niggas and the French Suaves, and you got the Seminoles and the Geechees are up in here somewhere, probably more mainlanders. But the Moors, the Barbary, the Coast, blah, 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 all through Panama and all the other states that you don't hear about in the story. But remember, niggas is living here being affected by the goofy shit that these weirdos are doing on the East anyway. So it's fucking up their business either way. And I guess that's what the compromise was. Or the great compromise, like, yo, we both gonna go bankrupt, or we both gonna be fucked up with these Indians if we don't unite these 50 estates. Estados, Unidos Estados, the United Estates, not the United States. There's not a Roman statehood. It's estates, because niggas own their land. Where your grandmother stayed. That estate is her, my man. Where she buried at, that's her estate. Hence why she's buried there before the Civil War. So you know what I'm saying? Like, all this shit that's about to freeze right now, what I'm telling you is the same pattern. It was frozen before. Hence why Colombo and all these niggas are down here this whole time. With all this potential, with all this water, with all these rivers, all the Americas book until 7075, ain't nobody up here over there doing nothing down there over where, blah, blah, blah. The whole story taking place right behind this nigga's shoulder. So there's not room for 300 million people to start the United States in their story. So who did they unite all those states with to get to 300 million? Moorish people and Indians. All right, then. Because we know y'all didn't have that. So cut it the fuck out, right? So it's like freezing the same shit again. Anyway. But this thing in the middle, remember I was talking about the New Madrid earthquake? Ain't that the same fucking story? Let's see if it's the same fucking story. (1812) type shit. They lied again. They might have fooled us, pushing, just pushing, push the feeling on. New Madrid is Spain, right? More? Pushing, just push the war of those Spanish Moors. Push the feeling on. Oh, the Carolinas where my Moorish Huguenot families lived. Slim Shady. Look at the peninsula of the river. Straight through the middle, nigga. Straight through the boot. Italy, part 2. Push it, just push it. And they never taught you about that in school. So all these niggas, all these black, Indian, Choctaws, and Cherokees, you see the impact point of this shit? Ain't that where all the niggas had to do the Trail of Tears to leave? On the other side of the blast radius zone? And all that shit you hear about the great fires and the racist rebellions and all that great shit right off this epicenter? And them niggas ended up in Texas or wherever the fuck niggas can get away from the fucking rest of this story? Isn't it crazy how like these niggas took over my grandfather's shit, this 1812, and then like where the niggas in Cherokees live is hit by some ill shit again? That's why ain't that too many damn Southeast Coast Indians left, Cherokee. And then you have the niggas coming through, sweeping up, calling it a civil war while we're trying to rebuild our shit that was just shook. It ain't got shit to do with a white man. Unless he got the fucking weather machine back then to do whatever the fuck that was. But if that's not good enough for you, Indian, because it's Indian history, not United States history, since none of that shit's the United States yet, remember? You still got this nigga out here. Tecumseh. Can you fucking imagine? Leading right into this shit. It was visible from naked eye around 260 days. It's the longest recorded of visibility until the appearance of Haley-Bop. So from 1811, for the next 260 days, this was spotted by Indians. And those same Indian locations was hit by a fucking sudden earthquake. Mud flood part 10, nigga. How you doing? They read Oriental Masonry. Like, too bad no one knows that ineffable word of God, because it might shake up this whole city, bitch. Didn't it? All right, hold on now. Hold up. I want to find out the dates then of the Great Fires, America, 1800s. Because that migration path, I want to tell you, why is there great fires? Great fires, not like firemen, but like the whole fucking block, the whole city destroyed. Check the dates. Looking for 1811-ish ones. All right, so New York, look how many fires New York had. God damn, niggas and Senecas. You fucking, the Green Train Wreck of 1856, god damn. The New York Crystal Palace. All right, Asiatics. You think white people or African slaves built that? In the Empire State with the palaces? Meister, German? All right, now. Old color plate, so reference. From 1853. Why is it in London? Wait, my family that comes from London and England that are the royals, that in this territory, the Empire State, have a royal building there? 1611, 1853? You tell me us Tartarians built a Tartarian palace, Crystal Palace, in the United States, in Manhattan. The Empire State. Fuck these niggas. Well, I'm just saying the date tells you it was there before that. They burned it down then. Ain't Manhattan where the Indian village is? Well, the Indian villagers live next to this shit? Just 100 years prior? All right, Muhammad. Come on now. It was an exhibition building. You didn't build it, bitch. Because word to Allah, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they didn't build it to show off some bullshit that white people made around Indians. Manhattan, Ottomania. You got it, Charles. In charge, Charleston, South Carolina. Same story, part 5. Remember? Great 1848. So remember, that's Lewis and Clark bullshit ass niggas. The gold rush. Look what happened. They got to hit that. That catches fire. Then they get to San Francisco where the other Crystal Palace is. Another fucking fire. Why are they only burning down the Crystal Palaces, bitch? Numerous residents. Well, who were they? They weren't in the United States. Were they Civil War, 1868? No. Who are these numerous residents? If white people haven't been there until recently. White people went all the way across the United States to build a bunch of Crystal Palaces, bitch. We're living in log cabins with Levi jeans and digging for gold. Fuck out my face. Get the fuck out my God. 200 Russian sailors, Tartaria. We never learned that. In 1863, there's 200 Russian sailors in San Francisco on Tartaria, right? Come on, guys. 200 Russians, 1863. There's Russians in California before white people from the United States. Wake your ass up. Now. The Russians in San Francisco in question, World Fair. I need you to see the Russians in question, Tartarian. Because you know how names don't change skin colors, but they're fucking slick with it because this is the 1800s, 1868 prior, right? This is San Francisco, right? We're going to do World Fair San Francisco, another 1800 place building fire. Let's see what fucking San Francisco had Russians in it. Isn't that crazy that this is the same San Francisco in the same time period that had Russians in it? So this is 1915. That's still standing. But remember, this is the same place that caught a fire. Look at all that shit in the background. You understand everything? This is San Francisco before the United States. Do you understand what I'm saying to you about the whole lie of everything, including that I'm a Jew? But no, you understand, I'm the Jews of the people of this civilization. We're the Jews from here. That's us. Domed ceilings, Muhammad. That's a flex. And mind you, this is before white people, railroads, cars, Caterpillar, none of the tools or technology known how they did it. So instead of trying to explain that to white people, they burned it down. Because white people, how come you ain't got no David Crockett stories about how you pulled up at these saloons with your cowboys and Indians, nigga? You pulled up on cowboys and Indians in the California and you stepped into these shits and you made Red Dead Redemption, nigga? Nigga, this is still there. Where the fuck did Red Dead Redemption take place, bitch? That look like Rome right there, Holy Roman Empire. What do you think?
San Francisco looked like the fucking Holy Roman Empire. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? You think Full House is better, nigga? Oh, you Mason arches? Oh my God, what is this? Come on, guys. Let's be reasonable. This is older than now. This is over 150 years ago. Megalithic, nigga. No white people hurt on this plantation. Why would these motherfuckers need slaves, nigga? From fucking sub-Saharan Africa to do what, nigga? Look where they live. That shit like Rome right now, nigga. This is the only thing still standing there, by the way. Look what it's connected to. So when you go to San Francisco one day and you see that, that's what it used to be. White people ain't do shit with California, but ruin it. Fuck out my face. As above, so below, nigga. All over this bitch. It is lit. This is before Edison. He in New Jersey, remember? Well, who lit this shit up? Tesla? Fuck you. Mohammedans always had the lights, nigga. Israel lights. Or the Ark of the Covenant. You think we were bluffing? You thought they took us over with cannonballs and putt shots, nigga? These motherfuckers are destroying an empty city for no fucking reason to move white people into it. You see what I'm saying? Like on their postcards, nigga. These are not white people, guys. White people don't design this stuff. Look what they built since. No break in history, bro. But let me show you Shang Tsung wins. Which one was it? So remember, this is Queen Khalifa territory. Cali Wars. There's one more building. Because you're going to see how oriental it is. Orientalis more. You understand these are Semitic architecture, hence the golden ratio and everything? And the gateways, Masons. You're studying Jews and their giants. These are not people, as we understand it today. None of them are white. The color don't make a difference, but I'm just saying this culture is not a white culture. There could be white people in our culture. Don't get it twisted. But it doesn't start with them. They're not the root and the flower of it. You know what I'm saying? This is in a timeline where you got cowboys and Indians, my nigga. Like cowboys and Indians and slaves and runaways. But this city right fucking there, bro. It looked like Philadelphia. The niggas in Philadelphia never went there. Why they designing the same building, Shang Tsung? You understand? You understand Afro-Asiatics? You understand Mortal Kombat? You understand Shao Kahn? You understand? This ain't Greek or Roman. This is Afro-Asiatic. You call us that. Just like you call us niggas and African Americans. Our name changes every time you change the map. I've noticed something. Thank God the blood doesn't. On King of Man, nigga. On Piccolo, on Namek, and everything in between us. You think these people built that shit? Show me a picture of them building anything, Lord. This is a nighttime picture and it's lit up. Edison went out there and said, look, let me lace up the Mohammedans real quick. On Beverly Hills, Morocco, right? Los Angeles? You understand? This culture in America is older than the white people that came to America in all their testimonies. So we know they could not have built any of this. And the only thing that's been here since the beginning, when this would have been built, after the America's book, is us. My grandfather. You know, with the magic staff. Anything's possible. So, yeah, man. There she goes. Shang Tsung wins. You see the Ferris wheel and the circuses in the back? Yep. White people did not invent amusement parks if this is in fucking California, bro. On Disney, nigga. Magical Epcot Kingdom ain't got shit on the real thing. This the real thing, nigga. Now, let's take a look
at Russia since they're there with us, Tartarians. Let's see if they have a world fair out there. Fuck you, bitch. They probably don't want to be called that in their language anyway. But if I wanted to guess, it's the same architecture we see in California. Worldwide empire, Craig. Do you understand which part of the world we're talking about that's our empire? We're talking about the place where you see empirical buildings. You understand something? Seizing Russian assets. Can you imagine? What year is that? World Fair, 1893. Seizing Russian assets. Well, the Russian assets are the same assets we see all over America. So if the World Fair is some faggot seizing things, what happened in America after the Civil War, niggas? Did you lose your TPs or did you lose your empire? Because I wish y'all niggas would wake up. Ain't that the same fucking story? Less details, less old images, but it's the same fucking structure. Why would Russians be in California when Russia looks like California, ass niggas? What do y'all think Russia look like? It look just like America. Y'all goofy as hell. Oh, my grandfather. Worldwide empire, guys. Worldwide, Craig. Worldwide empire. So technologically advanced cities worldwide. That's where we live. Got a lot of kids. These are big fucking cities and big fucking buildings. Why do you make us think we live in caves in the wilderness in the 1817 and 1600s? You got language, nigga. The fuck you all talking about? Nobody in those conditions got language. We do. Where'd that come from? These cities, nigga. Universities. 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 Come on now. As above, so below, alien. Like, stop fucking playing with us. You do this everywhere. We do this shit in London, bro. Where my grandfather from. Remember? I'm going to prove it to you. And you'll see my grandfather from, where my grandfather from, where my grandfather ended up. Same fucking building. Because my grandfather's buildings, you know what I'm saying? They're not human architecture feats. They're my grandfather's. Grande, King of Tartars, giant architects, masons, Tubal Cain. You know the story, Mason? Who built this shit, bro? You want to tell me the Giants built it? Who the king of the Giants? Genghis Khan, bro. What we talking about? London, England? Where the English is, angels, hybrids, giants, architects, builders, fairs. Oh my, nigga. What white people talking about? You came from over there on Muhammad, came to Philadelphia on Muhammad, and somehow y'all Christians. Walk with me, white people. It wasn't that long ago. This is the year that y'all said y'all came here on orphan trains. You came from orphan trains from this? Y'all came on orphan trains from that? Y'all live with Mohammedans the whole time? And you seen no Mohammedan in Mohammedan land, and you never remember, like, London used to look like that, nigga. On a Crystal Palace, nigga. What you talking about, nigga? Like, what are we really talking about? It's the same fucking thing you see in America. It's the same fucking thing. And it's megalithic. To put a flex on you, hey, when did you guys get cranes and oil and diesel and trucks and mass railroads? Oh, cool. Tell me when you transported that shit. Walk me through it, arcades in Paris. Tell me when y'all got that shit. Tell me what's really going on. Your ass didn't wash your legs and had no potatoes. What's happening? Like, if your ass story that you brought over here, you fucking Amish Mennonite ass descendant, you say you came from this city with nothing growing. So that ain't your fucking city, is it, bitch? So where the fuck you come from? Where you come from? You come from here? On Jesus Christ, you come from there. You come from America #2, nigga? You come from the Holy Roman Empire? You squatting on it. You seem to know what the Holy Roman Empire is today, nigga. You sitting on it. You from the Holy Roman Empire, bitch? Then what the fuck you been building since this? If this is where you started, dummy? How the fuck you start here 100 years ago and end up where the fuck with the retarded shit we got now with somebody called Jewish people? But both of y'all niggas come from here, but none of you niggas got family pictures anywhere near this shit. Palace, like an emperor, nigga.
Not a cool democracy. Oh, this is the Continental Congress where we get to vote for things like who gets the fucking free ferrets. Like, you had to imagine that them people to tell history. That is not the people in history. That's not their fucking history. What I'm saying is the history that they hypothecated and assumed to their little orphan slaves is not the history of the world at all. I mean, it's not good enough that it's not white. It's you have to understand it never fucking happened. It's a fairy tale, nigga. We've come from a fairy kingdom, nigga, like just in the 1800s. You see how like Africa and slave trades and boats weren't harmed in the obvious? Do you think 30 slaves on an African boat building any of that shit with 1,000 rooms, nigga, fresh off a potato famine? Let's just add up the calories, nigga. Fuck the hidden technology part of it. Let's talk about the people behind it. Well, it's the slaves build the pyramids. The slaves build the World Fair. The slaves. Slavs are white. Y'all didn't build shit. What the fuck you talking about? I'm saying, like, on no disrespect, y'all dumbasses talk about y'all cowboys and Indians and wash your ass and have Levi jeans and know how to fucking wrangle a goddamn Moorish fucking goddamn horse until your ass got to Texas. So how the fuck you transport a palace worth of materials, nigga? The Africans that came from South Carolina did that shit? There's nothing but Indians when I was there. Like, who? Where are these Africans at? Where are these master mason African niggas that gotta work with Jewish and white people who could build a fucking palace in the 1800s? Come on, guys, stack it up for me. Niggas can't afford a 3-bedroom house, but we building fucking palaces in a place where there's no white people, bro. Like, to determine the law. Like, it's not their shit. It's hereditamists. We can't sell our land. Bitch, who we sell our palace to? Because when I look at what happened to those palaces, it's white people there and they burnt down fire to the ground, bitch. And as soon as they burnt down all the shit around it, probably the power grid, they try to rebuild this Carnegie bullshit around it to turn it back on. Ass niggas. To Tecumseh's comment. Remember your earthquake. Those were the buildings that were there. Ooh, ass niggas. Listen to white people, man. I'm King James' grandson. America's his kingdom. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a little house on the prairie with a log cabin where all the poor white people are. Transatlantic palace trade is crazy. You go to that little house on the prairie right now in Wyoming and Dakota, and it's so look the fucking same. Ain't shit there. They've been there for 400 years unbothered. But I gotta go to school with their kids, some fucking scholars. In my damn buildings, in my damn architecture, in my damn libraries. And listen to they bitch ass talking about IQs and shit. Don't even know where the fuck they live at. 100 years ago, guys. You think the Russians know if they were here 100 years ago in San Francisco? You think the Russians know today in Moscow who got all the pictures of who built that shit 100 years ago today, nigga? Have you noticed something? Russia remembers America perfectly, don't it? It's looking like a mirror at that bitch, ain't it? That's Genghis Khan's story, ain't it? That's the story I told you this whole video, didn't I? Like, where's the evidence and the proof that my father did any of that? America, nigga. We didn't build the projects. We built palaces. There's a corn palace, too, in Idaho. Indian. Mohammedan, too. Architecture. It speaks to their awareness. You ever had a cousin that just be in the streets and you have another cousin that went to college? Imagine if a noble or royal got pregnant by a hood nigga. That'd be a surprising story. That's funny as fuck, boy.
Lord, people don't know where they live. Just 120 to 50 years ago. All we can try and figure out is why do Jewish people and white people do that to their kids? It's one thing to, shrug us off while you're here playing in my fucking face, but then you like rob your kids of progression. Because they're trying to get somewhere else, and it's like, nigga, you haven't even perfected the step that you woke up in this dreaming. You skipped a step. You never got to Tartarian size anything. Why are you trying to go to space? Why are you trying to do Mandela effects and CERN colliding? Nigga, you need to fucking build this shit back up. Your power grid sucks. What you gonna do on Mars? You don't know how deep this scar goes. All the stupid shit they do with escargot is based on them studying our shit privately in Area 51 under us. They took all that shit that was in those buildings and put it under the ground. And that's their jurisdiction now. So when they come up with these new technologies and all these things, it's like, ooh, we made progress. We understand the internet finally. Like, nigga, that's from 200 years before you found it. Like, my family comes from an empire, not a village, not a town, not a tent. You're talking about 400 years prior. Niggas get active. How many kids have to die before we said, we ain't going backwards? Like, all right, 1611, 1868. So now you understand something. When I say King James English is in Maryland and Virginia, that's what Richmond looked like. So when we, the people who founded America, lived in those, they only have Columbus, so he discovered something in Caribbean. All right, nigga. Anyway, we up north, who have Victorian era buildings, because we're empires and kings, that's how you know we're kings. We're not kings of crops and fields. Nigga, look at the buildings of every downtown across the United States. 50 estates. Trust, Indian. They're imperialists. We're the actual empire. We're imperial kids. EMP, not IMP. They're imps, demons, devils, little bitch ass niggas. You notice they spell it different? Flip mode the imperial. So anyway, this ain't that. There's nothing in their grandmother's crooked back that could even make any of that. Without tools or technology and niggas running it. But that's not what happened. They used African slaves to build that. We built it on our own because it's ours. And I hope I get that to my brother's hearts. Like, no one put us up to that. That is ours. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're evil and ugly and raping and making slaves and converting people to Christianity. Yet that's where they live. I'll take it. Because look what we got now. A Sunday church in the middle of some bullshit on 501c3 begging daddy for benefits. But what I'm saying is that's what the people here portrayed. That's why I keep saying our story is worse than African slave. Stop fucking playing this. Africans ain't got that story. We have a story of coming from an empire. Nobody else. Over here. And then the empire over there look like ours. And it is. And there's a whole bunch of other shit, farmers and villages and things and people seeming like starting from ground zero for some reason. Still throwing spears and talking unknown languages. Meanwhile, that building's in their backyard. How they end up there? Where they come from? How the fuck you have primitive people at the same time you have advanced ones? In the same land? Because the guys talk about, oh yeah, my grandmother's Indian, blah, 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 and then some weird shit happened. Everyone's depressed by the Great Depression and the Great Reset and the Silent Generation. The Silent Generation had great-grandparents who lived in those things. So starting over to build a house is like today, when you get with a woman. And my grandfather, and we got to get our land back, and I just like a nice little house and a big land for my kids. And I'm like, nigga, we come from palaces. We have like 20 kids, bro. You see how like the scale of how many kids you have scales to where you had to live, nigga? Now, when I showed you my ancestors, the kings and queen Elizabeth and shit, and they had like 20 kids each, now you understand those damn buildings? Because each of them get married. That's 40 people. Each of them have one kid. Come on, dog. That's 60 people. Let them have more than one kid each, since each of them have about 10. So you take 10 people who have 10 kids. That's 20, and then 10 more each. Divided in half. Well, that's hundreds of people. All on the same Thanksgiving dinner, nigga. Within 25 to 30 years. You understand what I'm saying to you? Like, we came here as a small kingdom after the fall of Granada, and then after, I don't know, 1611 to 1868, here we go, ass niggas. Did you saw the drip that Carlos was wearing in the 1500s? They match those buildings on it. And that's what Masons pretend to wear now. Like they're Carlos kids. Shut up, bitch. I'm a Smith, not a Mason. Master builders of civilizations. Starts with math, then language, then your architecture. As within, so without. Like, you get it? The stages? So we're at late stage imperialism, and now we're back in ghettos. Must be a Jew for real. Yes. So you know what I'm saying? What is anyone in this country that's not Indian going to say to describe that shit? That shit ain't even in their backstory. So why the fuck would it be here? Because of them. Orphans, parentless, warring, broke, busted, disgusted, dirty legs, evil, trade wars, Tripoli, Tunis, barbers, Alawites, beef, bullshit, bitches don't want you, da. And like, that's the only story we know. But now you look at the Barbary Coast, look at the buildings the barbarians live in. Barbarians live there, okay. Are they invaders or are they guests? Who are they doing business for? Sidi Muhammad. All right, Sidi Muhammad is who? Imperial Majestic. So he's the emperor at the time, isn't he? 1775. Muhammad tells you what he is. He's Mohammedan. He's a Moor. What land belongs to the Moors? Annexation of Texas. All right. And that's after 1775. So before that happened, all of it was his. As of 1775, according to a letter George Washington wrote in 1778, about a letter that was there already because he wasn't the president. So from 1770 backwards, Sidi Muhammad and his family in the Castiles, all the way from Mama Inga's picture in the 1500s. So from 1560 whatever the fuck, so 1770 whatever the fuck, it's the same story, dog. So that's 200 years of imperial royal majestics in a row. No time for black African slaves and poor white people to be part of the main story of why this shit is here. They could be here, but not enough of them. They don't fuck enough for me, brother. And then they had to tell all these fake war stories about how many Indians could have been, would have been, should have been, but you can't find their burial grounds. And then they tell you a news story and it's like, well, African-American slaves, you niggas today. And like, bitch, I'm an Indian anyway, so what the fuck you mean you killed all of us? It sounds like you burnt down all our buildings because you're fucking stupid and don't know how the energy works. You wait for the Germans to come 40 years later and then you try to rebuild the shit. But what you rebuilding? Exactly what we started, nigga? Look what you did to this shit. Now you got Mexicans building it. Like, y'all niggas is lazy. And you notice how I said all that happened after 1775. So white people, how long have you been building in this country, if we're honest? Because all the buildings that you built, that you got niggas to build for you, are brand new and shitty and stupid. And that's with all your technology and all your transport. We supposed to do that shit with horses? Shut your ass up. You don't even know how we do it. You'd rather burn it down and lie about it and say you put it together in a quick pinch just so some foreign white people can come see it. Meanwhile, ain't no Indians and niggas in none of those pictures that you took. Convenient. Yeah, here we go in those same cities. Shut up. Would you brought them to Africa after they burnt down? So you brought all of us African, copper-colored, curly hair, long eyelash-ass people fresh off of Nigeria after the Great Fires, and then we filled it up and that's why black people live in the ghettos there? Shut the fuck up, bro. Like, bro, Shogun, ain't nothing they say sounds smart no more, do it. And that's what my problem in school is. It never was. It's just like niggas Dungeons and Dragons some ideas about a Pokemon card. Isaac Newton discovered gravity through apple pie and shit. Meanwhile, that's the fucking building outside. Shut up. You think niggas who building dome ceilings don't have a feeling on how to deal with gravity, nigga? Like, shut up. They can't even do a documentary on how we built that. Niggas start showing you AutoCAD, bro. Theoretically, when we scanned everything with LiDAR, all the lattices, tell me where we got the materials from. If you don't know what the fucking materials is from, then why you telling me what the fucking blueprint is? Who minded? If George Washington didn't have no materials. He ain't built it after that. He starts with no materials. Right? He tells you.
Wait.
3, Jonathan Lee. Build entire schools of a made-up Apple retard story. Yes. Board of Education. We're no longer going to teach people how to think anymore. We want to rural folk and mold them with our hands and touch their children. 100 years ago. After the World Fairs. That agenda is after the World Fairs and all the fires and all the relocations of Indians from the coast. They forced all of us inland if we weren't going to convert and play their game. So many people converted to Christians, and that's how they ended up in the federal, to keep their land and their families together and to work with these evil fuckers. You call it indentured servitude, well, they indented to a bank now, not from a white master. Let's be fucking reasonable. We're talking about the Indians. You understand? It's always the same story. And if you ever find another story, because so far, I'm still in Enoch. So you see the big giant wall cities that we're knocking down and taking over and building and all that shit? That's all in the Bible, ain't it? Now think about it. Those cities are in the Bible. That's how new the Bible is. Maybe 800 years. That wasn't 2,000 years ago, those buildings, guys. Tell me, stop fucking playing with us. You're telling me Indians been here for the 2,000 years of those buildings? Right? But none of the, woo, Native Americans, TP, woo, woo. Meanwhile, I got the picture of Montezuma in that same fucking building behind them. What the fuck they talking about? They're not architects, nigga. Look at their fucking reservations. So they lived on the land of the fucking Holy Roman Empire and don't have one fucking Greek column, nigga, for their teepees? They still living outside like campers, nigga? After the 1800s? What white people do to them? They give them free land and benefits and casinos, nigga. So why the fuck they ain't got them buildings? Because that building wasn't built by a Native American. Exactly, nigga. So what the fuck does that mean? That nigga don't come from here. So what the fuck are we doing the federal government these niggas? Neither one of you niggas built the shit that's here. But my grandfather did. We're Indians. Yeah, once you get the story right and the dates right, then you have to get the visual right. That was our previous spot. Our previous save state. Our previous save file was gigantic Tartarian buildings and universities. Library of Alexandria. Every fucking city looked like that where we live. Reservations full of trailers. Mr. Now says names for all of them. Einstein and Cozen, Darwin, Fish, Monkey, Newton, Apple, Retard. Making other people hallucinate that a pedophile in a slow-mo, an Apple retard could jumpstart monkeys in proper NASA space reality. Skipping steps. 3, Jonathan Lee. All they built was a relationship with their sister and cousin and fence a few cows. Route 3, Transatlantic Palastrade. All they have is videos of them walking around with the happy to be anywhere face and never really doing shit but walking around looking lost, crossing through traffic, and don't know how to follow a straight line. I noticed it too. Early New York, 1915, 1912. The first time they got off the orphan trains in Ellis Harbor. That's who all those people are. They're all new. And they're all different. Thus, they haven't been fucking for 200 years together in New York with black drivers of their cars. If you notice, oh, that's a slave in New York in the North in 1912. Shut up. That nigga go in his car. These motherfuckers walking.
Huh? Give me a lighter, guys.
Where's Nelson at?
Give me a drink, guys.
Where's Nelson at? Nicholas. Nick.
Shout out to TBFB. You see it for yourself though, right, bro? Like, what they took from us, what they took from our memories, our amnesia. Like, they didn't take 400 years of history from us. They made us forget yesterday. They made us forget what happened just the other day. It's all good just a week ago.
Nick, please.
I know you're talking about Nikki. Yeah, Nikki.
I don't know why you act like you don't know the fuck Nicholas is. Because you act like
Earthquake, comet, darkness, flood, reset, war, opportunities, trails, tears, dead sons, famines, disease, all in the last 150 years. Final answer. I see it all over this side of the Grand Canyon. Good. Shout to Holy Roman Empire.
Nicholas!
The continuation of Egypt. From pharaohs to Caesars. Russia, Turkey, Russian, Khans, Caesars. King of Kings. Hopefully I live long enough when I start dreaming of it. The memories, like I saw the Jews in the 1800s. It's gotta go back 200 more years. Somehow or another, man.
You find out you're scared to go up here.
Who else out there who's seen these buildings before in real life and then realized that's what life was like before? How y'all doing? Yeah, we 20,000 minutes into the Matrix. I'm gonna get out of here probably kick rocks before I get pissed off again. Shout to Las Vegas. Shout to random people. Hebrews 13. Careful you entertain, part 15. Shout to everybody about to see that shit in person. No cap in my rap part again. Trump just talking. Everyone else just chit-chatting. Go figure out one day. So yeah, man. Like, comment, subscribe, support the sport, man. Appreciate you. Replay game, comments. I see you. Till next time.